May 25th, 2021 Board of Supervisors meeting. We will start off with the Pledge of Allegiance, and this will be by Supervisor Peter Hernandez. Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Acknowledge certificate of posting.
So moved.
Mr. Chair.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a first by Peter, a second by Kosmicki. What's the wish of the board? Or, I'm sorry, all in favor?
Aye.
5-0, motion passes. Madam Vice Clerk, notice of temporary procedures for Board of Supervisor meetings.
Good morning, Chairman and board members. Good morning, community members. Members of the public who are present here in the chambers who wish to speak during public comment periods. Please raise your hand and wait to be called up to the podium. If you wish to make a comment through Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. We recommend that you upgrade to the latest version of Zoom to make sure you can participate through public comment. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Presentations and recognitions. Anything to add? Nope. Public comment. Is there any public comment? And once again, this is the opportunity to address the board on items of interest not appearing on the agenda. No action may be taken unless provided by Government Code Section 59 or 54954.2.
If you wish to make a comment on Zoom, please press the raise your hand icon on your screen or *9 on your phone. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, yes. My name is Melanie Shear. Good morning. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. Yes, again, my name is Melanie Shear. I am the owner of SNP, the Spay, Neuter, Imperative Project. SNP is a 501(c) nonprofit. My board receives zero compensation, and we provide low-cost, free mobile spay-neuter to communities in need. And we have fixed over 25,000 pets since our inception of June 2016. Services are provided for domestic, feral, shelter, and homeless pets across the state of California. SNP has fixed well over 3,000 pets in San Benito County in 3 years. The city of Hollister has been funding these community SNP projects for these past 3 years. Many of these large dogs and cats come directly from the unincorporated areas and fill up your local shelter. I am also proud to mention our successful SNP Kids program that we have been sharing with your local youth. We generously hand out plush kitties, puppies, and books, teaching our youth the importance of caring for your pet and, most importantly, spay and neutering your pet. There is a huge spay and neuter need in San Benito County, and SNP is flooded weekly with calls for spay-neuter help before we arrive and after we have left. The calls never end for this area. We are always being begged to come back. Our June date is already fully booked, and we have not even posted a flyer yet. I am requested SNP be on the agenda for funding 1 clinic a month for the 21-22 fiscal year. Clinics are $3,500 a clinic. That's $42,000 a year, and it basically breaks down to approximately $116 per pet per clinic. Basically, it costs San Benito County taxpayers more to capture, house, feed, and euthanize these pets than it costs to hire SNP for these mobile preventative solutions. The city of Hollister just granted another $56,000 for the 3rd year in a row. Monterey County over $40,000, Kern County $250,000. City of Salinas, $28,000, et cetera, et cetera. Cities and counties give to SNP because they know SNP is the only solution to their animal overpopulation problem. Low-cost mobile spay and neuter saves lives and saves the taxpayer money in the long run. I will conclude with this. I am hoping with the current leadership here in San Benito County, we can get SNP funded once a month with county funding. Thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
No more comments.
Seeing there's no comments, any comments in the chambers? Put your mic, thank you.
Can you hear me? Hello? Yeah, okay. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Yes, on April the 13th, under consent item, the Behavioral Health Department gave a report to approve the recommendation to opt out of Laura's Law. I'm really concerned about that. Nobody pulled the item. And in the report, it stated that there would be additional cost if this were to be implemented, that there would be additional cost to the Sheriff's Department, the courthouse, probation, the DA's office. The only way to be able to implement Laura's Law is because this person has already been arrested, is going through the court system, because it is the judge that makes the order. So there is no additional cost. My concern is the liability to the county to opt out of Laura's Law, based on the fact that if the Sheriff's Department or the City of Hollister make contact with somebody and they do go through the court system, and it's within the last, one person within the last 36 months has required 2 psychiatric hospitalizations, or a mental person's illness has resulted in 1 or more attempts of threat to serious or violent behavior towards himself or another person within the last 48 months. That's a long period of time. For the county behavioral department to say that it would be an additional cost, it would be more of a cost, I fear, if someone were to get killed or be a suicide by cop. It would cost the county more. There's no additional funding to it. There is going to be work done as it is already. So there wouldn't be any additional, I don't think that there would be an additional, I don't think this was explained correctly, and I'm sorry that I missed this on April the 13th. I believe it's already been signed on April the 20th. It was signed. I would like the county to reconsider this. You have until July 1st to make a final decision on it. Apparently you have, but I know you can bring it back if you do a little bit more research. Also, the Department of Health says that they have a community crisis response team with the Hollister Police Department. I did ask the Sheriff's Department, and I have not gotten a response, and I'd like to know why the Sheriff's Department was not included in this team. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there any other public comment in the chambers? Seen none? Correct, ma'am?
Correct, no more comments.
We'll go to F, department head announcements. This is informational only.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, we do have a few announcements today. We have our lobbyist, Michelle Rubicava, on the phone right now. She's from Nielsen Mercer, and she's going to go ahead and give a quick update to your board. Michelle?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members. Michelle Rubalcaba with Nielsen Mercer. I am your registered advocate in Sacramento. Thanks for having me this morning. Real quick, before I give you all an update, I do want to introduce my colleague, Ronak Delani. She is another advocate at the firm and will be assisting me on county issues. I know you guys are running through the agenda fast, so I'll just get into it. Our office has engaged Assemblymember Rob Rivas' office and Senator Ana Caballero on behalf of the county for a budget request relating to the Riverview Regional Park Accessibility Project. Our request is a total of $750,000. We have engaged both the Assembly and Senate budget staffers on this and are actively advocating and seeking others to also support our request. As things are moving through the process, we will update you on the progress of that. A budget has to be adopted by June 15th. Subcommittees are currently meeting, and so the next 2 weeks, you'll be having weekly updates from our office to your staff.
Thank you,
I'm here for
Michelle.
any questions.
And is there any input or any feedback on some of the road work that we're looking at as well? I know that you're doing some work with Caltrans and looking at.
Yes, so we're also working with CSAC on a coalition ask where the county has one bridge project and 3 safety projects, 3 roundabouts that would be also receiving some additional funding. That is more of a coalition ask, in addition with other counties, and that is also moving along. CSAC, UCC, I think RCRC are all collaborating, as are the individual county advocates on that ask.
Any other points or?
Michelle, this is Supervisor Bob Tiffany. Thank you for being here. A question, I know, this year in particular, there is, huge surplus of money at the state level. And so I'm wondering also, you talked about Riverview Park and roads. What about broadband? Is there an opportunity to try to get some additional money from the state in that area? I know we're working with RCRC in a grant application for a strategic plan, but I wondered if there's monies available for infrastructure. Thank you.
Yes, so there is significant surplus. As all of you know, the state is looking at over $100 billion surplus this year, 76 billion of that being in our general fund, 26 of it coming from the federal government. And so, yes, there is some availability for broadband. I have been talking to some of county staff as far as other needs, especially in that space of broadband. And so meetings are ongoing for broadband. I don't have an update for you on that today, but I can send an update later this week to Ray and have that disseminated to the board.
Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Michelle. I appreciate your comments, and we look forward to the next meeting. The next time we
Likewise.
have you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, we have another announcement out of our out of the library. I'd like to invite up our librarian, Nora Conte.
Thank you so much. Good morning, board members and members of the public and those members that are viewing from home. We're back. I'm so excited and I'm so happy. We're able to see our customers. They were able to see us. We're able to see the kids come back and running into the library and getting their books, and staff prepared to be able to move forward cautiously and safely for all of us to be safe. So we had a wonderful Saturday, Sunday, and I'll tell you, there were close to over 40 that came into the library on Monday. So we know that the numbers are going to be going up. I want to do, I received from one of our customers, and I wanted to read this to you very quickly. And I appreciate our customers because they will call us, they will talk to us, they will share, with us. And listening and paying attention to what they're saying is so vital, was in the success, I believe, of our plan. She says, Nora, I just wanted to say that I really admire how you and your staff have handled this situation. Every step seems to be thought out well in advance, and the emphasis is on safety for everyone has been so evident. Thank you all for all your diligence and hard work. I read that because I think this is a letter that needs to be shared. It needs to be shared with our board, our CAO, my colleague Tracy Veldon, Dr. Gallarducci, for providing the information and leadership so that we could get to this place. So thank you, board. Thank you, Ray, our CAO, and all of those individuals that provided all of the information necessary for us to be able to get to where we are today, not only as a library, but as a county. Thank you for all your hard work. With that, I'd like Aaron Baxter, who is my assistant, she's the assistant to the county librarian, has done an excellent job to just real quickly review the plan.
Good morning, members of the board and members of the public. I want to start by acknowledging our libraries, excuse me, our library safety committee who worked very diligently on this plan, and that safety committee is made up of Mary Alvarez, Adriana Garcia, Fawn Russell, and myself. And in working on this planning process for opening for browsing, we took into consideration feedback from our library customers and community members regarding their information needs, state and county health orders, guidelines from the CDC and the American Library Association, results from the Realm Project, which was a collaboration between Battelle Laboratories, the Institute of Museum and Library Services, and OCLC to study the effects of COVID-19 on library, archive, and museum services. And finally, best practices from other area libraries. And with these considerations and in collaboration with our county librarian, the Library Safety Committee came up with the following procedure for designated browsing. We are open Saturday, Sunday, and Monday to accommodate varying schedules of library customers as well as to reach the broadest base of our community. And in combination with our computer lab services, our curbside pickup services, this brings us back up to 7 days a week of service. We are allowing 4 customers in at a time in observance of social distancing and decreased capacity guidelines. Masks are required for entry in observance with the state and county health orders. There is a 30-minute time limit to accommodate as many customers as possible in a day. We are sanitizing surfaces and books between customers. That's based upon the Realm Project findings and the ALA guidelines. And our next steps will be to add back passport services. And finally, the parameters that we've established allow us to be flexible with any changes in state and county health orders. So just to give you a recap of our open hours, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, we are open from 1 to 5 for browsing. Tuesday and Thursday, we're open from 1 to 5 for curbside pickup. And on Wednesdays and Fridays, we're open for our computer lab. Thank you.
wanna
Thank
sign
you.
up, Erin?
Oh, sure.
I want to thank Erin for all of her hard work and her leadership and her dedication to the delivery of library service. I couldn't ask for a better second in command.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Nora. Just a few other announcements, quick announcements for your board. Wanted to inform the board that we have a ribbon cutting event at the Behavioral Health Building on 6/17 at 11:30 a.m. So mark your calendars. We'd like to invite you to that. We'll have speakers there, and we're going to ask the Behavioral Health ad hoc committee members to be a part of that, as well as the chair for a presentation. On 6/15, we have a jail ribbon cutting. No time time is to be determined, so we'll keep you informed with that. 6:25, we have a swearing-in ceremony for the incoming interim sheriff, and no time or location has been determined, but we'll inform you and keep you posted on that as well. So I just want to make sure you mark your calendars for that. With that, we have one more announcement out of our auditor's office, controller's office. I'd like to invite up Joe Paul Gonzalez.
Good morning, Chair and Board of Supervisors. Today I wanted to announce that Sonargo Real Estate Recording Services, they provide recording and title services on behalf of title companies. They filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy and thus far have bounced about $30,000 in checks with the county, and probably going to be higher than that. And Sonargo is a very large company, and this has not only affected San Benito County, but it's affected probably every county in the state. Butte County, for example, had estimated that they, and this was 2 weeks ago, or a week ago, had estimated that $48,000 had been bounced with Butte County. I know this is not good news, but I felt that the board should be informed about a major vendor with the recorder's office. And I'll, know more once, once we, once the filing of the bankruptcy is approved, we will be filing a claim to see if, we can get any sort of money back from, from the assets.
What is their total as of today? That
As of today, about $30,000.
this total. There's no other ones that are in the works or.
Yes,
Okay.
there are other checks that have been submitted for deposit that have not thus been, returned to the county.
So what is I look at it, what is the total possible loss that we can see?
Probably $50,000 would be the total,
Total, okay.
not, the total amount, yes.
What was the name of that company again, Joe Paul?
Synargo, Synrgo. It's a, very strange spelling.
And even if we filed a claim with the bankruptcy court, we're only going to get pennies on the dollar to settle it. So we're going to almost have to write that off as a total loss. So will that come out of general funds then?
Probably.
Okay.
As soon as the word got out, because we're constantly on the network with, my counterparts in the other counties, we shut off Synargo that day.
Good.
And, I conferred with county council to, make sure that was, legally okay to do, to minimize the amount. And in fact, the title companies had to come in with their own checks to complete transactions. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Joe.
you.
Thank you, Joe Paul.
Thank you.
That's all the announcements we have, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we'll come to the board announcements. I want to start off by saying good morning, fellow board members, county staff, and the residents of San Benito County. Thank you for allowing me to speak for this moment. I want to personally tell you that early next month, I'll be stepping down from my seat on this board. For more than 4 years and 5 months, I had the honor and privilege to serve the people of the 1st District and the entire county. We as a board work to respond to the needs of our community with one shared priority, making San Benito County a better place to live now and in the future. As a board, past and present, we have always not agreed, and sometimes we actively disagreed on a process and decisions, and that's the way it should be. And we certainly did not always make everyone happy. But please understand, we try to consider all perspectives and make the best decisions possible for the county. Perhaps this is inevitable, but there is also so much more I wish we as a board could have done, past and present. So much unfinished work. One striking example is traffic and roads. It remains perhaps the most frustrating problem for our constituents and myself. I urge the board, including whoever succeeds me, to always listen to the citizens. Follow their lead. We work for them. They set the agenda. They are our customers. Customer service is the most important thing we can provide. That said, I will depart proud of the work we have done, this board and previous boards. I have loved this work. I put my heart into this work every day. Frankly, I had expected to continue. But unfortunately, sometimes life takes unexpected turns and it calls for hard decisions. My family and I love living here in San Benito County. After weeks of reflection, we've decided to move to Florida so I can pursue an uncommon and exciting job opportunity that I would receive nowhere else. We will also be closer to my wife's mother. This was not an easy decision. We thought long and hard, back and forth. In the end, given all factors, we decided this is the best for our family's future. I'd like to thank my colleagues, current and past, for all the passion we had throughout the years. It was not, and it will not be easy for you four sitting up here. You'll make decisions that may ostracize yourself and second guess yourself, am I making the correct decision? But listen to everyone out there and take it to heart. You're elected by the people and you represent the people. So, to the great people of San Benito County, it has truly been an honor to serve as your representative. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Wow.
Colin, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, congratulations on the job, and thank you for your service. I know you love San Benito County, and I think you've done a great job, frankly, serving our county for 5 years, and I certainly understand the decision. That's your family comes first in this life, and Florida. Geez, that's nice. It's gonna be sunny. Please stay in touch and be willing to answer that phone once in a while when maybe we need some advice because you've been around the block.
Yes, sir.
And you
Thank you.
definitely know your stuff. So thank you, Mark. Going on, I don't know if it's an appropriate time to request that a future agenda item then to discuss and give direction on the potential for filling Mark's seat through the special election, perhaps in November, when there's the governor's recall election is on the ballot. I think that might make the most sense. Just want to see if we can have that discussion at as soon as possible. And then otherwise, really quick, Mark, you really threw me off there. So really quick, meeting-wise, met with the kinship folks over their involvement in the community. 3CE, Community Choice Energy, is going through an overhaul of their rate design. That's a really big deal for our community and surrounding communities. And there's over 11 million people in the state of California that have switched to these alternative energies. That kind of gives the idea of how many people it affects. I'm on the 3C board, so I'll be part of that decision-making process. Regional park outreach, I met with Mike Chambliss and some of the REACH folks. One of the issues that came up during that meeting also was the De Anza Trail, the issues there, and I'm proud to say that I'm using my small allocation that's left, part of it, for my supervisor's seat to fund putting trail cameras over there at De Anza Trail, and I appreciate the RMA department and Mike Chambliss and REACH for all their help, and Benny and everybody that's been involved with that. I'm looking forward to that, and I'm really excited. Well, maybe excited is not the right word, but I'm really eager to get that issue behind us over there at De Anza. Had intergovernmental, had our meeting with the food bank folks over the San Juan Bautista distribution that I founded along with Mary Edge, and there'll be some changes with that. We're going to be doing that distribution at the soccer field again. So that'll be starting in June, which I think is that Friday already. I think it's the following Friday. And then we had a couple vaccine ad hoc meetings. We'll be talking about ideas again for outreach and incentives. The master plan for aging forum with the seniors council that I'm on, we held that. I met with the constituent business owner, farming operation that had some issues to resolve, and I'm hoping that we can continue moving forward and resolving those issues with some costs that they're facing with some permitting and other things. I had my Monterey Bay Area Resources District meeting and the review of the EMS contract. I also want to give recognition to the sheriff's office in particular, HHS staff, admin, and other staff that have been working hard on the removal of the homeless encampments in the riverbed. That's a big issue, and our residents have spoken loud and clear on that issue, and I'm looking forward to that cleanup operation continuing. And then recommended discussions. I would like to see us at least have a discussion about SNP during the budget, and when we get to the nonprofits part of that. I know we have the allocations for nonprofits, and we just donated $450,000 to social services, so maybe there's something we can at least consider there, because they do provide a direct service on the other end, and it's a much needed service. And then lastly, I brought up in the previous meeting a request for a proclamation to recognize June as Pride Month in San Benito County. It's obviously it's not on this agenda, but I would hopefully like to see support to put this on the next agenda, June 8th. And if I don't hear opposition, I definitely would like to see that agendized. And basically, I'm just hoping to get consensus from the board to have that on the June 8th agenda. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so just too quick and that, well, yeah, Mark is definitely known for throwing curveballs. It's been crazy. I mean, the last 2 years have been a lot of work, a lot of debate in the midst of a pandemic, the lockdowns, and ultimately a lot of division. But through it all, even through our own differences, we found a way to work together. And I think the ultimate element that makes, I think, this county board, in my mind, a special one is that there was always this intent to make sure to preserve the character of the individual. And I think that's valuable, right? It's one thing to differ on opinions on policy, right? But it's another thing to go after each other and call each other names. And yeah, just that stuff is poison. And I applaud and appreciate this board to make sure that, yeah, there's no, you know, that there's ultimately the focus is making sure that we're making good decisions. And the outcomes of that will tell the tale of who actually was on the right side of it or on the wrong side of it. But ultimately for me, one thing that I have learned, and even whether it's in business or even in delegation with my fellow colleagues, has been that sometimes being wrong is still is a good opportunity to learn how to be right, to how to do things right. So having the humility to say it's not about me being right, it's about me making sure the decision is right to the effect of the benefit of the public, the constituency. So thank you, Mark, for the time that you've been here. I'm super appreciative for the decisions and the support that we have gotten. The regional park, I think, is going to be a highlight. I'm hoping that you come back to the groundbreaking of that, because I think it's going to be a big deal, and it would be amazing for you to be standing up there if I'm still around. But ultimately, to be able to highlight some of the things that you were able to make a decision that helped this process, right? Because we can't just say that it, you know, however the timeline lands on when the groundbreaking happens, it still wouldn't have happened without the leadership prior. So that to me is really, really important. But thank you for the time that you've had working with us, and honestly, I wish you the best. I wish God blesses you in your time over there in Florida with your family, and it's a new chapter, and God willing, it's an amazing one. So, but on that note, so just two things. The Riverview Park I thought was a really good RMA delegated, and with Mike Chambliss and Benny at the helm. I called them the dream team yesterday. We just met with Congressman Panetta just a little bit, and thank you to Supervisor Tiffany for organizing it and ultimately just highlighting. I know you probably talked about a lot of other things, but as far as the park, which is basically under me and the park ad hoc, but the point is he's aware of the energy, I think, and the focus, right, to get things done, to get that park to becoming a reality. And he's already kind of, I think, been pretty grateful that we've worked so hard even on the downtown parklet program. So anyway, so it was an amazing thing. For anybody who's interested to kind of find out a little bit more, we're obviously still open for input. There's a survey. There's a lot of different things to be considered. If you want to go on to get to input for the survey, or even just to kind of see the conceptual map, and I stress that it is just a concept. Right now, everything's very preliminary, but it's pretty amazing ideas, right? So a lot of the times the passion is driven by the idea of something, God willing, someday becoming a reality. So if you look up on the search bar, Riverview Regional Park, under the cosb.us website, you'll find it. And then some of the ideas are like disc golf, exercise stations, cross-country course, mile markers, picnic areas, an RC track, open lawn areas. You know, it's a lot of good things. So it's really, really exciting. And then the other element is me and Supervisor Gonzalez had a meeting for the tourism ad hoc. Everything's very preliminary. I mean, I'm kind of thinking of it as like trying to fly a plane and build it at the same time, because it's a pretty daunting task. I'm not expecting this to become it's going to be a long-term process, but I think the opportunity is going to be there. Ultimately, the support to make that happen is the key. But so we went through. We're basically going to have a discovery meeting, drawing input from the respective tourism industries or the potential tourism elements. Right, we're trying to create one central focus, and so there's a lot of different industries that we're going to be talking to. Obviously, Pinnacles, Hollister Hills, the Wine Trail, a lot of different folks. It's going to be awesome. But we're going to try to get their wisdom and understand their strengths, their weaknesses, their potential for revenue, ultimately how to measure that, and any unifying elements among those industries. So that's kind of the focus, and we're trying to craft that first meeting to become really successful. So that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Well, first of all, I'm sorry that you're leaving. When I ran for office, I was excited about the prospect of working with both you and Gilio, and all of a sudden, my two mentors are out the door, and so it's going to be tough. I've learned a lot over the last year, since becoming supervisor-elect, and so I've watched. It's going to be an uneasy transition for me, but we'll get through. I'm tough, and so I congratulate you on your job, Florida, family, and so forth, and so you have to do what you have to do. I totally understand that. In terms of this month, it's been a rather busy month for me. I met with the Downtown Hollister Association regarding the homeless issue that has reoccurred since we've been moving. We as a county have been moving the homeless from the river camp, so it's kind of like a domino effect where we vacate them from one area, but now they're re-encamping somewhere else, and so it's going to be an ongoing process that we're going to have to deal with. Met with behavioral health too and discussed that issue at the same time. I attended a meeting regarding the Pajaro Compass, looking at the river and the environment and so forth. Of course, I toured the new behavioral health building with the Behavioral Health Committee and so forth. And again, I look forward to the grand opening in June. I thought it was supposed to be in May, but I guess it was switched on us. So I will be present. I was actually going to take some time off, but I'll readjust my personal schedule. I work for Gavilan, and we're hitting our summer semester, and I had a nice little 3-week window where I could kind of take care of some business that had been neglecting, and so much for plans thought out. Of course, I attend the CSAC meetings, the Office of Emergency Services, weekly on Monday and Thursday, and those are nice updates. They used to be an hour plus, and now they're just down to a nice condensed 30 minutes, so it's a nice, easy meeting. But it keeps me abreast of everything that's going on at the state level in terms of vaccines, unemployment, CAL FIRE at the same time, updates on that, and so I'm aware of that. As Supervisor Hernandez says, we did have a broadband meeting that actually pulled in constituents and organizations who are already working on broadband and trying to get something established here in the county, and I look forward to that. We are formulating a task force, and I received a couple of emails, and I think Sacramento, that they've CC'd you or directed to you and CC'd me. But there's about 5 or 6 people right now that have volunteered to be on it. And as of last night, Sean Tannenbaugh wanted to join too, so that's great. Let's see. I am on the first 5 commission, and so again, I attend their monthly meetings. On a personal level, I became a CASA advocate, and I was sworn in on May the 17th. It was a 5-week training course. And so at one point, I'll be a CASA advocate and attending dependency court hearings, to see what I can do. I'm looking forward to being assigned a child and being able to advocate for their personal needs. But in the course of my training, I discovered we have an issue at behavioral health that we are going to have a meeting this week that we have to forward on in terms of ensuring that the services that the court is requesting, that these services for evaluation of mental health are being conducted within 3 days of the child coming into the foster care system. And I'm discovering that it's a 4-week process. And that rather bothered me, and I got very upset at that fact when I became aware of that. We're looking at children who are literally ripped from their home through no fault of their own because their parents are having issues, whether it's drug, criminal behavior, mental health issues, but these poor children are being ripped from their home, and they're entitled to some sort of mental health evaluation within 3 days, 2 to 3 days. It should occur, and it's not happening until 4 weeks and beyond, and that's just not acceptable for me. So we definitely need to work on that as a county because it's a court-mandated service, and it's not being provided to the children. I also took a tour of the Community Foundation building, the new epicenter. It is going to be a glorious building once it's finished. I can't wait. They have most of their tenants already lined up, and so I look forward to seeing that. I attended the first farmers market downtown. I also made connections with Supervisor Tiffany and made sure that he and Rosa Vivian Fernandez from the Health Foundation connected up. And I don't know the specifics yet, but the Health Foundation will be conducting mobile clinics, the COVID-19 shot. So if anyone's interested, hasn't received it yet, you'll be able to get it there at the farmers market on a weekly basis once they start the service. And I believe it'll be stationed on the cement area where it used to be the Chinese restaurant that burned down. So I believe that's the location. Somehow I got involved in a Zoom meeting from New York. It was addressed to me from, vice chair for the board here, and it was responding to China's Belt and road infrastructure. It sounded like it was more a global issue, and I didn't quite understand how San Benito County can be involved. So of course I sent it over to Mark, and I guess it's going to bounce back to me. So I might need some assistance in understanding what they want from us. But it sounds like nationwide, we're trying to regain control over whatever the market economy that China has superseded us in terms of the states, and we're trying to pull it back. I attend the San Benito County Democratic Central Committee. I attend it monthly. There's some interesting things happening there too. I meet on a regular basis with Council Member Rick Perez. We're talking about how he and I can work collectively and collaboratively to take care of some of the issues. We've been successful on working on some really simple issues as sidewalk conditions that became trip hazards with the city. And so I want to say that we've been successful twice in 2 areas, one on 4th Street and one on 7th Street. And we're talking about sidewalk issues that are so decrepit that they have created fall situations where one individual was in a wheelchair walker, and she literally got stuck in the hole and fell over, and the neighbors had to come out and pick her up and help her out. That also happened on 7th Street, but with the collaboration between Rick and I, we have been kind of rattling the cages at City Hall, and the Public Works crew came out and repaired 2 spots. And so I'm so glad, but I'm hoping that not only my example of collaboration, but I'm hoping that I can see it with other supervisors here to work with your city council staff, because there's so many concerns in the community about people complaining that they can't get the city to listen. But if we work collectively with our city council counterpart, and I know you have San Juan, and I'm sure for District 2 that you are working with San Juan City Council, but as Mark said earlier, it's a teamwork that we're doing for our constituents, for the residents, and we want to make sure that we keep on doing that. So I'm hoping that both Councilmember Perez and I can continue working on other issues. Buena Vista Road was another issue, but that's an ongoing one. I also attended the intergovernmental meeting. We dealt with the homeless issue and broadband. Those are very interesting meetings going forward. I look forward to those. And unfortunately, on Mother's Day, I had an incident that I had to interact with a HPD. It was very professional, but again, I look forward to having more relationships on a positive note and a professional, as opposed to the one that happened on Mother's Day. Of course, I attended the special budget meeting for the Board of Supervisors. I attended a meeting that was hosted actually by San Benito County regarding San Benito Focus, and to see how we can kind of work on things. It was, I want to say, not Jamila, it was someone out at the RMA. It was hosted by RMA and COG, and that was interesting. I did attend the meeting that we had here at the board chambers regarding the RMA, the Office of Emergency Services and AMR contract. So that's an issue on the agenda, so I'll hold my comments on that. Again, I did attend the Behavioral Health Monthly Meeting. I did meet with city rec staff on 2 occasions this past month. One dealing with the tennis courts at Dunn Park, where the pickleball community wants to convert one of the tennis courts into a pickleball court. Actually, they want all three of them converted. But the city is going to go ahead and repave and realign and reline the pavement, so the tennis court closest to Powell Street will be repaved to a 3-court pickleball court. And then I also encourage all those residents, there are about 10 of us that were there, and city staff as well, and as long as RMA Director, Mr. Young was there with us. But I also encouraged them to come in. He reminded them to come in and stress their preference and their interest on maybe a pickleball court at the regional park. So we'll see what the finding is and what the decision is, but that's a potential too. I've met with various residents and committees here dealing with Buena Vista Road, broadband, local food drives, and then volunteer opportunities. I attended the ad hoc with Supervisor Hernandez, as he said, and it's a major endeavor that we're taking in. Both he and I and Ray took on portions of the responsibility, and so I look forward to really getting involved with that. I met with the kinship regarding the funding and services that are not being provided to the foster children in our community. And I attended the community outreach out there at Riverbank Regional Park. And so, as I said, it's just been a very, very busy month. I know that we have the issue of compensation on the agenda today, and I purposely did not reach out to any of my fellow supervisors because I want to hear what the public has to say first of all. But I know myself that I personally have taken on this assignment as a full-time job. Easily, I spend 60 to 70 hours a week as a board of supervisor with the responsibilities and the meetings, and this is just an idea of what I do on a monthly basis. It isn't all the phone calls, the emails, the texts that I have. This is just the meetings that I've conducted. Sometimes my days start at 7 in the morning and the phone is ringing until 9 p.m. So if anyone out there wants to complain that we're on a part-time job, I beg to differ with you. It is a full-time job. I do have another part-time job. I'm a teacher for Gavilan College. I teach the GED. I teach on Saturdays. I have a 9.5-hour day on Saturdays where I teach Gavilan, but every other day of the week, including Sunday, belongs to the county here. And so this, for me, is not a part-time job. This, for me, is a full-time plus. And I look forward to the conversation on the compensation later on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Tiffany.
Thank you,
Mr. Tiffany.
Mr. Chair. I'm worn out sitting next to you, B, just hearing that list of things. But I would agree that it is a full-time job. There's no question about it. And some of us up here, not myself, have to have, a second job as well. So, but we'll get into that here when that subject comes up. Mr. Chair, we certainly are going to miss you. I know that I know that Supervisor Jim Gillio was a bit of a mentor for you, and I don't know that you had to follow in his footsteps to this extent. But at any rate, you know, I've enjoyed working with you over the short time that we've been on the board together. When I was with the Business Council, we worked together as well. And I always enjoyed and appreciated your input and insight there. I think you've done an excellent job as a chair in terms of moving us forward, moving the agenda forward, the narrative forward, and as Supervisor Hernandez has said, I think we work together well as a board, although there's a lot of personalities up here, and I think that's a testament to your chairmanship. So thank you for that and your service over the last 5+ years, and I wish you all the luck in your new job in Florida. I certainly appreciate what you've done for our community, and good luck. And remember, we still have Zoom, so you can Zoom in whenever you'd like to. On a serious note, I do think, in addition to at our next meeting, obviously, this is something we're going to have to immediately address, is the filling of Mark's position. And in addition to looking at a special election, I would like to have us look at what our alternatives are as well. Potentially we could appoint someone, I suspect. And that's a big decision. Do we consider appointing someone? Of course, I'm in this position because there was a somewhat similar situation, and I know at the time there was the thought of an appointment was considered and ultimately decided against, and so then I ran an election. But I think that's an alternative we should at least consider if that is an option to us. Of course, there's the other possibility of appointing someone just for the period between now and a special election. That could also be a possibility. I do have concerns that if we're looking at doing an election, that we're going to be just 4 of us up here for the balance of this year. And I know that was a problem at times last year when the board was down to 4. So I do think we should seriously look at an appointment, although I do also understand the benefits of looking at an election and having the people decide. But I think we should consider all of those avenues. I was just looking ahead to the calendar. June 8th is pretty close. I was considering, do we need a special meeting? But June 8th is still pretty close. But I do think we need to address it as soon as possible. As for my comments as a supervisor, first of all, I wanted to say that I fully support Supervisor Kosmicki's request on the June 8th agenda to add support for the LGBTQ Pride Month, and that's something that I fully support, and I think that we as a Board of Supervisors should be supporting. Just a number of things that I've done in the last few weeks. Speaking of support, the homeless situation is a problem and concern and a difficult issue for everywhere in our country, including certainly this county. And although we've had to try to relocate some of the homeless out of the riverbed for safety reasons and because they're on private property, nevertheless, as a community, we need to continue to do everything we can to support the homeless. And one of the things that I've been doing, and as Supervisor Gonzalez said, I also been working with the HCA, was in a meeting with them on homeless and trying to help them both in terms of vaccines, but also relocating, as well as discussions with the Behavioral Health Board in that area. But I've also been trying to be very supportive of Linda Lampe and the Hollister Community Outreach. For those of you who don't know Linda, she and her husband and a small group of volunteers do amazing work on really a shoestring budget. Hollister Community Outreach and there's Father's House. Really, they help homeless that fall through the cracks, or that, there's many homeless that do not want to go to the homeless shelter for any number of reasons. And so Linda reaches out to those people, reaches out to them directly, and fills a niche in our community that others can't. And it's an example of where nonprofits can help in ways that the government can't. So I personally have been supportive. I made a donation out of both my Supervisors fund to Linda just the last week. I also made a personal donation. My wife and I did, and I would encourage everyone out there to be supportive of Linda and the good work she's done. And so that's the first thing I wanted to say. Some of the things I did, one of the more interesting things I did is just a couple of weeks ago, I went down to Clear Creek and met about 10 other people, a wide variety of people, representative out of Congressman Panetta's office, several representatives from the BLM, a state geologist, Off-Road Association people, Hollister Hills people. There were about 12, 13 of us. And we got a tour of the entire Clear Creek area, which, I've said this before, I'm seeing areas of San Diego County I've never seen. I grew up here. So it was quite an experience to see all of Clear Creek. And obviously the subject was to try to revisit the idea of finally getting Clear Creek reopened. And I know this is a big concern, an issue for off-road enthusiasts. It's really a one-of-a-kind area in the whole state, even in the whole country. And the good news is that all different groups seem to be pretty much on the same page that they would like to see it happen. Obviously, there's still a lot of issues, bureaucracy they have to get through, but it's something that I'm going to be working closely with Jimmy Panetta's office, and we're going to see what we can do to move this forward. As far as other things, I already mentioned behavioral health. As Supervisor Gonzalez said, we had a report made by Kinship Seneca, which is the larger company, had the Catalyst Center report on mental health services for children. And, there's a lot of concerns that we both have about the funding, and in particularly leaving money on the table, the lack of working with nonprofits and the opportunity there. And later this week, we're going to have a meeting on that, and that's something that we're going to continue to take a look at. As far as South County, I already mentioned that. As far as Clear Creek, continues to be a huge issue. The roads, over the weekend I was down on Kalinga Road, and Granite Rock has already done a significant portion of it. There's still quite a bit left, but it was good to see a lot of these potholes filled in. I know that in the next several weeks, the new Idria washout is going to be dealt with. They were hoping to have it done by now, but with, again, manpower issues, that's been delayed a bit. But I think in the next 2 to 3 weeks, we're going to see that done by our public works people. And we also are going to hear later some more about BLM and issues with fire in South County. As Supervisor Kosmicki said on the ad hoc, we continue to work on vaccines Today, we're going to be talking a lot about outreach and incentives to try to get more people with vaccines. Of course, there's been ongoing meetings. I've been sharing with Supervisor Medina on the landfill, and of course, that's a huge issue for our community. And then finally, as Supervisor as Peter said, Supervisor Hernandez said, we met yesterday with Congressman Jimmy Panetta at the Riverview Park. It was an opportunity to not only have him see our vision for that, but also to bend his ear a bit on, while we had him as a captive audience, talk to him about roads, talk to him about the San Justo Reservoir, Clear Creek, and other areas that we badly need revenues. So I think that was a very positive experience. And that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go back to Supervisor Hernandez. He had a couple of other things.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I had a couple of comments. One was on the filling of the position. I do believe it should go to a special election. I just think it's simple. Ultimately, it puts the public in the driver's seat to be able to fill that seat. A temporary position for a short period of time, I don't think we can still get a lot done, right, on the things definitely that we agree on. And then my other comment is in relationship to the June 8th item with the city. I read the resolution, and I've thought a lot about it. When it comes down to supporting groups, I think because it's a flag element, right, you're supporting a bunch of different flags going up. In the resolution, the flag actually, the policy, which is funny how they waited till after to support a policy. So in general, I don't think.
Is that not the right thing to say, Barbara?
I'm sorry, did we have direction from?
Nope, there's no direction.
As far as putting it on at the next meeting?
There's no direction
I
right
didn't
now.
hear any opposition either.
Yeah, well, that's why
Well, there's no
Colin brought
direction.
it up to bring it forward. I'm disagreeing with bringing it forward is basically my comments. So my point is the resolution basically says the flagpole policy is the flagpole is not a place of public free expression, but that's exactly what happened.
Mr. Chair, I asked for a proclamation to support to recognize June as Pride Month.
Can you please just, Peter has the floor. I will recognize you if you need to be recognized. Thank you.
So that's just my point is there's a contradiction within their own policy, and to a certain extent, that's something that, there's a lot of things that has caused us to be unified. I don't think that's going to encourage unity, especially because I think they went down a rabbit trail that's going to cause, I'm hearing rumblings of different organizations saying, I want my flag, and I just feel like it's not that simple of an issue, right? I believe in being unified. I think the American flag unifies us all, and I think that simplifies things. You can definitely, as an individual, support, but as a county, I think we're going down the rabbit trail of public free expression as a government entity, and I don't think that's a good idea.
Okay, B, you're,
Well, this wasn't even a conversation I was ready to have, but obviously it's at the table. And so, Colin, can you restate what you want to do? And it sounds like, Peter, your conversation went somewhere else. So can you restate what you wanted to do?
can we talk
Sure.
about this right here, Barbara, or do we have to bring it up for debate next meeting? Okay, we'll put it on for the next agenda.
Even better.
We'll put it on for the next agenda.
Yeah, but
So there's
no, I mean,
We'll just put it on for the next agenda. That's fine.
you could have a discussion right now about whether to agendize it and take a vote, yeah.
Oh,
so that's
do you
fine.
want to
just to
agendize it or
put it
not?
on the agenda to talk about.
Yes or no? You want it on the
Yeah,
agenda
do
or
you
not
want
to
it
talk
on-
about?
I just
Yes.
wanted to hear what Colin was asking to put forward. So,
okay.
I want to
can
put it on the
repeat
agenda to talk about next meeting.
okay, then I'm good with that.
You're good?
But do we prepare the proclamation to be ready for adopted next meeting?
No, well, that's, I'm, what
How
are
do
you
you
gonna
adopt
do?
something?
It's just
How do you adopt something
discussion
you're not-
only, just discussion only and
Yeah.
direction to staff.
We can't put it on the agenda, and then if we choose to,
Yeah.
after discussion,
Then they can have a
then
special
vote for
meeting.
a
Yeah.
proclamation at the same meeting?
Well,
I mean, if we choose not to, we choose not to, but if we choose to,
but the
we choose
problem
to.
is how are you gonna create a?
See, we're having the
proclam-
conversation that we weren't supposed to have, and
Exactly.
that's what
So
we're,
let's just put it on the agenda for next meeting.
with the proclamation or without the proclamation?
You haven't been given direction yet.
Yeah, just bring it, thank you, B. Put it on the next meeting, just discussion, and then we can vote whether they want to create the proclamation from there. Okay, Peter, he's done. Okay, we'll bring it back to the board here. Sorry about that little sidebar. We'll go to our consent agenda. Our consent agenda, do any of our board members wish to pull anything? Yes, ma'am. We will go.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to, while B's looking there, I'll like to pull number 2.
2, okay. Colin?
Yes, thank you. Number 16
16,
and 22.
22. B?
3,
3,
14,
14,
18, and just for commentary,
18, okay.
22.
22 is already pulled.
Okay, then that's it.
Okay. Anyone from the public? Nope, there's no one from the public, so we'll,
Just for the record, 3 and 22, which also were pulled by the
3 and
supervisors.
22, so you can pull those. Thank you. We'll bring it back to the board here. We have items 2, 3, 14, can't read my writing, 16, 22, and is that 18?
18.
And 18 being pulled? You were too late, sorry. And number 9. Yes, ma'am. So we'll just do it for the record. 2, 3, 9, 14, 16, 18, and 22 are being pulled. With the exception of those, what's the wish of the board?
I'll make a motion that we approve the balance of the consent agenda.
I'll second that.
Did you have a comment?
No, after you're the.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
5-0, motion passes.
Mr. Chair, we have someone on the line from 3CE. He's the policy advisor, Brian Kimball. He's on a tight schedule, so I'm hoping that the board will be able to hear that one first,
Number 9.
if possible.
Okay. That's not a problem. We'll go ahead and do that first.
Okay. So we'll defer it back to Supervisor Hernandez on pulling that particular item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, yeah, I mean, in general, it's a very complicated situation, but a community choice aggregate is technically like a government-run, their energy distributor, right? They don't have any charge over their net infrastructure, and it's very focused on renewable energy. And I have a little experience in renewable energy, and I guess to keep it simple, because I definitely want to hear the comments from the gentleman who's going to speak, is it's never cheaper than the traditional. And at the end of the day, to go down this route means we're basically, I would say the biggest thing that stood out to me that frustrated me with this item is that it positions itself as cheaper. It's just not possible. It's just not reality. You can't say that renewable energy is cheaper than the typical. There's a reason. So my point is when these prices start going up, as they will, the only way, I mean, maybe the sentiment from the gentleman is going to be, well, no, we're going to make it cheaper. Well, to me, that probably means is you're probably going to subsidize it, government-funded subsidize it to make it cheaper. But that's still a temporary artificial insemination of lower rates. It doesn't mean it's going to be efficient or stable, long-lasting. You know, we're dealing with fires and blackouts, brownouts. I don't see this being something that's actually going to create a better environment for that. I think it's going to actually make it worse. Those are just my honest opinions. I'm all about renewable. I think renewable energy, the concept is awesome, but the actual, so far, practical implications are just not there. And that's why I don't support this item. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I know that we have a presenter coming on. the way I read it, I saw that this was, I would wish to approve this because I think it's a very fair approach. People can pick and choose, it's their option to be able to be included in the process. So I respect your position, Supervisor Hernandez, but it's going to be where the residents, the homeowners, whoever's using the electricity will be able to pick and choose if they want to partake in it. So it's not like we're imposing anything on them. And so if it's a better rate for them, they can opt in. If they choose not to, they can, remain where they're at. So I would like to hear the presentation, and then if we have to vote on it after that.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. So we have our policy advisor from 3CE, Brian Kimball. Brian, can you go ahead and comment on this particular item? This item is in support of Senate Bill 612, and really kind of what this particular legislation is, and maybe the reason why 3CE is requesting support. Brian?
Thank you, Supervisors, for your time this morning. I'm very happy to talk about 3CE and the support we are requesting for Senate Bill 612. As you mentioned, 3CE is a community choice advocator. That means we are a joint powers authority represented by two boards, a policy board on which Supervisor Nowicki sits, and an operations board as well. And we have been in operation for 3 years, offering our residential, commercial, and agricultural customers cleaner mix of energy with more responsive local programs that are operated for the benefit of our community. And we have, through various rebate and discount mechanisms, come in below PG&E by anywhere from 1%, 2%, or 3%, depending on the particular structure. Supervisor Nowicki alluded to earlier, we are currently adjusting our model to reflect more of those realities of cost of service. We are still anticipating being able to deliver power at approximately a 1% discount across all of our customer classes. But SB 612 actually addresses costs that are paid by all of our 3CE customers to the investor-owned utilities. When we were formed, there was this power charge and difference adjustment that was created where all of the long-term contracts that PG&E and other investor-owned utilities enter to procure power for their customers. The idea is that we don't want to penalize or shift costs onto those customers who stay with the utilities, who have to pay for those long-term cost contracts. So the PCIA adjusts that, and we all chip in to cover that. But right now, there's a bit of an injustice on that, in that our customers are paying that fee, but we don't have the benefit of access to those contracts. So the resource adequacy, the energy, the greenhouse gas credits for those contracts that are being paid for by that fee are being retained by PG&E and the other utilities. There have been proceedings in the CPUC that have attempted to address this. We've helped sponsor SB 612, which ultimately is just seeking to have a just distribution or access to those legacy resources that have already been procured. Supervisor Gonzalez mentioned our service is entirely opt-in, so customers can choose to be served by us or not. But for those customers who choose to be served to us, we think it's only fair that they receive the benefit of those contracts that those fees are paying for. And that's what SB 612 does. It was approved by the Senate Utilities Committee last month, and just last week by the Appropriations Committee as well. So it should be coming up to a floor vote in the first week of June. And we are seeking a letter of support from the County of San Benito to help affect this really overdue change to make the administration of fees for electricity in the state more equitable. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, sir. Any questions from any board members?
Yeah, so can you explain to me what you mean by opt-in?
And can you make sure that you're speaking clearly into the phone? I hear some feedback that it's hard to hear you on the video.
Sure, I'll hold that as close to my face as I possibly can. So, any customer can choose to be served by either ourselves, Central Coast Community Energy, or their local investor-owned utility when it comes to the generation of power. We do not operate transmission or distribution. The electricity will always be delivered by PG&E, but what we do as a CCA is actually procure the cleanest energy that's available to be delivered. So that's the generation charges on your bill are reflective of 3CE if a customer does not want to switch back to PG&E.
So I kind of got a roundabout answer, because if my memory serves me well, the last I heard of opt-in, we had basically customers in our community not having a choice until they actually called in and said, I want to opt out, because they were forced into this, and all of a sudden their bills are going up, which is what caused the alarm. And then all of a sudden you basically have the public up in arms and not realizing that it's, and forgive me if I'm cynical, but the reality is it's an extended bureaucracy that creates layers that makes it complicated. And ultimately, when you have the public, it's not a simple digestion to them. It's not like, well, there was, in my mind, correct me if I'm wrong, but unless there was efforts that said, hey, I'm going to reach out to you and say, hey, you have an option to opt out. Just know that this is what you're dealing with. But I know for me that didn't happen. That happened both my business and my personal house. And at the end of the day, I'm having to call them and say, I never asked to be a part of this. I want out. I don't want my PG&E bill to be higher, my electricity bill to be higher. So that's why, between acronyms and like broad brush painting the picture, it makes it seem very nice, but I'm just not buying it. I don't see this as something that's actually going to be practical for our community. All I'm saying is, I don't know how my colleagues are going to vote. For me, I would rather, regret my vote and still be at a safer position to opt in, versus down the road, all of a sudden my customers are upset, my constituents are upset at me saying, why did you vote on this and support it? My electricity costs are going up. I just don't see how they're going to not go up. It's just not going to happen.
Thank you, Supervisor Hernandez.
Completely. Shall I respond?
Yes, sir.
I completely agree that energy in the state has become a dizzying and ridiculous collection of acronyms that make it very difficult for average, even really dedicated folks to be able to understand what's happening with their bill. We did send out 2 mailers when we began service to folks, letting them know about their choice to be served by 3CE or the utility. And we've had about 3% of folks who ultimately opted out and wanted to stay with the IOU. Ultimately, what I think it comes down for a lot of people who actually, work through the complications of it, is that this power procurement being done on behalf of 3CE customers is being done under the guidance of local control, right? Our board is made up of members of the agencies and the local elected governments that we serve, rather than a corporate board of directors at PG&E or in the Southern Territories in Southern California Edison. And I think that makes a difference, and it also makes a difference in the nature of the programs that we're able to provide that are more responsive to the local needs. But in terms of the acronyms and the complexity, I completely agree that it is too much, and that's why we work really hard with our website and our phone line and our outreach at community events throughout the territory to try to get in front of people, have these conversations, and let them know. We are entirely, how should I say, the local IOU, the investor-owned utility, I'm sorry, I used another acronym now, I apologize. PG&E, Pacific Gas and Electric, gets paid back for all of their fees and services no matter what, just based on the monopoly that they have in the state. Central Coast Community Energy is completely customer choice. If a customer doesn't want to be served by us, They do not have to be. And so we have to work extra hard to make sure that we're responsive to the needs and the desires of the community. And that absolutely includes price and cost. And I think at some point in the future, we'll be able to come in and give more of a presentation on the cost of service model that we're moving toward and how we're still aiming to stay 1% cheaper than PG&E across the customer classes, but I'll leave that for another day.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Campbell, I have a question for you. This is Supervisor Gonzalez. If we go ahead and approve this letter of support, is that going to bind the customers, or will they still have a period to opt out? Do you have a deadline of any sort? Or say, for example, 2 months down the road, they see that their bill is increasing. Can they still continue to opt out at a later date?
Absolutely. This bill doesn't do anything to change the nature of CCAs or how customers are provided their power. Ultimately, the fee that all customers pay, this power charge and difference adjustment, it ultimately means that the CCA customers are going to get the benefit of the legacy resources that were procured on their behalf in the past by the IOUs that they're now holding on to unfairly and unjustly. So ultimately, CCA customers really should see a reduction in the cost to serve them if this bill is passed. But there's no change in their ability to be served by whoever they wish to.
So if this board supported this letter, then there's no consequence to the customer, the PG&E customer, the 3CE customer, correct?
Correct.
Okay, there's a possible benefit, but not a consequence. Okay.
That's accurate.
One final comment, Mr. Chair. So just, and then we could vote, and this is more just for the public's information. So the gentleman's representation of what local control means San Benito County showing up to a board meeting with like 10 folks, maybe it was more, and that's the Joint Powers Authority, right? So we basically were outnumbered 1 to 10, right? So so we had one vote, walked in, didn't even get the agenda the day before, got it that day, didn't even have a chance to digest it, showed up, a vote was happening, they asked me to abstain, and I said, no, I'm voting no, because this is not right the way that this process even happens. So to me, that's not even equal represent. So it's very pretty terms, but it's under a whole lot of assumptions and ambiguity by default. It's very dependent upon the lack of understanding of the public. And it sounds good, but I just no confidence. So that's just my vote, is I don't agree.
The only question I have, and I know this is a redundant question, you have to opt out, not opt in. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why not opt in and not opt out? Because it sounds like a small little thing, but why do that? Why can't we just opt into the program?
That's already passed. That was a while back. So everyone's opted in, and anybody that wants to opt out can opt out.
Yeah, we're talking about this bill right here. Once again, the problem that I have with all these things, like Supervisor Hernandez, is the process. To us, you have to opt out. I mean, it's the same thing with the Monterey Bay and just for the record, Peter, it really is the same. It doesn't increase the cost. It just takes the cost from PG&E and takes it to the Monterey Bay. I do the analysis for work, and it's pretty much the same. It's not. It looks misleading because you're receiving two different bills, or not two different bills, but two different expenses. But the reason I won't support it is just for the opting in and opting out. In the future, I wish people would think a little bit more clearly on that. But that's just my opinion.
Mr.
Supervisor
Chair?
Tiffany?
Yeah, I would just say, I don't see a downside. Opt in or opt out, I agree. It is confusing. It took me a bit to understand as a consumer exactly, what the opt in, opt out choice was. And I'm sure that some, don't take the time to try to sort that out. But the reality is, whether they opt in or opt out, it's not really negatively affecting them. If they stay in, and as a consumer, I've seen this, there are some very slight savings. Plus, there are some advantages from a renewable energy standpoint with climate change and everything. I think that is very important to our community. I just don't see a downside to this. And I understand what you're saying, Supervisor Hernandez, but again, people have the ability to stay, to opt out, and to stay with PG&E if that's what they choose to. So I am in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board members have questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, or comments?
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to make it very clear that this consideration has absolutely nothing to do with whether we agree with 3CE's existence or not, whether we agree with opting in or opting out. That was 3 years ago. You know, we could have had that debate 3 years ago. I don't know if we did or not. I don't remember it, but I wasn't on the board.
It was longer than 3 years ago, I think.
Well, 3 years ago they started. 4 years ago
Yeah.
is when they were developing. This is all about fair access to resources. That's all this is. This has nothing to do with whether we philosophically agree with 3CE or not. Thank you.
What's the wish of the board?
Did we open it up to
Well,
public?
sorry, public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press star 9 or raise your hand icon. No comments on Zoom.
How about on the chambers? We have Mr. Betancourt.
Yeah, Richard Betancourt, 4140 Southside Road. I opt out, but I disagree with board member Tiffany. Most people, I know for myself, I usually don't pay the bill, my wife does, but she usually just pays the bill and doesn't pay attention to any of the issues of opting in or out of a process, which we did opt out of it. But if you would have to opt in, I believe that they wouldn't be as successful with any kind of a project. So I know it's too late now, but that's the theory behind that. And also they said that they were greener than PG&E, and that's not true. From when I was down up and out, I was asking PG&E about that, and they said that they're probably greener than this organization.
Thank you. Ms. Salinas.
Thank you, Elias Salinas. I don't know about PG&E being more green, but they're definitely in the red, and we're all paying for it. This gives the, there's a monopoly between PG&E and South Edison. They control the state of California, and we've never had choices before. That was it. It was like the phone companies as well. This has nothing to do with opting in or opting out. This is the fact that it gives other options, a competition to PG&E. They still have to go through the PG&E wires. I mean, PG&E is still making money on this as well. But I don't know how it works. I have no idea, but I do know that people do save money. And this is not about opting in or opting out. This is not about forcing anything. This is about signing a letter to state that you are in favor of this. And then when the people have the choice of, I'm going to bring up, my favorite subject, recology, you have the option to let the people know what it is, to voice your opinion. So if you're not paying attention to your bills, Supervisor Hernandez, you're saying that you become a specialist in this. If people are not paying attention to the bills, you run a business, you pay attention to everything because you got to watch your pennies, where it goes. Manufacturing companies, they know down to the penny what it costs to manufacture something, to package it, and to ship it. Residents need to do the same thing when they have the budgets. They need to know where their money's going, and they need to pay attention. If you're opening the bill and you're just paying it, you're not questioning it, that's how companies make money. If you get a water bill and your water bill is high and you just pay it, but you have a leak and you're not paying attention to the fact that you have a leak, that's on you. It's not on the water company or the city or whomever. It's on the individual person. So it's on us as consumers to pay attention to what's going on, and it's up to you, supervisors, to allow the consumer to have other options than besides the monopoly that we have now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment from the chambers? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. What's the wish of the board?
Mr. Chair, can I make one last comment?
Yes, sir.
I just want to reiterate what Supervisor Kosmicki said. What we're deciding today is we're not revisiting whether, this is a good thing or a bad thing, the opt-in or opt-out. What we're doing is we are, with the letter, my understanding, is we are in support of for those who have chosen to opt in, we're in support of a bill that will provide for more fairness and for what they're paying for. It's not going to affect the opt-in or opt-out or whether we should be doing this. It's a fairness issue for those that have opted in. Thank you.
What's the wish of the board?
I'll make a motion that we approve this in support of the letter.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
No.
3-2, motion passes. 3-2, motion passes. Peter and I, no. We'll go to number 2. Mr. Tiffany pulled this one.
Yes, and Mr. Chair, I'm not necessarily against this. I just wanted to get a little more information. And Alan, maybe you can give us a little more information. I'm just wondering, this is basically we're renewing a contract with support services from Alameda County. And I'm just curious as far as I can probably appreciate what you're going to say, but I'm just more interested in, have we considered looking at doing it ourselves? And I'm wondering how effective this has been since we've done it before, what kind of quality of service they're providing. It looks like they use volunteers to a certain extent. I'm just curious how you feel about how this is all working, and again, why we may not be able to do this down the road ourselves. Those are just some of my questions.
Yeah, I appreciate the questions. They're fair questions, reasonable questions. Alameda County Crisis Counseling is not from Alameda County per se. It just happens to be their name. They are based in the city of Oakland. We've used them for a number of years, as do many counties throughout the state, to meet the mandate that the state has that there be live person response 24/7. So in order to deal with the after hours, weekends, holiday, live person response, the best way for us to deal with it, as with many counties, is to have this phone triage counseling, kind of mild to moderate crisis intervention level of service. And that way it takes a great deal of pressure off the county staff to not have to do those after hours, weekends, and holidays. And it also provides a counseling service level for the mild to moderate issues, which we find, I review these call logs every day. We get a very organized call log, and it'll identify who the caller was, who the respondent is from Crisis Services of Alameda County, what the basic interaction has gone like, what the basic initiation of the call was for. And I've reviewed these logs on a daily basis for quite a number of years, and we're very satisfied with the service. Also, the State Department of Healthcare Services does do test calls, because they've always been concerned about these after-hours services throughout the state for all the counties. And many, many years ago, we did have a more local service, so to speak. It was sort of a mom-and-pop operation out of Santa Cruz County. And that level of service was almost like a answering service. It was not providing this level of interaction, where we actually have clinical interns and we have supervision from trained clinical staff on the Alameda County Crisis side to provide consultation. So again, by reviewing the logs, I find that they are able to mitigate quite a few of the problem issues that come up. before they have to touch our regular on-call staff. And if it gets to that higher level, then they triage the call to our on-call staff, who then step in. But it takes a great deal of burden off the county, and it allows us to meet the in-person response, still live person response.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions from the board members?
Mr. Chair?
Sure.
I'll make this quick. So these contracts, obviously, we had a prior meeting, and I voted against some of these contracts, mainly because I want to make sure that we're keeping our options generally open. It had nothing to do with, specific contracts. I just didn't get a feeling like that was necessarily a priority. Having other options on the table, and cost, even though it's federal dollars, to me is still something that we always have to take into consideration. My only request, and I am satisfied with a CAO mentioned that we are going to be more open to that going forward, so I'm pleased to hear that. My only request is that we have the increase, the percentage increase from the prior year, or something that indicates how much the cost is going up from year to year. I didn't necessarily, unless I missed that, I didn't see that in the staff report. Just so it gives us an idea that we're not going up 10% or 20% or 30%. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, and I can assure you that there hasn't been a large increase. In fact, I don't recall that this contract increased from last year.
Any other questions?
I just appreciate the contract and the service, because since it's the crisis line, it definitely needs to be manned by someone professional. And I don't mean man as in male, female, but just staffed by someone who can really react to the emergency situation. The natures of the calls when you're in crisis, you're not thinking clear, and whoever's calling in needs to be able to have staff that's fully well-versed and trained and knows how to handle it. And so I have no issues with this contract.
Thank you. Any public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press the raise your hand icon on your screen or *9 on your phone. No comments on Zoom.
See none, we'll bring it back to the board. What's the wish of the board? Oh, I'm sorry, my bad. Is there any comments in the chamber? I didn't do that on purpose, honestly.
I'm sure you didn't, Mr. Chair. You didn't. Okay, so this is going to go along with 2 and 3, but I'm going to hold off a little bit on 3. Mr. Yamamoto stated that this contract allows for time for local staff to have more one-on-one. My complaint has been for years is that people are not getting that, and they're waiting a long time to get that. So I would like the board to ask for some type of an audit of exactly what is going on with this department. I'm not saying that they're not doing their job, but I'm also not saying they are doing their job. I think as a board of supervisors, and the subject will be up later, if you're full-time, you can have an eye on this. There's an issue here. I've been saying this for years, and Supervisor Gonzalez and Supervisor Tiffany earlier on stated, because they got it from other sources and not from me, that there is a problem. I would like the board somehow to get some type of an audit to see what's going on with this department. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other public comment from the chambers? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve that, the contract with Crisis Support Services of Alameda County.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0, motion passes. Come on up again. Number 3 was pulled by Ms. Gonzalez.
One of the reasons I pulled this one is I am concerned with what's happening in this department. And so, Ms. Salinas, I hear you. I'm questioning why we are contracting out with a psychiatrist out of Alaska who has a telephone number out of Hawaii, yet we're paying him $258,000 at $200 an hour. What possible service could he possibly provide to us if he's not here? And so I'm concerned. And is there not a reputable, adequate person here in the county that could possibly provide this service? And then I do have an issue too with this medical malpractice, the county covering it. But county council explained that's a practice that we have. But I know in the legal world, in the real estate world, each of the agents and the attorneys have to carry their own medical malpractice or legal malpractice. And so I'm like, I don't understand why we're eating that cost and paying him so much, and he's physically not a person here in this vicinity.
Yeah, I'd like to address your questions. I'll try to remember each one of them and make sure that I address them. First of all, the primary method of delivery for this service is remote telemedicine, which is indicated in the contract under the special compensation terms, B4. So there are two rates, and the lower rate is for when the remote services are provided. And we've had over the years various psychiatrists. We've been doing telemedicine since, oh gosh, I think 13 or 14 years we've been doing it. It certainly has become a more common way of doing business, particularly since the pandemic has highlighted the need for that. And I think that will continue on with us. So I'm somewhat proud of the fact that we actually have done this for so many years and have done it very well and have pretty well mastered that technique. We originally brought our first telemedicine provider in because we needed a monolingual Spanish-speaking psychiatrist, and that type of individual specialist was extremely hard to find. So that was our first telemedicine contract about 13 years ago. So this person is also primarily a telemedicine provider, but some psychiatrists are not totally comfortable delivering services in that manner. So under that same section in the contract, you'll also notice a different hourly rate, and that's for when he's on site. And I've negotiated with this particular psychiatrist to allow for up to 12 days a year to be on site. So when he's on site, I try to offset some of the costs of being on site with a different rate. These psychiatrists are very difficult to find. It's a shortage specialty throughout the state, and even the State Department of Healthcare Services is having difficulty with this, and we have to compete with them because they have a large forensic state hospital and they have the state penitentiaries, and there are many people in those facilities that require psychiatric care. And there aren't a lot of psychiatrists available, so the great deal of competition for that. In terms of where he resides, I believe his primary residence is in Alaska.
Fairbanks, yes.
So I didn't think that was a particular concern of issue if it was a telemedicine provider. We had one telemedicine provider that actually lived in Arizona after he left us from being an on-site primary provider. And in order to retain him, I had to set up telemedicine for him in Arizona. And he actually bought a yacht and was delivering services on some days off of his yacht in San Diego. So it didn't really matter with telemedicine where these providers are located. What mattered to me is that I could ensure that there are quality psychiatrists in for particularly important component of the service, the medication piece.
And I understand your rebuttal in terms of if it's telemedicine, it doesn't matter where they're located. I'm just rather concerned, but again, we're going to be having a meeting later this week that I have other issues, and so I needed to pull this just for the principle of it. You're going to get a no vote from me, but I think we as the supervisors and as our CIO, I think we need to do some sort of overall review and looking into this department in general. I have some concerns, but I'll save those for the meeting later this week.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board members?
Mr. Chair, one quick
Yes.
question. So do we have an adequate level of in-person psychiatric services? Do we have other contracts? You mentioned 12 days. I know we are in the pandemic, we're getting out of it. 12 days doesn't sound like a lot to me. And I'm assuming he's got to fly in from Alaska. It's just it's sort of an odd dynamic.
Yeah. Well, typically, he was flying in from Los Angeles. He has multiple residences, but we do have in-person psychiatry. We have Dr. Wong, who we get through the Traditions Behavioral Health Physician Service. And Dr. Wong is on site, and he's on site for close to 40 hours a week.
Any other questions? Any public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or the raise hand icon on your screen. No comments on Zoom.
Any comments from the chambers? I see one coming down.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Elias Salinas. Michael Fulcher, Boyton, Florida. Michael Fulcher in Delaware, in Maryland, in Phoenix, Arizona. He's all over the place. I don't know how he has time for San Benito County. How long has this contract been going on with this guy? When's the last time we did an RFP? Okay, I said earlier, we need to audit this department. This is a lot of money. This is a lot of money. And then this 258 or whatever the number is, that's including, we're paying for him to fly here 12 days a year. That comes out of that budget. We're paying for his per diem, I'm sure, and a place to stay. I cannot believe that we cannot try to go out and get an RFP to get somebody in the state of California. This guy's, he's a corporation. He's not doing this by himself if he's providing, 40 hours, available 40 hours. If he's in Arizona, if he's in, the advertising is that he's all over the place. He's got to have staff. Staff is the one who is providing, who's answering these calls, and maybe he comes here because the contract is based for him and he shows up here. This is a lot of money for someone who doesn't. There are people who do not get service in San Benito County because they wait and wait and wait, and they can't not get in to see anybody. Is it because they can only see somebody because this guy shows up 12 times a year? They go to the neighboring counties to go get help. I know people who have made phone calls because they needed to get their meds and they were out of their meds, and no one is answering their phone calls. Earlier it was stated that it was court mandated within three days for a child to see somebody because they've been pulled away from their families, and it's taking up to 4 weeks. That's by the court ordering this to happen. Okay, now you must believe the fact that I'm saying that it's taking other people that are not being ordered by the court to get help. This department needs to be cleaned up. This department needs to be audited. What is going on? Is he overwhelmed and he needs help, or is he complicit? This is not personal. This is a business, and it must be supervised by this board. What is going on? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Bring it back to the board.
Question, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
sir.
I don't see where it shows where the funds are allocated. Are they general fund or is it?
They are not
Yeah,
general
it's-
fund.
It's state funds
State
directed
fund.
for this?
Yes.
And what is the allocation from the state specific to this cost?
Well, a lot of this cost is offset by Medi-Cal billing, because many of our clients are Medi-Cal recipients. And then Medi-Cal has a match that's required because it's a federal program that requires a state match or other matchable dollars. So typically the match is either realignment or MHSA dollars.
And this is the best option we have, Alan?
It is the best option we have, and I do have a few other contracts with what they're called their locum tenens agencies, and they seek out these psychiatrists and negotiate a lot of these rates with them. This particular psychiatrist I originally sourced through a locum tenens, and then he had been with the contractor long enough and had been with us that he broke away from that contract, and we were able to acquire him with an independent contract. And as I've indicated, we do have other locum tenens contracts, and we do source psychiatrists through those. Traditions, where Dr. Wong comes from, is a locum tenens agency. We have Dr. B. Craft, who comes from, I think it's called Sumo Medical, And that is a contract, I believe that already went before board or was about to. This is a typical way that counties and even the state get psychiatrists, and they often go through locum tenens agencies to find them.
So whatever you could have done, you did to get the best match.
Oh yeah, this is a constant issue for every mental health provider throughout the state, finding psychiatrists. So the more I can assure that I have enough sourcing entities in case something should happen with one of these individuals and they choose not to work with us anymore, or they get a better deal, I don't want to go without having medication availability, and it's only a psychiatrist that can prescribe. So it's a sensitive service, it's a fragile service, it's a hard to fill service.
Thank you, Alan.
Any other questions for the board members?
Mr. Chair, I just follow up. I gather then that you've looked at whether there's a more local option in this area, and I've read that it's very hard to find this position, but did you look at that as every year do you go back and look to see who else might be available, maybe someone more local, someone that might be less expensive? I'm just curious on that.
Yes, I have, and even with the locums, I've had to emphasize for them some of the attributes of being in the area when they tell me they're going to have a hard time locating somebody that would actually come out here and deliver services for a long period of time where they'd have to reside here. So it's an issue. It's an issue. In fact, I just had that conversation with Traditions when I thought about bringing on an additional psychiatrist through them, and they said the area is not a real highly sought area for psychiatrists. They want a more metropolitan area. They typically want the stimulation, cultural, educational, and all of that. And this area doesn't attract them.
Quick question also, Alan. Is this like a pay-for-services contract? So, because I see that it says up to 258, so it doesn't necessarily mean he's going to get that. It all depends on this. I'm assuming that's based off of the services, right? So
Correct.
he does the work, then he gets paid, and
Correct.
it could be up to that limit. Got it.
In fact, I've been careful to indicate on the contracts that the contract amount is not a guaranteed amount. It's based on fee-for-service.
Perfect.
Mr. Chair?
Hold on one
Yeah,
second.
Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
yeah. Yes. You just mentioned that there wasn't anyone local who could come in, but you also said it's hard to find someone to come here and provide locally. But if it's telehealth, I mean, anyone else locally could do it also. My concern more is possibly going out with the RFP. And does this contract have a 30-day cancellation in it, where if we did go ahead and, because I do not want to leave you uncovered and not have a psychiatrist, because I know that's a requirement by law that you have a psychiatrist on hand to be able to prescribe the meds. I understand that. But okay, so we have a 30-day cancellation?
Yes.
Okay, I can buy into this if, and I'm going to sound haughty here, but if I could find you a better deal. I just know a couple of psychiatrists in the area, and I want to see if really this local service has been tapped out. And anyway, so I would like to take the option of possibly utilizing that 30-day option if we can find a replacement, someone local within California of that nature. If the money has to go out, I'd rather keep it here locally. And if it's telehealth, then they can reside anywhere, as you said. And so I would just like to look at our options, that's all. And I do not want to leave you high and dry without a psychiatrist. I totally understand the requirement of having one on board. But again, we'll talk again later this week, okay?
Okay.
Supervisor Kazmicki?
Thank you. What kind of time frame are we looking at as far as if let's say we didn't approve this, what would we be dealing with?
I couldn't give you that estimate. If Traditions, for example, were to do an additional contract, first of all, I'd come back and I'd amend that contract. And then they would need lead time to source somebody, as do all the locums. So that's always been an ongoing issue of why I have multiple locums contracts, because it has been difficult, and there have been times through the years where we've been in dire straits to try to get a psychiatrist to fill this medication need. So I don't have an estimate for you of time.
And then the $258,000, that's the cap, as Supervisor Hernandez mentioned. Do we have any idea what we've spent in the past? Because that's, if you know, at 258, that's about 1,300 hours. That's like 32 weeks of full-time work. I just don't understand why it has to be 200 so high. Are we realistically, is he realistically seeing this many people?
Well, it's the flexibility for him if he needs to either increase hours or something else comes up regarding the medication prescribing. So I always allow for a little bit of flexibility in that. There's unpredictability in starting people on new medications and whether or not the doctor would feel comfortable not seeing them for any long period of time. Typically, the law requires that a physician have contact with somebody they prescribe with, have an interaction with them every 3 months at a minimum. Most psychiatrists are not comfortable with the quarterly visits, and particularly when you're prescribing medication to children, for example, there may be complications where they want to see them more frequently. So I always have to allow some margin in there for flexibility.
But we don't know how much we've spent.
I don't know the exact amount that we've spent on this contract in previous years. It probably was close to the cap. I'd really be guessing, but I'd say maybe 200,000, 230,000. I'm just guessing.
And we're paying for airfare and et cetera that Supervisor?
No, the county does not allow for contractors to get per diem. So he has a slightly higher rate per hour when he comes in person.
So we are paying for it.
We're paying for it in that sense. He has a higher hourly rate when
Okay.
he has to be here in person. This rate is, I can tell you, is much cheaper than if he was still working for the locums, and he's doing this independently now. So, in my opinion, well, more than my opinion, just knowing what the rates have been, this is a pretty good deal.
$260,000?
Well, you have to look at the hourly rate. We have locums out there that tell us they can't negotiate a contract for less than $225,000 to $240 per hour. That is typical locum tenens discussion when they tell me how much they're going to have to pay their doctor.
But I'm just trying to grasp, how do we get to 1,300 hours? I can't understand that. Maybe I just don't understand the industry. That's a lot of hours of telemedicine.
Yeah, he's here for more than 1 day a week for telemedicine. I don't recall exactly how many days, either 2 or 3 days a week as a telemedicine provider. So it's as if he's at the clinic for 2 or 3 days. And psychiatrists are the most heavily booked appointments in the clinic. We get the least amount of no-shows for medication meetings.
But he's also providing services for all these other areas. It doesn't add up for me. I'm sorry.
I don't know that he is providing service for all those other areas. I believe Ms. Salinas brought a history of where his residences have been. I don't think he's, I don't know for certain, but I don't
I just
believe.
don't have enough information.
I don't believe he's providing service to all these different areas. All I know is I need him about 2 or 3 days a week, and we have him booked up solid 2 or 3 days a week.
I would imagine part of the thought too is with the 258, it's a window or threshold, right, that gives you flexibility to manage those services. Otherwise, if we say you can only do 100,000 a year because we think that's what's fair, then he's going to prioritize obviously his services at a minimal, right, which makes it hard for you to fill appointments and take care of things that are needs. So it's like widening the budget for the sake of effectiveness, right, or being efficient in that sense. 258 is a lot of money, Supervisor Kuzmic, I agree. For me, I'm looking at what that means as far as the actual services, because I think that kind of tells the bigger tale of whether the value of that dollar is there or not, because we're trying to be comparative with other folks that, yeah, we think that's a lot. Samuel County, yeah, we're limited on a lot of things, so we don't really see the measurements around the counties that I don't like, but by default, it puts pressure on us to have to spend that kind of money too.
Well, keep in mind, the funds are reimbursable, so we bill for this service, and medication support services are billed at the highest rate allowable in the clinic. I believe it's probably bumping up towards close to $5 per minute on Medi-Cal billing when he sees a client. So psychiatrists do make their keep. probably more so than any other entity within the clinic.
So when you get a reimbursement through Medi-Cal, it comes to you versus
Comes
To the state, yeah. Not to him,
Out of
but
his
to
office.
the
to the
county.
state.
The
So
Let's just get that straight. That's
Yeah.
one.
right?
Thank you, Alan.
Right.
got it. So it's technically 258 is a little bit more relative at that point.
Yeah.
Because of the reimbursement costs.
Yeah. Any other questions from the board members?
Well, Mr. Chair, I'll just make a
course.
comment. I understand the concern about the contract, and I have concerns as well about someone out of the area, but I also understand what Alan's saying is the difficulty in finding someone. My concern is if we vote no on this, am I right, Alan? What are our options? What would be your options if we didn't approve this contract? My concern is we're going to have a lack of services for a period of time. I would much rather, in my opinion, approve this and then, direct Alan and the department to make, an effort to find an alternative for the next time around. But anyway, that's my opinion.
Well, an alternative would be another locums. And I would be using one of my other locums contracts and contacting them. And I'd be telling them that I have a psychiatry need to backfill the number of hours that this provider had provided. And in all likelihood, because I've had these conversations many times in the past, they'd be telling me that they're going to begin a search for a psychiatrist. Typically, they will have a few candidates. We need to vet those candidates. They need to have a valid national provider number. They need to have credentialing done through the Office of an Inspector General to make sure that they don't have any outstanding issues or past issues that have barred them from the Medi-Cal program. Any issues related to their medical license. All of it takes time. I cannot tell you exactly how much time, but with every candidate that they would come forward with, we'd go through that process. We're required to do it by the state until we found a candidate that was acceptable and that would also accept our terms. And then typically, even the locums would want to negotiate the rate because they negotiate a rate with whoever they found. They're basically a headhunter's agency.
Right.
That's what locums are. So I never know exactly what rate they're going to be able to negotiate with the provider.
Any other questions from the board members? What's the wish of the board?
I'll make a motion that we approve this contract.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 No.
3-2, motion passes.
I'm sorry, could you note for the record?
3-2, motion passes. B and Supervisor Kazmicki.
No votes. Supervisor Kuzmicki and B, no votes.
Votes, yes. Okay, we'll go number 14. Ms. Chris. And this was pulled by Ms. Gonzalez.
Yes. Hi, I just wanted clarification on the 5-year contract for the AMR in your report. And I understand this is an annual report, but we did meet earlier in the week, and I know that after Supervisor Tiffany and I met with you, I know that you're going to meet with the ad hoc committee, and so I was just under the impression that we're going to go for less than 5 years. So
we did discuss that. This report was submitted to the board 2 weeks ago, which was the deadline.
Right.
So it was well before we met, and we are discussing with our current provider a 5-year term.
Okay.
And I don't know where that will end up. But that
Right,
was
and I
recommendation.
understand that, but I'm just wanted to make sure that was addressed, that with AMR, the 5 years was still not set in stone. And again, signing it, it's a report that you're giving us, but I just want the community to understand that we are not just signing or rubber stamping it, that there is discussion and negotiation going on regarding that 5-year contract. And you provided such great I don't even know what to call them, but options that we can possibly write into this contract. And so I look forward to you presenting that at a later date. But I have no dispute or conflict with your report. I just wanted to make sure that 5-year contract, that everybody understands that it's not set in stone at this point.
We were
Yes.
discussing it with them.
Yes, okay, and so other than that, no issue. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
You can go ahead and take a seat. I think you're good. Yes. So I'm officially withdrawing my objection to that. And so I will make a,
It's still
Madam-
public
oh,
comment.
sorry.
Yeah, Madam Chair, can you go ahead and just open it up for public comment?
Yes, can we open up to public comment, please?
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments on Zoom.
Okay, bring it back to the chambers here. We have Miss Elia Salinas, I guess, new person today.
I'm gonna have my name put on one of these seats up front, so I don't have to walk so far. That's how I get my steps. Okay, so you are all in negotiations for a contract for AMR, specifically was what I'm speaking of. And just as a reminder, they got a 20% rate increase in February of last year, 2020, 1 month before the world shut down in a pandemic. At that time, I said, people are 2 paychecks from being homeless. Then people lost their jobs. And if it hadn't been for the federal government, for the state, to ban people from being evicted, we would have had more people homeless than had I anticipated without even the pandemic. Because people don't prepare for this, and I realize that 20%, you struggle to give a 3% rate increase to staff. But this was a contract, and it was, we don't have a choice. At the time, they came and you just, you said yes to 20% increase. Not all of you, I'm speaking to 2 of you, I guess. Just be wary of that. I think all of you would like it. Well, we're going to discuss it later, but it's completely different circumstances. Nobody goes to work and their boss gives them a 20% rate increase just because of the kindness of their own heart. So please, I would like to actually, I know that supervisor, when Jim Gillio was a supervisor, he did a study and he went out there and did a lot of work trying to see if we can get another company to come in here. Santa Clara County has their own. And maybe it's a possibility, there are neighbors, that we can actually contract with Santa Clara County to provide their ambulance services here in San Benito County. Thank you.
Thank you. Bring it back to the board.
Just more of a comment to Ms. Salinas. I think that you'll be pleased when this item comes back to the board for approval with the contract. The ad hoc has been working diligently with Chris Magano with the OES, and again, they pulled the other supervisors and they as an administration and the Office of Emergency Services to see how we can look at this contract. So there are some benefits coming, and there is some possible alleviation of these outrageous bills. And we've heard your concerns, and we are trying to address them. And so that's why I pulled this issue. I wanted the public to know is that though it states 5 years in this annual report, that's not necessarily a given, and things will possibly change, and we'll have to wait until we get that presentation. Do you know when we're going to receive that?
It's on the agenda for June 8th.
June 8th. Okay, so at the next meeting, June 8th. So thank you.
Any other questions for the board members? See none, what's the wish of the board?
We're just accepting the report, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll move to accept the report from.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
5-0. That one's easy, Barbara. 5-0. Okay, we'll go to number 16 now, our probation department. Good to see you, sir. This was pulled by Supervisor Kosmicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make it quick. I just wanted to pull this because I was alarmed, I guess, at the reason for it. That and I don't want to go over the confidentiality and all the issues you might have with security and whatnot. But the report points out that the reason for this is because your office is seeing a remarkable increase in gang activity. And that's concerning for me as a supervisor, and I just wanted to see if you could address that and just what we might be doing to alleviate that going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. It's an honor to be before your board. So it was not necessarily.
Can you go to the other?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes. All right. So it's not only my office, it actually is a combination between Hollister Police Department and the Sheriff's Department. There's been a lot of anecdotal information that has come in and come to light, which has allowed us to realize that, really we don't have enough intelligence when it comes to the gang activities in and around the county. We know it individually in our individual departments, but we don't know it collaboratively, and we don't have the statistics to back up what we need, what we don't need. And this is a collaborative effort for us to work to try to mitigate and extinguish any gang roots taking, or any gang activity taking root into our community. Our community as a whole has been very fortunate not to have that bad of a community, or that bad of a gang criminal sophistication and organization in the county. But we are seeing a lot of activity pick up. There's a lot of stuff that is out on social media that lends us to believe that, yeah, it's something that we need to start taking a very closer look at, and we just don't want to dismiss and allow for that to happen in San Benito County.
I just want to thank you for being proactive on this issue.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board members? How about Zoom or Chambers?
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. This is Valerie Eglund with Reach San Benito Parks Foundation. And I'd like to comment that one of the best ways to help our youth stay out of gangs is through parks and recreation, giving them a place to play, work out their energy, and have healthy ways to communicate with one another. So the fact that our regional park is moving forward is a great blessing, but we need to improve the skate park and a basketball facility and let these kids get out there and play. That's going to keep them away from the gangs. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
No other comments on Zoom.
In the chambers, there's no public comment. We'll bring it back to the board. What's the wish of the board?
I make a motion to approve item number 16 as stated, Mr. Chair.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0, Barbara.
Thank you.
Number 18 was pulled by Ms.
Me.
Gonzalez.
Yes. Okay. I only had a comment on this one, on number 18. As I was going through it, there were so many authorizations that you're asking for us to approve a contract change order 1415, to amend something else. And I think you probably clumped this all together because it was all for Granite Rock. Is that a correct assumption? And so just looking at it, it just was too complicated. And I read through it. I was able to figure it out, but I just don't want the community to think that we're trying to squeeze something under their nose and not make it clear and transparent. And so I found that it was too complicated clumping everything together. I would rather see, 5 separate agenda items, consent items on there as opposed to one with very convoluted instructions on it. So I'm not opposed to it. It's just for clarity's sake and transparency. That's all.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yes, sir.
Supervisor Gonzalez, I thank you for the question. It's all under one contract, and that's why we brought it to you in this form. And maybe we over-explained some of it, but we wanted to make sure there was a very thorough explanation for the change orders that were required to fully execute the work under the contract. It's for granite construction. The contract was awarded last summer and completed late fall. We're just now doing the closeout work, and the short answer is that there were a half dozen locations under this one contract, and there ended up being about 16 change orders. We have carefully reviewed all of those, and we believe the change order work is justifiable. When you originally authorize a contract, you give the RMA director a certain set contingency for change orders. And because we had so many on this particular project, because of the multiple locations, my change order authority has been exceeded. And it didn't get exceeded until we got to change order 14. That's why you're specifically approving 14, 15, and 16, and then authorizing me to have my change order authority extended so that we can cover the costs and then we can close out this project.
That's understandable then. Thank you. I'd move to approve this if there's any questions, but there's so much to read.
Well, let's go to public comment first.
To make a comment on Zoom, please press *9 or raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments on Zoom?
Bring it, anyone in the chambers? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. What's the wish of the board?
I'll go ahead and move to approve this, and so, let's see.
You can do it as per staff recommendation.
Okay, so then can I move to approve per staff recommendation, item 18.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
5-0, motion passes. Now we'll go to number 22, and this is pulled by Mr. Kazmicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just had a few questions. I get it, there's a contract in place. Recology's pursuing the maximum allowable rate increase. I'm just curious, who from the county side, who reviews the financials, the methodology, just to, make sure everything is in line with what Recology is requesting?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I appreciate the question a lot. So their calculations are independently reviewed by a third-party contractor who is under contract with us for that and other purposes, as well as our staff. And the formulas for calculating the annual increases were set by the board, by board action in 2018. All you're doing today is setting a notice of public hearing on this item, which will come back to you for a full discussion with the public. We indicated that there may be a range set for final rate increase adoption because we're discussing with the CAO and the budget office the possibility that we might be able to use some of the COVID relief funds, which were also used last year, to soften the inflationary increase to the ratepayers. So that's still under discussion. But in the worst case scenario, it'll be 4.5%. And I have Bill Couchet from Ecology standing by if you wish to probe in more detail, and also our contract manager and one of our staff members.
Yeah, I appreciate that. My only other question is it's according to the report, one of the primary reasons for the rate hike is the customers putting recyclables or garbage into the recycling bin. Basically, there's an education factor here. I know Selena does a great job for RMA as far as educating, but 16% increase in processing costs. again, I'm coming back to the financials, and because that's not the type of level of information that we received in the report. We received more of a general summary. 16%, how, do we know, and maybe Phil can answer this, how do we determine that 16% cost increase due to processing and sorting certain items out of the wrong containers?
Thank you for that question also, Mr. Supervisor. Vanessa, if they're not impaneled already, or maybe they have a hand up, would you recognize Phil Couchet or Selena Stotler?
You can go ahead and answer. You're unmuted.
This is Phil. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the question. The methodology that is used to determine the, we'll call it a contamination rate, is an independent third-party contractor, SCS Engineering, that does what is called a waste characterization study. They do it for several jurisdictions. All of our material goes to the Marina recycling facility, and the study is done there, and it's done once a year. They take our material, separate it, and then do a waste characterization where they look at what the contamination is.
I appreciate that. Is this a 16%? Is this a particular issue in San Benito County? Is this something that we're seeing elsewhere?
It is for example, their facility this past year, as a facility, their contamination rate increased from the low 20% up to 30%. So it's been an across the board increase in contamination, and we do relate some of this to the COVID effect, as more people were at home. In addition to the contamination rate, just the disposal tons in itself increased overall this past year.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members?
So it's just really quick, Mr. Chair. So it sounds like, in general, this is just an added layer because of the laws. They ultimately, force local agencies to have to separate solid waste, right? To reduce methane gases and all that kind of stuff.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Hernandez, I think that is one way it could be looked at. On the other hand, I view it as something that we need to do as we process our waste stream and try to be more conscientious about recovering things that really don't need to go to the landfill.
And that makes sense, Benny. I appreciate that. In general, though, it's still another layer.
Yes, sir.
I guess is the biggest element, which is obviously cost.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My concern on this one is I went ahead and printed up the current rate, which is for a 32-gallon can. It was $27.38 a month, and then we're looking at the increases for 2021 through 25-26, and it increases to, at the end of the 25-26, to $42.87, and that's a double, almost double in price. Not quite double, but very near there. And so I just have some concerns. I know that we're going to have a public hearing on that on the 27th of July, if I'm not mistaken. But I have some concerns with Recology just in terms of the increase. I know that they have a lawsuit out of San Francisco that, that regarding their business practices and so forth. And so I just have some concerns. I know that they're the company that we are doing business with, but a guaranteed 4.5% increase is concerning to me. And so I'm just putting that out there. I'll hold my thoughts for the public hearing.
Any other public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press *9 or raise your hand icon on your screen.
Mr. Chair, this is Phil Couchet.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sorry, I'd like to just make clarification, and then thank you, Supervisor, for your question. So if you look at your rate adjustment on table one, the current rate is 33.78, and the new rate is going to raise $1.49 to a 35.27. So over 60% of your residents have a 32-gallon cart or less. So their increase is going to be $1.49 per month.
I did see that comment in the report. However, I went ahead and printed out the schedule also that's attached to the public hearing. And I'm seeing the rates go from your current rate on table one that you mentioned. Oh, I see, that's a non-operating, 32. Okay, my mistake then, but still 35 and then 149. Okay, my mistake. Okay, but still, $42, where it went up. It's going, I guess it's only $7, but still. I just have concerns with the business practices, but again, I'll do more homework prior to the public hearing and we'll rehab this conversation again. Thank you.
Okay, we'll bring it,
There's comments on Zoom. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. This is Valerie Egland at School Road outside of San Juan Bautista. And my concern with raising costs, but household accommodations, we are finding there are 2 particular spots where someone dumps on a regular basis well-packaged garbage, and you can see the tire pattern in the side of the road where they consistently just run around there, dump it out, and go. And it seems like, since it's so consistent, that it's some kind of a protest of like, we are not going to pay for garbage, and we're just going to dump it here, and the county will pick it up. And so I don't know how this can possibly be addressed, cameras, things like that, but then where's the next place going to be? So I don't know how that can be any kind of, if there's any solution within the garbage pickup or recology. I mean, maybe it's just a problem that will never go away. So thank you. That's my comment.
thank you. Any other comment on Zoom?
No more comments on Zoom.
How about from the chambers? Yes, ma'am.
Elia Salinas, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this was, this is a big issue for me. Very important that I argued that Recology should put a stay on their rate increase last year because we were in a pandemic. People lost their jobs. We were in economic crisis. We're still in an economic crisis. It's going to be a while to get out of it. And I started in April. And it wasn't until July they came back, Phil came back and Kathleen, and said, oh, well, I have to go to management to see what we can do. That was months later. They could have already started doing that. And then they came back and they started negotiating with the county and the city. And then the payee, or the payers, didn't get a rate increase, but the county paid for it. And the city paid for it. That's still taxpayers' money. Then Phil said last year, because we were in COVID, gas prices, it came out of him, he said gas prices were going to be different. So more than likely there would not be an increase this year, and it would be minimal because of the gas prices. Gas prices started going up just recently, but now we have that it's been a 30% increase from the study that they did that recycling is being contaminated with just regular rubbish. When does it stop? No sympathy. And then they got the idea that, oh, let's pay them with PPP money, COVID funds that we got. So they're not gonna get it from the payee. I think that's what I'm hearing. Nowhere has Recology ever come forward and said, we're gonna do the right thing for the consumer. They have a history, and Ms. Gonzalez mentioned it. There was a lawsuit in the city of San Francisco where they lost, and they have to pay because they overcharged the residents of the city of San Francisco and the county of San Francisco. I have been an advocate against Recology's contract to begin with because I knew of the history that they had. There's also a lawsuit for Recology that they lost because of a fire. And we're going to get more rate increase because of that lawsuit to pay for everything, not for San Benito County.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other comments from the chambers? See none, we'll bring it back to the board. What's the wish of the board?
I'll move to adopt the resolution for issuance of public hearings for setting maximum allowable solid waste collection rates for Recology.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
4-1. Supervisor Gonzalez, no.
This is just for a public hearing.
Yeah, just for the public
So this is encouraging the public
Everybody
conversation.
says your vote. We're
No,
done.
no.
I understand. I just, my vote, my no vote is just a protest, just in general. That's
Yeah.
it. I understand.
Okay. That brings us to the regular agenda. We can start off the regular agenda with number 25, Health and Human Services. Ms. Tracy?
Yes, good morning. Almost good afternoon. If somebody could share the PowerPoint, please.
We're getting that on, Tracy.
Thank you. So just we've tried to be intentional and reduce the amount of slides since we are hopefully moving away from the COVID pandemic. And so if you think that things are lacking or you want us to see us decrease this more, we would be happy to. We're trying to just include the really important things that we feel the board wants to hear. And so moving forward, we will continue to use this format. And hopefully we won't have these presentations much longer, but we're hopeful that things will change and we will be better as a county. So I'm going to let Dr. Ghilarducci start the presentation. You can advance to the next slide, please. Go ahead,
Thank you,
Dr.
Tracy. Yeah,
Thank you.
good morning, Mr. Chair and the rest of the board. Next slide. Yes, this slide, a lot of information here, but this is our internal dashboard looking at how our vaccine rollout is going. A couple things I wanted to highlight here. You'll see that we've had a grand total of about 50,000 doses have been administered to San Benito County residents. This represents about almost 29,000 residents that have had at least one shot. So that's good news. At the current rate, we should get to 80% by around October. And if we ever got to 100%, it would take at the current rate until the end of the year. I also have a breakdown by age group, which I think is really relevant. And this graph with the age groups is actually represented by the bar chart that you'll see in the upper right. And so that's probably the best place to look. And what you'll see is that blue is fully vaccinated. That's people that have gotten 2 shots of either Pfizer or Moderna or 1 shot of the J&J. And then the orange are the people that are partially vaccinated. That is 1 shot of Moderna or Pfizer. And then the gray represents the folks that have not had any shots whatsoever. And we're, overall, we're looking at about 51, 52% have had at least 1 shot in our county. Fully vaccinated represents about 42%. Just by point of reference, statewide, it's 49%. So we're lagging behind the rest of the state in terms of fully vaccinating persons. But US, the United States overall is at 39%. So we're doing slightly better than the country, but not as well as California as a whole. And one thing I wanted to point out here, just by frame of reference, is that you may remember that Michigan recently had, back in April, had a pretty bad surge where all of their hospitals were full, mostly with younger people than we've seen before. So not the 75, 80, and 90-year-olds that what we were used to over the winter surge, but younger folks in their 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s. And at that time, they actually had a 41% vaccination rate. So what does that mean for San Benito County? I'm really worried. I continue to be worried about the gray areas on this graph. And we're going to continue to push vaccination. We have some slides talking about that going forward. But we still have a lot of work to do. We're not out of the woods yet. And we could certainly have a surge like Michigan has seen recently. There's still a significant proportion of our population that's not protected yet. So next slide, please. And I think we have Dr. Gellert on. Dr. Gellert, would you like to take these next two?
Yes, thank you, Dave. Good morning. So as you can see from this, in terms of our vaccination success by zip code in the county, we're doing overall quite well. I think we're satisfied that we've gotten the easy ones done, as Dr. Ghilarducci mentioned, and now we have more of the resistant population ahead of us, and this shows this specific challenge by zip code. In terms of the equity quartile, we could be doing a little better, and as Tracy will discuss momentarily, we've got a plethora of outreach initiatives that are going to help drive, we hope, better rates of uptake. Now we're going to be vaccinating the adolescent population. We need to recall, when comparing our county to others in the state, we're a very young county in addition to being very Latinx. 25% of our county population is 18 years old or younger. So the advent of vaccination for adolescents should help us drive our overall county uptake significantly. Next slide, please. This reports by ethnicity and race, and as you can see, we have overall a distribution that fairly closely parallels our actual demographic distribution. We're doing quite well in the Latinx population. We need to do a little better there, obviously, because they are a majority of our residents. But overall, I think that this is fairly reflective of our actual demography. We're going to need to, really figure out what the basis is for some of the vaccine resistance in our county. We're developing a number of initiatives to assess that. Is it a political question that may be, frankly, insurmountable? What we really want to target are the areas of resistance where we think our education and influence can turn around perceptions and overcome any fears or resistance to vaccination that isn't some sort of fundamental expression of a person's political viewpoint. And so we're going to gather data on that in the coming weeks and use that data to inform our strategy to reach the rest of the population as quickly as possible. I think next update, back to you for a state update.
Thank you. Thank you,
Tracy.
Dr. Geller and Dr. Geller. Thank you. Just wanted to push out that we did send out this press release on the information from Dr. Galley on what is planning to happen on June 15th when California plans to fully reopen the economy. We did push this out. It is on the state website. As we get more information from the state on changes, we will make sure to inform the public as well. Dr. Ghilarducci, did you want to touch on the tier and some information that you may have on the tier and the numbers?
Oh, yes. Yeah, thank you, Tracy. Just briefly, good news. We found out yesterday that we do meet qualifications for yellow tier this past week. So if our numbers remain low going forward for this coming week, then we should qualify for yellow tier status. So that will be next Tuesday. We'll find out about that.
So as you all are aware, yellow is the least restrictive tier in the tiering system, but just as a reminder, as of June 15th, all tiers will go away, but at least we can shift to the yellow tier in a couple, next week for a couple weeks. So that is something to look forward to. Next slide. There was also some information that came out on May 21st regarding mega events. I'm not sure we really have any of those in our county, but in the event that somebody was planning some type of indoor event of 5,000 or 10,000 outdoors, we would just encourage individuals to look at this business sector and be mindful of what the requirements are. And we're happy to help with questions. And we've worked with several different entities in the county to ensure that they're within the guidance. And it's been actually very successful communication with several different entities in the county. Next slide. So outreach, so we've really shifted a lot of our focus around outreach now. And we are really trying to do our best to get the information out, to get vaccine availability to all individuals. This is just a brief table of what our public health staff has done regarding outreach. I think several meetings ago, we showed a door hanger that we created with information on vaccine availability, where they can get it and how they can get it, as well as the link to My Turn. So far, this is probably dated maybe last week or a week and a half ago, we had distributed 9,817 door hangers. These are some places where we've hit. We also have printed some big door hanger signs kind of to post in different businesses and entities. Some other additional outreach, our doctors go on the radio and do some talks with the doc on radio, as well as on Facebook Live. We've done migrant community outreach, community events. We just got a big banner that's going to hang over Main Street just to show people the My Turn information. So we've been actively engaging all these different entities, the faith-based community, the low-income apartments, and we will continue this effort. We meet regularly to find different ways to outreach. And so we're open to suggestions. If people have ideas or suggestions, please reach out to us and give us some new ideas. We do sit on calls with the state and hear different counties and try to use some of their ideas as well, but we are always open to further suggestions. The last slide, I think at the last board meeting, which I was not in attendance, there was some conversations around vaccine incentives. And just Friday, we received some information from the state on the ELC money that we received as a county, and that it does now authorize there are allowable incentives under the ELC funding. And so I just put this information here. We are looking at the work plan. We wanted to discuss it at the board level. It shows what types of gift cards and incentives you can use. We were exploring this internally and thought it would be really great to incentivize not only the vaccine, but have the incentives towards local businesses in our county, businesses, restaurants, whatever different type of provider that we could, instead of the kind of the big box stores as listed on here. And so we just kind of wanted to bring this here for discussion. We're not sure exactly where we're at with our ELC funding and what amount they would let us use. So we've pinged the state. Our fiscal team is working with the state on how much money we have in our ELC funding to separate out from what we are using for some of the staff coverage. And so we wanted to bring it to the board for consideration and discussion. I think there was a conversation at the last board meeting around incentives. And so we just wanted to bring it back and let you know that we did receive this from the state on Friday, how to use this enhancement funding. And so just feel that, it's something we should consider as a county to incentivize individuals getting more vaccinated.
Correct me if I'm wrong,
And I think that concludes our presentation. I'm
Tracy?
open it up for any questions.
Can you hear Tracy?
I can hear ya.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but at our last board meeting, I think we had a consensus, and I can double check on this, that we did not want to give out any type of incentive. The only thing we were going to do was support some of these businesses that would do something, but I don't think, if I recall right, and we can look back at the minutes, was we did not want to give any type of incentive or monetary dollars to any people involved in this. That was my recollection.
Mr.
Oh, I was going to
Go
say,
ahead, B.
it was my understanding that we didn't want to use taxpayers' funds.
Exactly.
Yes,
Yes.
not so much not want to give it to them.
Yes.
So what is ELC funding?
Taxpayers.
So it's
Mark just answered taxpayer money, but can you just give me that, what does the ELC stand for the acronym?
Is Lynn still on the call? She's really managing the ELC funding. She might have had, I think she had an emergency. She might have fallen off. Dr. G, do you remember the details of the ELC funding? I don't have it in front of me. Or Dr. Gellert, do you remember on some of the calls?
Yeah, Dr. Giladucci here. The acronym escapes me at the moment. I can look it up. But this is essentially relief money that's coming down from the federal government directly related to enhancing public health response to the pandemic. So in there, they've authorized incentive funding, incentives for vaccination, recognizing the importance of complete vaccination, or at least to the extent possible in the community. So that's where the money comes from.
Okay. And what exactly does ELC stand for?
You'd have to look it back up. It's, I think, I actually don't have it in front of me. I apologize, Supervisor Gonzalez, but I could get that for you. We did bring it to the board.
I can't say the
Say it
words,
anywhere
but
on the
it's
slide, of course.
Excuse me.
epidemiology and laboratory capacity.
There you go.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, that's it.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Hold on, can you repeat that for me, please, just so I can check?
Epidemiology and
oh,
laboratory capacity for
Epidemiology.
prevention and control of emerging infectious diseases. So the money does come from our tax dollars.
Well, Mr. Chair, can I make a couple comments?
Oh, of course.
You're right. We did, as a board, majority decided not to move forward with incentives
We
for
can change it.
for business. You're right. I think that in the ad hoc committee, and I'm sure Supervisor Kosmicki will speak on this as well, we have been talking to Tracy and Ray and Dr. G about, creative incentives that the restaurants and other businesses might voluntarily do, and we agreed as a board majority that would be okay if the businesses themselves came up with incentives. But since our last meeting, this just came up, these potential incentives that would be available and paid for through this program. So I think that's why we wanted to revisit this, because this is a new wrinkle that we didn't know about before. You're right, it's taxpayer dollars, but the reality is all of these relief funds are taxpayer dollars. And so, but this wouldn't be coming out of the general fund if we could successfully tap into this program. So I think we want to revisit it just to see whether or not, if we don't have to pay for it out of the general fund, would we think differently about the incentives? That's the question. Thank you.
Okay. Just since you brought that up for discussion, we always bring up the word being fair, being equitable. So the other people that already had their shots, they just have to show their card and they'll get something, whatever it is.
Well, again, and the equity came up before, and what we were looking at when we're discussing having a voluntary program with businesses is that they would make the incentive available to everyone that was fully vaccinated, so it would be equitable. I think it's too early to know exactly how this incentive that Tracy and Dr. G were talking about is. But again, I think our intent would to, again, make it an equitable incentive in the same manner. But Colin, maybe you want to speak on this.
Sure. Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So yeah, my main question, I fully get what Chairman Medina is saying, is what other, this ELC funding, what other uses could it go toward? Or would we be pursuing the funding specifically for incentives? So in other words, if we receive this funding or pursued this funding, are there other uses that this funding could potentially go toward that perhaps the board would prefer shifting the money there? Or is it just basically for incentives potentially?
I had a couple comments, Mr. Chair.
I
didn't know if you were done.
No,
Sorry.
yeah, I was seeing if they could answer that. Sorry, it was a
okay.
question.
Got it.
I can speak briefly to that. So we have already submitted a work plan for ELC funding, which covers some of the increased admin, so some of our pay for our staff who are working the COVID-19 cases. On Friday, the email that came out with the slideshow that I sent you has a work plan. And so the work plan would need to be revised to add the incentives if it's something that we decide to do, and then it needs to be submitted to the CDC and the state for approval. So it's not It's not guaranteed. They have to review our plan and decide if it falls within the criteria that they have set for the work plan. And again, we are not aware at this moment what amount we have that may be available. It was just something that we wanted to bring for a discussion, because I know at the previous board meeting, we didn't have this email and this information from the state. And so it was new information that came to us on Friday. And that's why I wanted to share that slide with you. I'd be happy to share the work plan if you would like to take a look at the kind of the format of the work plan. And again, we wanted to bring it to your attention before we submitted anything to the state, because I knew that there was a robust discussion at the last board meeting, which I apologize, I wasn't at that meeting, but I was kind of brought up to speed on some of the discussions. And so we have, as Supervisor Tiffany and Kosmicki stated, at the ad hoc level, we have discussed other types of incentives outside of this, like working with our local businesses and those types of things. And those are things that we're exploring with PIO Westrick and some of our, I think HDA and maybe the Chamber of Commerce, to discuss with the businesses to see if there were some businesses we could highlight in those types of areas that we're looking at. So it is something that needs to be approved by the state before we can move forward. And we do need to find out where we're at fiscally.
Dr. Giliucci here. If I can offer, and I may have mentioned this at our last meeting, but I just wanted to point out, I totally understand the fiduciary responsibility to make sure taxpayer money is used appropriately, but I will offer this. If somebody does come down with COVID who had missed an opportunity to get vaccinated, and that person is under Medi-Cal or Medicare for insurance, then the cost of treating that person in the hospital would far exceed any incentives that we're talking about. Moreover, if we do have a surge again, like we saw in Michigan, and we're not able to get our vaccination rates any higher, then we're going to see impact on our local businesses and local economy again in the form of restrictions that may come down in terms of, limiting economic activity. So it really is, I think, an investment in the economic health of our, as well as physical health of our community.
I would just add, this is Dr. Gellert. The reason why these incentives are being offered is precisely because we remain in a crisis, and we need to recall that. Things are better than they've been, of course, but we do have the pandemic continuing to burn in both India and Latin America and Brazil and surrounding countries, and it's not inconceivable that a new variant of concern could arise that evades vaccine. Thus far, no evidence of that, thankfully, but we're winning this battle, but the war's not over yet. And I think to what Dr. Ghilarducci is expressing, I support that as well. From a public health perspective, yes, we may have to hold our nose. It seems silly, frankly, and counterintuitive to try to incent someone to protect their own health and well-being and possibly prevent their own death. But if it works, and if it works for the community as a whole and keeps our businesses open and people less isolated as a result of strong level of overall immunization, it might be, from a public health perspective, frankly, well worth holding our noses to go forward with something like this. Just offered up as food for thought to the board.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for this incentive?
Yeah, I had some thoughts, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Peter.
I don't like where this conversation is going. It's actually kind of creepy. Because it's talking about incentivizing, basically prioritizing certain folks that are getting vaccinated over folks that aren't. It's under the assumption that those that aren't, it's because they are not aware, they don't understand. And I honestly don't like the way Dr. G has put it out there. Basically, the fear's got to drive us into submission to force everybody to get vaccinated. I thought we were about we the people. There's people that have choices, and at the end of the day, they know the consequences of the choices that they're making. I don't think we should take away the individuality of the person for the sake of the collective, right? It's funny how just earlier we had conversations about supporting groups. To me, this is just not right. I don't like that sentiment. If you're going to prioritize incentives, then by default, you're going to tell the business, hey, you need to pick or give, basically somehow create some kind of benefit for those that come into your business that are vaccinated and disclose their privacy, basically showing that they're vaccinated. I just don't, you lead that thought down to the basically logical conclusion. It's It's very creepy the way that it's being laid out right now. I don't agree with it. I have no support for it. Unless you can preserve the individual's right, always, 100% of the time, right? Like one of the judges in a decision over what this governor had done said that there is no pandemic clause for the Constitution, none. That being said, we will not have a democracy. We won't have representative government if we go down this road. It's not right. I don't like it at all.
Mr. Chair?
Just to clarify, clarify, Supervisor, just so we're absolutely crystalline, no one in public health, either locally, statewide, or nationally, is at all suggesting that we remove the autonomy of the individual in making their personal decision as to whether to get vaccinated or not. The incentive program is simply to provide an inducement to try to get those individuals that have thus far been hesitant to make that decision positively for themselves. And again, one can question that motivation for an incentive. That's a legitimate question. But no one in any corner of public health in this country that I'm aware of has at all suggested any form of coercion or forced immunization on anyone. So it's not on the table at all here as a completely
I'm sorry, but I
different issue
disagree. It's very clear the vaccine passport conversation has been a robust, very intense conversation. There are states that are banning it for obvious reasons. This is a reality, and I'm sorry, but outside of, what you said is just not true.
And I agree with you, Peter. Let's just keep it down to, what I want to keep it down to is, do we want to incentivize?
I don't.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
I don't, and Peter doesn't. Bob?
Can I just make a couple, just quick comment before you answer? We're still in the middle of a pandemic. And this is a serious situation. I know things are much better. But when you look at the studies, and they've done studies, there is a certain percentage that do not want to get a vaccine. And that's fine. I don't agree with that. I think it potentially puts other people in danger. But that's their choice. And as let me finish. And as they said, no one is going to force those people to get a vaccine. But there is a significant percentage that of people that have not gotten a vaccine yet, and it's because either they haven't had the means to get a vaccine, they're in a position where, for whatever reason, they just haven't been able to, or they are on the fence, and an incentive may be something that would be kind of put them over, in terms of making that decision. If they choose not to make that decision, that's up to them. But we should, as a county, I believe, we should do everything possible to get as high a percentage vaccination rate as possible so that we can protect all our citizens. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Bob. Peter?
Real quick. Supervisor Tiffany, if it supports their desire to, 100%. I don't like the way the doctor just framed it. Those that were on the fence, this is going to push them, like somehow, an incentive outside of their own medical rationale or personal rationale, religious, like for whatever sentiment they have, it's their decision. But the big question is if vaccines work, then who is the ones that are at risk? Is it the one, because those folks that are taking the vaccine are protected. So those that aren't technically would be the risk for themselves, right? According to your theory. That's all I'm saying is, in reality, it's actually counterintuitive to think that those that aren't taking the vaccine are doing it because they're trying to damage themselves. If they think there's no risk to them, that's obviously their opinion. I encourage education. If you want to put out education, awesome. And if they still don't agree with it, there's nothing you're going to do to change their mind at that point.
Yeah, so I'm a no, Peter is a no, Bob's a yes.
Yes.
B?
Quick question, Mr.
I
Chair.
haven't had an opportunity to chime in yet.
one quick
Go
question.
ahead, Colin, because I'm coming
Because
from
I
a
think it'll
different perspective.
clarify, are we leaving money on the table if we don't go this route? That's
Is it
my
yes
only
or no?
question. My question for them is, are we leaving money on the table if we don't go this route?
And my question is, are you for this or not? It sounds like you are.
I am, yes.
Okay, so, B?
So going back to the reason why I wanted to find out what exactly the ELC money was, is I did look it up really quickly. And it's money specifically geared toward directing toward the pandemic. And so what I would like to do, as opposed to try to use it as an enticement to get people to get the vaccine, is let's reward those that have already. So those on the fence, they either get in or they stay out of it. But there's no push, there's no political ploy, but it rewards those that went ahead, were proactive to protect not only themselves, but the community. And again, these are federal funds that are designated specifically for something like this. So reward those that have received the vaccine as opposed to trying to entice someone who might be on the fence. I'm just letting you know, I have family members, neither my son nor my daughter nor my grandchildren want to get the vaccine. Why? They cannot articulate why. They're just like, I don't think so, Mom. I don't know. And I says, well, if you want to come and visit my mom, no, you got to get the vaccine. I'm like, well, I don't know. So again, I'm not trying to put anyone else in that category. I'm just saying about my own family. Coming from me, logical and direct, they're refusing to see the logic. So I just would prefer to reward those that have received the vaccine as opposed to using it for an enticement. And if that's an open for discussion, that item, then yes, I would be in favor of it, but not to use it as a tool to entice. Because those that want it will get it, those that don't, won't.
Quick question, Mr. Chair. So does that mean that if it's supported by the majority of the board, that their vaccine incentive is going to go to those that already got it too?
Yeah.
That would be my hope if we can do that.
Yeah, that's what she's saying, which.
Right, and just for clarification, and that's what we were talking about even before we got to this, is that if it was a voluntary program, it would be rewarding those people that were fully vaccinated. It will, though, be an incentive for those who haven't been vaccinated and maybe are on the fence to get fully vaccinated, so then they would benefit. But I understand what you're saying, and you're saying, if just for clarity, you're saying you're in favor of it as long as it's for fully vaccinated people.
That is correct.
Okay.
Not merely as an enticement, but to reward those that have been
I
vaccinated.
can count to 3, so are you with B, Bob?
Yes.
Colin?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and do the incentive. We don't, Peter, I'm just saying.
3-2. I mean, well, so basically it's going to go towards something that's coming back to the board for clarification, Mr. Chair?
No, we're actually going to, well, can we vote on this right now? Or do we have to put it on the agenda?
My understanding is just is direction
Yeah, but
to the ad hoc.
direction, if they're using money for something.
Provide direction regarding incentives.
Okay.
I think that there's additional detail.
Okay.
At some point regarding.
So they're gonna go back and craft something up and bring it back to the board, and then they'll vote on it. Okay. It won't be. It won't be in the C, yeah. Okay,
That's fair.
thank you. Any other update on the Health and Human Services side? Ms. Belton?
I think that's it for us unless there's any further questions.
Okay. We can take a quick, it depends upon the board here.
I suspect that item number 26 is going to have a lot of comments.
Yeah, but I still have to go to public comment on 25.
Oh,
I
sorry.
forgot about that, sorry. Is there any public comment on 25?
Would like to make a comment on Zoom?
Yes,
Please press
second.
raise your hand icon or *9 on your phone. No comment on Zoom?
How about in the chambers? Okay, so what we'll do is we'll go to closed session and come back at roughly 12:33.
12:30.
12:33. 12:33.
12:33.
It's gonna be short.
Okay, can you talk about closed session, ma'am?
Yes. 34, closed session, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. Turn this on. Significant exposure to litigation pursuant to subdivision D2 and E2 of Government Code Section 54956.9, number of cases 1. Facts and circumstances justifying closed session, potential litigation relating to purchase of note from Mechanics Bank related to the property at 2100 Cienega Road, Hollister, California.
Is there any public comment?
Make a comment on Zoom, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
And I'll let our county council talk about closed session.
No reportable action.
Thank you, ma'am. This will bring us to number 26, the Board of Supervisors. This is a first reading and motion to accept introduction, waive further reading of the ordinance, and continue the matter to June 8th, 2021 at 9 a.m. for the adoption of the proposed ordinance amending Ordinance 828 regarding the compensation of the Board of Supervisors of San Benito County. Just for the record, I brought this to the agenda. I feel that we, as the board members, need to be compensated fairly for the work he or she does throughout their course here. I spent 4 years and 5 months on this board. I am very fortunate, and I do thank my two employers, Brent Redmond and Sabor Farms, because I was fortunate that they allowed me to attend my meetings, to take phone calls, now Zoom calls, during work time. But not everybody has that opportunity. Not all employees would do that. That's why I'm very thankful for Sabor Farms and Brent Redmond Transportation. So, we spend a lot of time. People have to understand that we're on call 24/7, 365. We try to return our emails and our phone calls in a prompt manner. There is taking care of local, state, and federal issues. But in my campaign, my last campaign, I was an advocate for an increase. I ran my campaign on an increase, and even though I am leaving the board, it is critical that we do bring up these wages. And for the record, and I want to look at County Council and our CAO, is I have no horse in the race now. No matter what, nothing with retirement, nothing with pension. This does not benefit me one iota. Is that correct?
Yes, it will not go into It will not go into effect until after you take the board. Until after you leave the board. It would take 60 days after adoption.
Thank you. So I just want to go on record saying that it's something that I ran on. I stand here, or I sit here, stating that we have to do something different. It seems like we keep on doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting different results. So with that being said, I will let the other board members speak, but I am the one that brought this up, and I will make the final motion. We'll start with the most senior supervisor, which would be Supervisor Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you know, historically, I've opposed a wage increase, not for any other reason, because I see it as my duty, ultimately, to produce results for the county. And, being, especially when I first started, I'm like, yeah, I'm way brand new, just to have a wage in and of itself to really do public service was an honor, and it is an honor so part of the reason why I've always said is I don't support a wage increase is because I don't want it to be where the point of running for office has to do with making money. It shouldn't be about that. It should be about public service. To me, it's all about results. That's the mindset of a businessman. That's the mindset that I have. We got to produce results. Otherwise, by default, we need to step down or hand over that position to someone who can do a better job. So I intentionally, but all that said, I intentionally work really hard. But to be clear, when we're talking part-time, full-time, that to me is a confusing statement because it assumes a whole lot. It doesn't necessarily clarify what that even means. To me, it is a full-time position, but not so much because it's a 40-hour a week, right? You get weekends off. It's not that simple of a formula. To be a board of supervisor, there's a lot of variables to what it means to respond to the needs of the community, to the needs of your district. right? Because you're taking committee meetings according to your assignments. You're doing the lift of understanding ultimately your committees, understanding your agendas, the things that are coming up, doing the homework, right? A lot of digestion. Some of it is there's just a plethora of stuff that you're being fed with. Doesn't, and to simplify it to an understandable level and then be able to dialogue that and then to a certain extent beat it up to understand what is the best course to go. So there's a lot of different things that have to happen with managing schedules. All that to be said is I know that this is a lot of work and it is tiring. It's funny because I didn't realize I'd be this tired as a Board of Supervisor, but I am. And Mark Medina, Supervisor Medina is right. It's weekends, it's evenings. I'm getting ready to go to bed and all of a sudden I get a call. I have to take that call. I guess I could turn it down, but that by default puts me in a position of becoming less competent, which I refuse. So all that to be said is when I read the agenda, my idea of what it means is still focused on being effective and efficient. I would consider when it comes to a wage increase for the sake of really being more effective. So the thing that I've been really thinking about and praying about is really is using any increase that I would get for the sake of having a staff that directly works with me and works for me. That would help me with managing of schedules, of ultimately agenda item preparations. A lot of the times I'm reaching out to county staff. I still will do it, but I think it would relieve staff so bottom line is for the sake of efficiencies as I fleshed it out, I think it really would put me in a better position to be effective. Maybe there's times when I have a double commitment. I can have my staffer basically, or my executive assistant is basically what we've been beating up and talking about with Barbara. That person can help me with my committee assignments when I'm double booked with the preparation, maybe some research, just basically make me more effective as a supervisor because technically at that point I'm 2 people throughout the day. So all that to be said is I would support the increase going or giving me some flexibility to use that increase for finding that right person. And I don't want to put a dollar figure or anything. There's a lot of details to figure out, right? It's not even just the duties, but figuring out the needs and what that means for that person. So all that to be said is I've talked to Barbara, to our county council, and the consideration would be is for it to be like a supplemental, and I think there was even an amendment made to it, but that supplemental would be up to the amount of the difference, right? So it doesn't commit me to handing over the whole amount. It all depends on what the job description and the amount of hours that I agreed to and the wage. I'm imagining it's someone at the college age, right? Because it would be a part-time. I don't want it to be a benefit-driven position. It's really a testing phase. I want to make sure it's better for me to be conservative in my mind for that position and start at a lower wage rate, but nonetheless give me the ability to be able to amend it. I don't know if I would have to bring it back to the board, but basically be able to amend it. Because I know it says irrevocable, right? So that's the only caveat. It would have to be irrevocable. So I'd have to definitely start off conservative, but I could always change it. I could say, yeah, I'm willing to give up a little bit more of the income to be able to fulfill the duties and the needs of this position that I feel there's still something lacking. So that's kind of where my head is. That's kind of what I'm thinking about with this item. I'm open to any thoughts from my colleagues.
I did leave out one thing, sorry. When I make a motion, I will also ask and I'm asking for legal advice, is I would like to make sure that we implement term limits. When I say term limits, this increase is in no way to make an individual become a career politician here at San Benito County. I believe there should be 3 terms, 3 4-year terms, and then you're not allowed to run again. I don't know if we can put that in the motion or if that has to go to a vote or what happens there.
I think that it'd be best to put it in the motion and direct staff to bring back an ordinance relating to term limits at the next meeting when this is going to be adopted.
Okay, so that would be, I just want to be very upfront with people, and I want to make sure that we don't use this, as what Peter was saying also, as a someone to have a career and spend let's say 30 years as a board of supervisor. So I'm sorry about that. I should have said that earlier. Just a lot of things have been on my mind today.
Mr. Chair? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I did have a conversation with Supervisor Hernandez. So if the board is interested, when you consider the motion, there might be two ways. The original motion would be the way it's drafted. I did notice a typo. It should say $6,938.10. So add that 10 cents in there. That would be the original motion. And then an alternative motion would be to add a sentence at the end, which says, in addition, before each calendar year, a supervisor may make an irrevocable waiver of any portion of their salary. Any waived salary shall be designated for staff support for that specific supervisor. The reason for that is CalPERS, this way, we originally had thought about it as a salary and then designated a supplemental. This is easier for CalPERS purposes. And the reason it has to be irrevocable is so there's no tax consequences on the amount that's designated for staff support.
Well, I'm going to add another slippery slope here. Is what are the chances, and is this legal, if we just went ahead and grabbed our own, whatever the wage was, I think it's 80,000 and change, and that individual, whether it's Supervisor Tiffany, Supervisor Gonzalez, Supervisor Hernandez, or Supervisor Kosmicki, they decide to bring someone in, and we 1099 that person can 1099 them. Is that legal or illegal? That way the county doesn't have any any issue, but
that we would have to be in charge of filing.
Pardon?
Wouldn't we have to be in charge of filing and all that kind of stuff?
You definitely would be the employer of record or the person that's hiring that independent contractor at that point in time. You'd be responsible for all the payroll issues and the contract.
Okay, well, it's just a thought, but
Yeah,
other than that,
and-
I'll go to Supervisor Kosmicki
Yeah.
for his, and then I'll go to Supervisor Gonzalez and finish off with Supervisor Tiffany.
Thank you, Chairman Medina. So when I ran, I said I would not support a pay increase for supervisors until we brought our general employees up to a fair salary level. And that happened with the compensation study. I believe that was the point of the compensation study. We brought our employees that were being paid far less than the median salary of the comparison counties, which were counties that were not only in our region, but also counties of similar demographics. I think the compensation study was credible. That's the reason why we brought our employees up. And it's the same study that determined the pay for supervisors going forward. So going forward, though, I will say, just regarding our employees, that we have to remain committed to finding new revenue sources for the health of our community, for the health of our county, and for the well-being of our employees, and I'm committed to that. So there's three types of people that historically can take on this job. I'm going to try to be quick here. Retired people, people who own their own business, or people with a very limited part-time situation. And so that really has narrowed the pool of potential candidates for these supervisor roles, very significantly, actually. I think all of us, including Chairman Medina, because he referenced his very unique employer situation, we were all very fortunate to be in a position to even be able to apply for this job. And so to me, there's been a bevy of talented people, leaders that have essentially been sitting on the sidelines. And I firmly believe for generations that has hurt our county. We've had a lot of great leaders here. It's not a knock on the leadership that we've had, but like any other job, you're gonna do better if you can expand your pool of potential candidates. And so the first question is this a full-time job? And as somebody who sat on the sidelines for years, you'd hear, this is a full-time job. I'm so busy, and people don't realize how much supervisors do behind the scenes. And it might have sounded like a lot of fluff, but I can tell you right now, it's not a lot of fluff. I personally am a workhorse. I pride myself on being a hard worker, staying busy, being efficient, being productive. I've always done that in my career. I've done that owning a business, and I've done that as a supervisor. And I don't think I've been, I think we're all still in sort of an adjustment period, the new supervisors. but it's an exhausting job. I get to Thursday and it feels like Friday. I don't know about the rest of you, but that's kind of my mentality. By the time I get to Thursday, it feels like Friday, and by the time I get to Friday, man, it's, you maybe get a little bit of time on Saturday to unwind, unless, you get a bunch of phone calls from residents. But it's a nonstop job. It's something that I signed up for and enjoy, appreciate serving this community, but it certainly, most definitely is a full-time job. And so how do you support a family? How do you get those candidates, that narrow pool of candidates, how do you expand that pool of candidates to people who can have the salary we have here and also support a family? And so then you're basically stuck with, unless you're content with $50,000 a year, which in California, here in Central Coast of California, doesn't go very far. You're borderline low income if that's your salary. And so you have to go out and find something else to do. So then now you're not fully committed to the supervisor job because you have all these other commitments that you're trying to manage. I can tell you that within weeks of taking office, I've been offered jobs that, good paying jobs in the, six-figure-ish range, and had to turn it down because I can't commit myself. I'm committed to this supervisor job. I'm committed to the people of my district and of this county. And so I'm not willing to serve people, the people of this county, in a way that's not giving 100%. You got to give 100% at this job. We need it, and we need it for the future of our county. And just back a little bit, the size of the jurisdiction, there's a lot of comparisons. Monterey County, what they make, Santa Cruz, all this. The compensation study looked at, like I mentioned, counties of similar demographics. So it's not just the size of the jurisdiction. There's definitely a market. We're in the Bay Area, we're in the Central Coast market, and that also has to be a consideration when you talk about how much you're paying elected supervisors who are doing a full-time job. And I'll say that a couple other things. There's a lot of comparisons with city councils and supervisors, and there's no comparison. With all due respect to people who serve on the city councils, which I appreciate them, I really truly do, and we have a lot of great leaders on our city councils. It's just a different level of activity, responsibility that you have as a supervisor. So there really is no comparison there. When you look at the history of San Mateo County board pay, going back to 2005, I saw that it was 43,452. It was widely considered a part-time job back in 2005. A similar situation, a lot of retired people on the board, essentially. Even just taking that number and doing a CPI adjustment, the math shows that we would be at 61,000 now for a part-time role. 61,000 for a part-time role. So this, and again, this is not a part-time role. Again, I will echo what Chairman Medina said about term limits. I can't support this without it. I'm going to be frank about that. You've got to put term limits in, or you're not getting my vote. And I also will say, I'm okay with Supervisor Hernandez's approach. Everybody's got their own situations. If he feels confident that having a assistant will allow him to be at that level of efficiency that we all expect, I trust Supervisor Hernandez that he can do that by getting an assistant. And so I'm fine with that. I just would like to make sure that that's not the precedent going forward, because the whole point of this is to be able to have that larger pool of people that potentially would want to run for the job. So I would want to make sure that's an exception, and I'm okay with it. But that going forward, if somebody else is running for any of our seats, that they're allowed to accept the full-time pay, and there's no pressure, to maybe revert to Supervisor Hernandez's situation. And then just looking at the numbers, $50,000 a year, we're way down the list when it comes to compensation. We're making decisions that are at the highest level for this county and this organization. And, we just recently approved a contract, just giving an example, I'm not trying to be flippant here, for a dishwasher at the county jail, for almost the same pay that we're making here as supervisors. And I think that really underscores the discrepancy and the issue. Other than that, I'm committed to the people of this county, whether we have a pay increase or not. I could get by, but I think for the future, we have to put this in place. We have to put this in place so that we are guaranteeing that we're maximizing our potential as a county. Thank you very much.
Okay, I actually agree with the three gentlemen that have already gone before me. In terms of term limits, I'm going to make sure if we do institute term limits, that the 3 terms is enough for a supervisor to be vested in terms of retirement. If the 12 years is enough, then that's sufficient. If it requires the 15 years of some institutions, then maybe go to the 4 terms. But if 3 terms is sufficient for vesting, that's great for me. In terms of the assistant, I like that idea. I like that ability and that option, because frequently when I'm on meetings with CSAC and I hear, or even the meetings for the OES that I have on a regular basis on Monday and Wednesday, I'll hear the aide or the assistant to such and such a elected officer, and I'm like, wow, I wish I had an assistant, because you can't be 2 places at one time. And as I said, I listed off all of the things that I attended just in the month of May alone, and May's not even finished yet. But I am all over the place, and I teach on Saturdays. So where Saturday is a day of rest for some people, I don't get it till Sunday on the day that we have, or the week we have a Board of Supervisors meeting. I'm at my computer for 8-10 hours looking at the agenda on a Sunday morning, Sunday evening, and going through it line by line. I meet with Ray on Monday on the days that we have Ray and Barbara on the days we have a supervisors meeting, and I have no weekend. I have no downtime. And so, as I said previously, easily my week is a 60 to 70 hour week, easily. And so personal issues that I need to take care of, I've got to run and squeeze them in between appointments. Simply as going to the post office and getting my mail. It's like, okay, am I going on that side of town? How can I get it? And so it is a full-time job. But I will be retaining my part-time job with Gavilan College. I teach 1 class. I teach on the weekends, and I will be retaining that. But this I think is definitely needed, and I know that the former board, the previous board, had discussions about this, but I think it's just time. I looked at the comp study, and I looked at the various counties in terms of populations, and it's time. It's needed. I know that a member of SEIU reached out to me, and it was last night by the time I got the phone call, but there was concern about staffing and the SEI unions being overworked and understaffed, but did not the comp study take care of that and address those issues? Okay, I didn't have a chance to get a hold of that individual, but I was just a little bit concerned about that. But no, I can support this situation. I do want to hear from the public to see how they feel. However, I have been watching on Facebook. I want to say Judy Johnson posted something on Facebook and asked for comments, and overwhelmingly the community supported it. There were a few individuals. One elected official, who I'll leave nameless, chimed in with some erroneous information. So I want to say even outright lies.
The mayor.
I didn't say that. But anyways, you're correct. But anyways, we have to get the facts out, and we have to make sure that whatever's out there in social media is the correct information, and the true numbers need to be reflective. But this is a position when I ran for it, I had no idea. My opponent was out there saying, oh, Gonzalez knows nothing, she knows nothing. And he was right. There was so much that I didn't know. However, it's not that I didn't know nothing, it was just I did not appreciate the realm and the degree and responsibility. And so I will give him that. But I have learned a lot since, and I've taken on this job wholeheartedly. I embrace it. I assume the responsibilities, and there's some times when I don't even get a chance to eat because I'm just so busy. I'll be having breakfast at 2 p.m., 3 p.m. because I'm just going. And so I just think this is warranted. It's about time, and I would support it, but I would also like to hear from the public and public comment. Thank you.
Mr. Tiffany.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I think, this is long overdue. It's not just a full-time job, and it is a full-time, however you want to define full-time. Yeah, it's not maybe necessarily an 8 to 5 kind of a job, but it's a full-time job for sure. And not just a full-time job, it's a demanding job. It's a stress-filled job. So it's when you're in this position, you're representing your constituents. And like I said, it is demanding because you have to respond and perform and do the best job you can. They did the study, and the supervisor position is 86% under the median. 86%, almost 100% under the median. It's not just a little bit. It was by far and away the area where there was the biggest discrepancy. And as Supervisor Kosmicki said, all the other salaries and pays were adjusted, but the supervisors were not. And it wasn't because it wasn't warranted. It was because the prior board, frankly, didn't have the political will to follow through with what was the right thing to do. And I think I'm glad that maybe it's your swan song, Supervisor Medina, but I'm glad you brought this forward. And I think it is, like I said, it's long overdue. I totally agree with the previous comments and what Supervisor Kosmicki in particular said. The problem is that without a reasonable pay, and God knows this is not, no one's going to get rich off of this increase, but still it's reasonable. Without a reasonable pay, you're just not going to get all of the people out there that might be good on the board apply because they simply can't afford to. I fall into the retired category, so that's the reason why I'm able to do this. But others that are trying to juggle two jobs, frankly, I don't see how they do it. And again, nothing against all of us up here, but I think there's other people out there that if we bump up this pay as we should, we're going to get more people that are interested that could be effective leaders in our community. So I think it makes total sense. If it hadn't come up, I was also going to suggest the term limits. I'm totally on board with the three terms. I think that makes total sense, and I would fully support that. And as far as Supervisor Hernandez's suggestion, having the option to pay for part of an assistant, that's fine. If a supervisor wants to do that, that's fine. But again, that shouldn't be the norm. The whole reason for doing this is to provide a higher pay, an appropriate pay for the supervisor. So anyway, I'm strongly in support of this. Thank you.
Okay, any public comment? We'll start with Zoom first.
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Rob Bernowski. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, sir, Mr. Bernowski.
Thank you, Chairman Medina. I just wanted to voice my strong support for the increase. And, if I had my way, I would say it would be to be used only for aides to each supervisor, just because I think that is a far, that's a huge enhancement to all the knowledge that a new supervisor has to acquire, and of course, existing supervisors who've been in the role for several years to bolster their opinion-making ability. The one thing that
really caused me to call in, though, was Supervisor Gonzalez and her desire to have any attached term limits be dependent on when she is able to achieve, I presume, what would be a lifetime pension. That makes no sense to me at all. Running for supervisor and winning is an honorable thing. Being compensated is just, but turning that into a lifetime annuity that ultimately the county bears the burden of, one way or another. State pensions, PERS, STIRS, whatever, they fall on the burden of the entity in which generated that pension. So please don't make any term limits, the length of those be determined on whether that elected person is going to get that lifetime annuity, because it changes everything. It might even change the way they vote in their fourth term or third term, just to make sure they get reelected to get that lifetime annuity. So anyway, just in summary, yes on the pay increases, no on extending term limits to meet pension eligibility. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Just for the record, Mr. Bernowski, I brought up term limits. I wanted 3 4-year terms. Okay, next.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. I'm delighted to see, my name is Valerie Eglin, Samuel Batista, and Reach San Benito Parks Foundation. Since the foundation is intimately involved with all the processes of the county for the health of the county, we get to see just how important each one of the supervisors is and how much work they have to do and how it envelops all the other departments in the county. So it is just an imperative to give greater compensation to the supervisors in order that they have freedom of mind to move forward with better intention, as well as the option to have an assistant. I know when I was running for supervisor last year, that was one of the things that my intention was, is that as a retiree, I didn't need that much compensation, but I felt that it would allow for some kind of staff help that I could pay for. And so I think Peter Hernandez really hit the ball on the head, that's the option of a incoming supervisor to have staff help, or to make the compensation all the way across the board that staff help, because they are the people with continued memory of what's going on. They can help the new incoming supervisors with a lot of information and extension of their own office to be effective. So I'm delighted that it has come to the board for a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
No more comments on Zoom.
Okay, we'll open it up to the chambers. Is there anyone in the chambers? Elia? Oh, Joe Paul, did you want? You want to speak after, or do you want to speak as a citizen, or do you want to speak as the?
I'm speaking as the auditor.
Do you want to wait till after public comment then, please? Thank you.
If I knew that I could do a happy dance without falling down and breaking my ankle and all these witnesses, I would do it. I've been wanting this for years. I've been coming forward to this. Robert Bernowski, I hope you're listening, because I kind of agree with you, or I do agree with you, on the vesting, on the retirement annuity. I was a little taken aback that was even mentioned. The compensation, each one of you ran not because it was a paid position, but because you felt you could be up here and you can make a difference, and you thought you could represent your constituents. Mark Medina had an opponent, and when she was reached out and asked if she wanted to run for city council, she said no because there was no compensation. That was a real turnoff, because you don't run for the money. You run for something bigger. It's because you believe that you can come up here and you can make a difference. When you get here, you realize it is a full-time job. There are already numerous complaints by people that they're not being reached out to. You try your best, but you can't. You only have so much time during the day to do this. But I'm taken aback again by the fact that two of you have mentioned you want an assistant. You already have staff. You have county staff. Those are your assistants. Those are who you reach out to. You're not going to get an assistant to do emails for you, make return phone calls for you, because that's your job. It's your job now, and it'll be your job as a full-time supervisor. But to say you want an assistant, honestly, this is not, I always go back to Peter Hernandez, and I'm sorry, Peter, but it's not because it's you, but it's an issue. You're not prepared sometimes. You've gone to meetings where you represent the county, and you're not prepared. You're not prepared on a part-time basis. I don't want to see you showing up to a meeting and relying on an assistant to work for you, and then you're going to be there, because that's not your job. Supervisor Gonzalez, it is not your job to hire somebody and have them do the work for you. It is your job. Of all of you, the one that I know the most that's been there the longest is Mark Medina. He came on board in 2016, was it, Mark? We had the flood.
17.
17, we had the flood. First thing he got on board was the flood, and he was working full-time and being a supervisor and having to represent that district with a major disaster. We don't know when we're going to have the next disaster, but you have to be prepared, and you have your staff to help you. Not one of you can make a phone call and no one's going to answer your question, because they absolutely do, and they're here for you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there any other public comment? Yes, sir. Mr. Bancourt?
Richard Betancourt, 4140 Southside Road. I'm fully in favor of increasing your wages, but I have to agree with Mr. Bernowski. To me, you shouldn't even get your medical after your term's up. And then maybe you should get a higher, during your term, you should, 84,000 isn't enough, in my opinion, nowadays. The other thing that you folks should be concerned with is your planning commissioners. That's a tough job too. The planning now is really simple compared to when I was on it. Our packet sometimes was 3 inches thick, and we got it 6 days before the meeting. You really had to sit down and like B said, sometimes long hours reading. It's very boring, some of it. And then I would go out and look at the projects, which you guys should be doing too, or have your planning commissioner do that. But I'm totally in favor of you guys getting full-time.
Okay. Any other public comment? Do you have any public comments there? Okay. I do want to, before we go to you, Joe Paul, sorry, I do want to talk about medical. Let's, there's a lot of different misconceptions out there, I would say. I want people to understand that, first of all, as board members, we pay the same amount as any employee for a medical. We don't receive any type of special incentive or special rate. We pay just as all the other employees pay. Secondly is when we are terming, let's just say after 12 years, what is the medical, at this point in time, as of today, if everybody here was to finish 12 years, what do they get for medical when they leave?
Depending on when you were hired, if you were hired after,
Everybody here right now.
PIFCA minimum,
So that is what?
$140-ish
A month.
143.
So all these misconceptions about you get medical for life that is free, and I'll go on the record here, free of charge, is erroneous. So basically what you're saying is if I was to stay for 12 years, B was to stay for 12 years, Peter, Colin, and Bob 12 years, they would get roughly $147.
And
It goes up every
escalates
year.
every
but-
like
but once
$3
again,
every year.
It's
something like
not
that.
the thousands of dollars that people are thinking. Is there a car allowance? Do we get a car allowance? No.
Nope.
So there's no real, I just want to make sure everybody understands this because throughout my term, I've heard a lot of different things of you're doing it for this, you're doing it for that. So, it is, the money is roughly 40-something thousand right now and going up to 80-something. And there's no hidden cost or hidden incentives behind this. So, okay, sorry about that. Joe Paul, I'll invite you up and give you about 10 seconds.
Microphone.
Chair, Board of Supervisors, I'm here before you as an auditor controller. I'm the person responsible making sure that you're all reporting for Internal Revenue Service, Social Security, State of California, all those payments are properly reported and paid. In addition, for purposes of CalPERS, for CalPERS retirement. So what is being proposed here is a pay increase, and I don't have a personal comment about that at all. I just need clarification. Is this pay increase just a pay increase for the Board of Supervisors? And that's the rate at which I'm going to report to CalPERS. When you start talking about using the pay for aides and hiring an office assistant, understand that you will be receiving the pay and you become the employer of record for that employee. And so it's incumbent upon you as an employer to do all reporting associated with payroll of.
That was my stupidity. I apologize for that. Forget the 1099. We're talking about, and I'm going to bring up Peter's idea, is we receive 80 plus thousand. Now, what Peter wants to do is not receive 80,000. He wants to, this is on record, but this isn't the number. Peter wants to forgive or forgo 20,000 of that because he wants to hire a through the county, not personally, through the county. He wants an assistant, a part-time wage at $20,000.
With an irrevocable waiver prior to the calendar year.
Okay, so now we start looking at employees. We're now creating positions of employees. Now, are these employees going to be permanent staff or are they going to be temporary staff?
Temp staff.
Okay, so that means they're all subject to the personnel rules
Okay.
for the county. So keep those items in mind because they're, there's a lot to administer there.
Give me an example. A lot to administer. Define.
Well, for example, each of the employees is covered by the protections associated with the personnel rules. For example, a sexual harassment claim.
Okay.
Those claims, can be made, and it now becomes incumbent upon the county to investigate those claims. So, these are the kinds of issues. There are many, many issues associated with the personnel rules, And so I just want to, honestly, I would prefer to make things crystal clear that this is just a pay increase. If you guys want to hire employees later because you have deferred your waiver, let's talk about creating a budget for that. And, really a budget for that, so that we are administering it through the administrative office.
Well, we do have a budget for that. That budget would be the delta from what I'm just using you, Peter.
Yeah,
What Peter has asked.
I'm trying to
What do you
understand.
see?
I guess I'm not understanding, Joe Paul. So are you opposed to hiring employees, or is it just supervisor employees that you're concerned about? Like, what's the
Supervisor employees.
distinctions?
Well,
What's the difference between hiring someone else for a different department versus us?
I have no problem with supervisors having aides. I think that's probably, as a couple you've mentioned, that would be very helpful. The clarification was, one, is this a pay increase for supervisors? And is this the amount for all supervisors? If that's yes, then I'm good. When I'm gonna have to leave it for you to work out with Ray and Edgar the details of the hiring.
Okay.
So
Ray, go ahead and make.
I
your
just
statement.
wanted to make one comment. So we can handle that like we do with every other employee. We can
Yes.
manage that through the budget process. That is something we've been doing
But
for a while. I wanted to be very clear, just one point,
okay.
is what you can do is what you can do today. It's an irrevocable, you can say, look, I don't want my wages for the year, but you have to do it before the beginning of the new year.
Budget.
Before the beginning of the calendar year, my understanding,
For the calendar.
you have to say, Joe Paul, administration, I don't want to get paid this year. You have to do it in advance,
The whole year.
the whole year. You can't change your mind mid-year. You can say, look, I have $20,000 that I want to have reduce my pay so I can hire somebody. You have to do that in the beginning of the new year. So I just want to be very clear with everyone here. You can do that today. But that's what I'm hearing, and I think it's just going to be easy. We can manage it. We can work through the process. I just wanted to be very clear with
And
you.
I want to be clear too, to the public, because you keep on saying budget. It is not over and beyond of the supervisor's salary. This is within that same number.
Within the same, yeah.
I just want to make sure we're all clear. I don't want anyone to think that we're trying to hide anything. So
That is good. That's what I'm understanding, what
Okay,
I'm hearing from you.
perfect.
and I-
Yeah,
and I
because
agree.
basically, any kind of, anything beyond what is proposed would be outside of the budget, which would require an amendment and a whole nother.
Perfect. Okay, so we're all on the same
And
page.
and more in
exactly.
particular, just to add to that, it's what you irrevocably agree upon in the beginning of the year.
Okay.
I won't go over that number.
Perfect.
Got it.
And that was one of the reasons I said I like the option of having that to bring in an aid. I didn't say I was going to take advantage of it because I did question county council and our CAO to see exactly where would this aid come from. And so if you guys paid attention to when I mentioned what I was doing over the course of the month, I even was looking at volunteer opportunities in terms of someone, maybe as you said, someone who's in college, maybe at the Gavilan level, somebody maybe in their senior year who would want to be exposed to local politics and come in as a volunteer, because again, that was one of the things that I had looked at. And so when I said I like the option that you suggested, I wasn't even delving into the logistics of that, but I know what it is when you hire a independent contractor and it becomes a 1099 situation. It's a complicated issue for someone who is just a regular taxpayer. But if you're in business like yourself and you know all the ins and outs, then it's not an issue. But I saw a lot of it being more of a headache than trying to go that route than not. So I was looking at the idea of a volunteer. Again, I teach the GED. I have very capable students who, for one reason or another, did not get their high school diploma when they were in high school. And so they're looking at another opportunity. So I just thought maybe some way that I could kind of utilize that pool of individuals. And I was concerned that if we did have an assistant that the county was going to assign us someone, and that's where I'm like, well, wait a minute, if I'm going to pull someone in, I want someone of my choosing, and how would that work? And so I haven't even decided this because we don't even know if we're going to get the raise or not. You know, and so that was just a concern I had. And then hold on, and then I just want to address the retirement. Now, we have not, at this point until today, talked about term limits. It has been out there in the community. It should happen, it should happen, it should happen. And so my concern was, why should any of us sitting up here today be precluded from being eligible for the retirement? And what I was just saying was that if we're going to put term limits, please just make it considerable where one of us up here happens to get reelected to a point to where we are available for retirement. That's the only thing. I'm not saying I'm going to be reelected. I mean, it's a will of the people. It's not me. I'm just saying think about it more broadly and globally. I'm not thinking selfishly. I'm thinking more in terms of every other supervisor who comes up. Because Supervisor Dela Cruz and Botello, they both retired, both out with, 4 terms, 16 years? Again, I haven't been a county employee for very long, and I didn't know what the vesting term was. So again, I resent the fact from Mr. Bonoski or anyone else who's attacking me saying that it's conditional upon retirement. I'm asking questions because these are concerns that are just brought up today. And again, this is a public meeting for the public good in public. And so I'm asking the questions, ergo, in public. So I resent the fact that I'm attacked for asking a question that's going to be broadly applied to all of us in the future.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes, sir.
Just briefly to answer that. So 5 years through CalPERS is the vesting, just so you're clear. So that would require a 2-term appointment by the public.
That's within 12.
Yes, and that's within the 12. For you, you're leaving before the 5 years, so.
So I get nada.
But you get nothing. There's no pension, there's no future obligation. But just as an FYI, 5 years, so it will require 2 terms.
So I have no liability to the county, correct?
That's right.
I just want to go on record with that one. Any other questions from the?
Mr. Chair,
Oh, sorry.
One clarification. Yes, the waiver on an annual basis should be done just, before January, right, in December. Because you don't have this pay increase right now, if as part of the action that you take is to waive any part of this increase, and I don't know the mechanics wise, but if that's written into the language of the ordinance, then it would be okay to go ahead and waive it, when you pass the ordinance.
For this next year.
Yeah.
So we need to memorialize that. Please contact me directly if this comes back to the next
Before
meeting.
the end of the year.
No. Because we're already in the calendar year, so you would need to make an irrevocable waiver before this is adopted at the next meeting to affect the waiver for this calendar year. So please contact me if anybody wants to do a waiver, and if this is set over for the next meeting for adoption, you should contact our office or the CAO's office so that could be memorialized into the motion and we get a signed waiver.
So that means we have to meet, because
Yeah.
2 weeks to finalize the whole job description.
Again,
and
it's because it's a unique situation. We're mid-year. But for every year after that, you just have to do it prior to the
Well, and maybe it'll help clarify even the language if it's read. So if I can read just kind of as a reference point, and then once the motion is made, then it'll be reread again. But so it's basically the current language, but then it says, in addition, before each calendar year, a supervisor may make an irrevocable waiver of any portion of their salary. Any waived salary shall be designated for staff support for that specific supervisor. So that basically puts us in the position that says, yeah, we're giving up this portion. The hard part is that's where I'm talking to Barbara is what does that mean as far as hours, job description, performance reviews, everything having, right? That's got to be fleshed out real quick. But ultimately, it just gives the flexibility of whatever that portion is chosen, the difference between the base and the supplemental, then it gives the supervisor the flexibility to make that decision and to ultimately hire that person.
No, it's not so nice.
Well, and just to make things easier, Peter, since we're in the middle of the year, it might behoove you to not do that until next year. You know, I'm just saying that's another alternative. I'm just bringing that up, and then it starts out fresh every year, but that's just up to
You
you.
need to do a lot of homework.
Yeah,
but
no, exactly. Is there any other questions for the board members? Do you have the motion?
Pardon, yes. So is it the desire of the board that the ordinance will be considered amended by staff to include this additional language and to add the word dollars and 10 cents up at the, right after the word 38? So it would read $38.10. That's the, right there at the first part of the paragraph, and then the last paragraph is just what we read into the record? Is
Yes.
that how, so staff has amended the ordinance to reflect that? Then I'll read the title of the ordinance for the record. An
Thank you.
ordinance of the Board of Supervisors of the County of San Benito amending Ordinance 828, which establishes compensation for the Board of Supervisors of San Benito County. And the motion would be to make a motion to accept introduction, waive further reading, continue consideration of the ordinance to June 8th at 9 a.m.
Question, please. The term limits?
Oh, yes,
With-
and to direct staff to bring back a proposed ordinance relating to term limits for the board's consideration at the next meeting.
And with the amended language, or we'd have to
Yes,
do that as a vote?
with the amended language that staff read into the record.
Well, what I read, in addition.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
Yes.
and that is my motion.
And the term limits would be 3 terms.
Yes,
Yes.
3 terms is the term limits. That is my motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, 5-0. Incredibly, motion passes.
Congratulations.
Yes. A nice party indeed.
Okay, now, I'm
And
sorry.
you want to leave this incredibly functioning board, Mark?
Now we will bring up number 27. I am sorry to keep you waiting for such a long time, but I did it on purpose, Bob. I'm sorry. I
that's no problem.
wanted the salary to be right after COVID because I didn't want it to be buried at the end. I wanted complete transparency. I didn't want people to say that you buried it at the end. So it's very important that we had this. So I'll let Bob take over on number 26 since he did, or 27, since he
Yeah.
did bring it to our attention. Thank you,
Yeah,
Bob.
thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, let me, just a little background. I was approached by one of my constituents in South County, Mr. Bob Fruzetta, who is a rancher down in South County. And he brought to my attention a situation in Bureau of Land Management lands, which there's a tremendous amount of BLM lands down in South San Benito County. And I ultimately ended up having a conference call with Bob and with Nick Lasher, who is one of the BLM Rangers, law enforcement officials. And the issue has to do with fires, particularly in South San Benito County. And we have a situation, and of course, as we all know, it's becoming a bigger and bigger problem in our country, and particularly in California, with fires. But the particular concern is on BLM property. Target shooting is very popular. It's extremely popular. And during, the times of year when it's not a fire hazard, it's a great, recreational thing. And they get, hundreds, probably thousands of people that go into BLM property to do target practice, both from San Benito County but also coming over from the valley and down south. The problem is that once we go into the fire season, and we have just officially, I believe just a few days ago, officially went into the fire season in BLM property, target practice and that kind of activity is no longer legal because it's a major cause of fire. In fact, in a moment here, BLM people will be on and they will give you some statistics, but it's by far and away the biggest cause of fire. And the problem is these fires that started down south on BLM property, you know, of course, it's a very remote area, so they very quickly become very large, and they very quickly move, you know, fires know no boundaries, so they move over into private lands, lands of our constituents, and it's a huge problem not only for the private landowners, their livestock, but also the cost of putting out these fires. So that is the reason for this, you know, today's agenda, is that we want to be sure that local law enforcement has the ability to deal with target practice and other shooting and other activities that might cause a fire during the fire seasons in particular. And we're in the process of, Barbara is in the process taking a look at exactly what the county laws are, but we believe that we're going to need to have clarification, and that's what ultimately what today's agenda item is to simply to give direction to county council to take a look at the county laws and ordinances to make sure that our local enforcement officers have the ability to, in conjunction with the BLM law enforcement, to deal with this fire situation. So that's the background. I know that we have several individuals from the Bureau of Land Management on the line. Ben Blom, who's the field, he's the field director of the Central Coast BLM office out of Marina. I know Nick Lasher, who is the individual that I also spoke to with, who's the law enforcement BLM officer, and then also someone from the BLM office who is specifically involved in fire mitigation. I don't have his name. But Ben, if you're online, maybe you can, Mr. Chair, if it's okay, I can
Yes, sir.
have them go ahead, and I believe they have a short presentation. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me okay. As Bob said, I'm Ben Blom. I'm the field manager for the BLM Central Coast Field Office. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I'm very grateful to Supervisor Tiffany and Bob Frazetta for bringing this up as a topic worth considering in front of the Board of Supervisors. There's another couple folks here from BLM, so I'll just let them briefly introduce themselves, and then I'll jump into a quick presentation. Nick, are you there? Going once, going twice. All right, Mike, are you on? Mike Giannini? I think you're on mute.
Yeah, sure am. Good afternoon, folks. My name is Mike Chiodini. I'm the battalion chief for the Central Coast Field Office here in Marina, California. We deal with 5 different counties. Our public lands are scattered throughout those. So we have to have good partnerships with CAL FIRE, Pinnacles National Park, Los Padres National Forest, county and city fire agencies also. And then we also partner up with our local fire safe councils, who are community members that are outstandingly helping out reducing hazardous fuels. So that's kind of our mission and my mission here in the field office. Since we have fire restrictions, we've reduced target shooting fires by 70%. And they're just restricted until those fire restrictions are lifted, typically in October, maybe November, it depends on when we get rain and stuff. So they have helped us reduce target shooting fires. And we're happy to have them in place. It just takes a lot of effort to educate the public and patrol these lands out in our 5 different counties. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. And I think I saw Nick maybe try to chime in there. Nick, you want to introduce yourself? All right, we may be dealing with some issues with Nick's audio there. So I'm gonna share my screen. Hopefully, folks can see it. Let's see here. Can folks see my screen with a presentation on it?
No, sir.
No, sir. Okay. How about now?
No, sir.
All right. That's unfortunate.
Give us
Well,
what?
I will try to get through this without the aid of the presentation then, and I'll be sure to share
Give us. There
this
you go.
with the,
We're good. We got you.
Yes, sir. Now we're good.
Okay. Oh, good. Sometimes it takes a little while to load up. All right. Well, this is just a few slides of a presentation, and just want to talk a little bit about what we're doing with fire restrictions, and then we talk a little bit about the partnership with the county. The picture here, this is Griswold Hills Recreation Site down off New Idria Road in South County. As Mike mentioned, we manage land across a broad area of the central coast of California, mostly in Fresno, San Benito, and Monterey counties. We manage about 300,000 acres across that region, about 100,000 acres within San Benito County, almost entirely within Supervisor Tiffany's district in South County, centered around Pinoche Valley and Hernandez Valley in the south, as well as Clear Creek area down there near the Fresno border. In terms of fire history, we kind of break our field office into multiple zones, and I'm going to show some numbers for where our most frequent fires are. But for the most part, our most frequent fire areas are on the east side of our field office, kind of in the Pinoche Valley area, Pinoche Hills, Griswold Hills, Toomey Hills, off of Pinoche Road and Little Pinoche Road in South County. As well as the south San Joaquin Valley down towards Coalinga. So that's where we get the most frequent fire starts within our field office. This just shows that with number of fires over the last 10 years within these different areas. And these include fires that started on private as well. But you could see, kind of ignoring that Santa Cruz last line there, the most frequent fires are in the San Joaquin Valley and in the Pinoche region of our field office. And part of that is just because there's a lot of grass in those areas, and particularly in wet years, it's very easy to ignite wildfires in those areas. Typically, when we have fires down there, they are kept relatively small because they're grass fires. But each time we have a fire, it's very costly. The average, short fire incident costs about $200,000 for Cal Fire and others to put out. So it's a costly thing to have these frequent wildfires. Also has impacts to private land, as Supervisor Tiffany has mentioned. This next slide shows the causes of fires within our field office, and this is just fires that are impacting Bureau of Land Management lands. You can see of all of the causes, target shooting is far and away the most frequent cause of fires. 35 target shooting fires over the last 10 years. The next most frequent cause of fire is equipment. Things like welding, other activities that may be happening on private lands or on public lands that are starting fires, and then vehicles. So that just gives you a sense of the causes of fires, and Mike can speak more to this. We've done a lot of work, as Mike said, with trying to reduce that number of target shooting fires. And since we started implementing seasonal prohibitions on target shooting, it has significantly reduced the number of new fires starting from target shooting. So when we go into fire restrictions, it really depends on the conditions on the ground, how dry the fuels are. We just went into fire restrictions for this year, this past Friday, due to hot and dry conditions. In previous years, it could be later into June, just depends on what our conditions look like on the ground. And then the last 3 years we've been implementing, or last 4 years, we've been implementing a temporary prohibition on recreational target shooting, which I mentioned has been very effective. But there are some other restrictions that we include. So no campfires outside of our developed campgrounds, no operation of equipment off of existing roads and trails. Smoking can only occur within a vehicle or within a developed campground. And then the use or possession of tools like welding equipment or other flame torches, anything like that, is banned during the fire season as well. I also have a link to the press release that came out last week that announced these restrictions. And so this is enforcing these restrictions and stopping wildfires, because we still have people that come out and try to do these things during fire season. That workload is a big workload for our law enforcement staff. We have 3 law enforcement rangers spread across our whole field office. So they are spread thin, but there's definitely a strong partnership with the San Benito County Sheriff's Office. And sometimes a lot of the time our officers are down there in South County with no deputies around, because there's not that many deputies within the county, and so we really support each other in law enforcement within South County. And so I think that the topic that's been raised today by Supervisor Tiffany is really about building off of that partnership to ensure greater consistency. And I think it's really can be a force multiplier when we can all cite and try to prevent fires starting that impact both BLM lands and private lands. And that's all I have for my presentation, and I'm sure there'll be some questions. This is just a picture of one of our campsites down in the Laguna Mountain area down in South County near Hernandez Valley. We do a lot of work around these campgrounds, minimizing potential for fires. So we don't have a lot of fire starts that happen at our developed campgrounds. Most of our fires start kind of dispersed around on BLM lands, and a lot of them starting from target shooting. So I'll stop there and then see if folks have questions.
Board members, any questions?
I had a question, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. So what we're talking about is regulating the shooting out there during dry season is what it sounds like.
Yeah, just to be clear, we're talking about public land, BLM land, not the private property, but just during the fire season. Now, the fire season, as Ben said, does vary, but it would be only during that time. The other times, it's not only allowed, but it's actually welcomed on, BLM property.
Yeah.
But it's just during the fire season,
Yeah.
the dry season.
What is typically the fire season, would you say?
Well, they just, as Ben said, they just went into it this past Friday. So I guess more and more it's a longer period, but it could run anywhere from probably mid to late May or early June to into maybe October. Ben, you can answer that better than me.
Yeah, I think that's right, Bob, and I think Mike touched on this as well. Typically May or June until October or November. It just depends on the season that we have. And I probably should have mentioned this in my presentation. There's a few reasons why it would be helpful for the county to have an accompanying ordinance. One is that it would allow county deputies to cite people on BLM lands. Currently, because this is a federal fire restriction, they can't cite for federal violations. And so if there's no BLM ranger around and a deputy drives by and sees someone target shooting in dry grass in July, a deputy could actually cite that person. Also, if we have a county code that we can cite to, both as BLM law enforcement and as county sheriff's deputies, the fees collected from that citation can stay local. So currently, when our law enforcement cite people for shooting during the summer, that funding doesn't stay local to San Benito County. It goes into a federal account. So our law enforcement officers could cite off of a county code, and then those funds generated by the fees from the citation can stay local. So that's another benefit. And just ensures that consistency between the BLM and the county.
So I'm curious, sir, what would be the process to educate the public? Are you going to change signage and post fee structures for first or second violation? What does that look like for education purposes?
That's a good question. I think we would want to work with the county to make sure that we have accurate signage reflecting the new county code. We put a lot of work and time into putting the signs up. Just last week, we had a full court press to put signs up all over our areas so people are fully aware of what the rules and restrictions are. And we can certainly work with the county if there needs to be modifications to that signage. So people are aware of what the county ordinance says.
Let me just mention one other thing I should have mentioned before. I've spoken to both Sheriff Thompson and Captain Taylor about this, and I don't know if they're listening in or they're available to speak on it. As Ben said, there's already good cooperation between the sheriffs and the BLM officers. So that's not what this is. That's already been happening. There's already an agreement between them. I think what this would allow would take it to a slightly higher level and address specifically the fire season and the issue with the fire, because currently I don't believe we have any county ordinances that address something like target shooting within the county during the fire season and the BLM property. So that's where this would take it. County Council Barbara would be taking a look exactly what we have on the books and how we would put this together, and we've already spoken about that.
Okay.
Our default fine ordinance is usually 100, 200, and 500 unless the board specifies a different amount. So when we bring that back, we'll draft something, and then the board can always review it and give us different direction after we develop the ordinance.
Yeah, because for me, I'm not, and I see the point for this, and obviously it's, you want to prevent fires, which is, it could become really dangerous in California. I would say is, because to be fair, actually, to be transparent, I've gone out there shooting with Boy Scouts, go out there, like a lot of registered gun owners that basically are not there to do anything wrong, right? I mean, one of my good friends that I go out there with, he's actually a trained instructor, so he manages safety like a drill sergeant. But that being said, right, I imagine there's a lot of folks that aren't as engaged or whatever, so they might not be. So I'm less worried about the registered and more obviously about those folks that probably are just doing it because they all these one-off possible scenarios. Whatever that means, for me, it's more about education, I guess. I think maybe there should be something that's a first warning or something, unless there's an obvious, like he's illegally carrying or whatever, then that's a whole nother animal, right, which is already probably covered under current law. So just in a way that my thing is for me, when I go out there, I'm not thinking, is it fire season yet, right? So if there's something to that, obviously I won't waste my time going out there. So that's kind of, if there's a way to basically get the public engaged to understand what that means, so that way when they're out there, or when they are out there, it's because it's not fire season.
I agree with you. I mean, I'm sure education part of it. I doubt that again, this is not to go after, people that are doing target practice, whatever. It's just, I doubt that people that are doing target practice realize that they could start a fire. In fact, I'm not sure, I'm not a gun owner, so I'm not exactly sure how that works, but I know, as Ben pointed out, it's a huge problem. And people, it's not that you do it intentionally, it's just, it happens. And so I agree with you, education is a big part of it.
Yeah, maybe including just a thought, because in general, most folks that do know that, you really should have a backstop. It's usually a gravel type terrain, so it's kind of, there's already that layer of thought when it comes down to target practice, right? Because you don't want anything behind, right? Because then obviously the bullet can go past, which is a lot more dangerous. But there's a lot of thought with it. Maybe part of that education is having designated areas, even on non-fire seasons, that ultimately kind of gets that conversation going to not just think about, hey, you're not just trying to shoot and be safe with people, but you're also wanting to protect fires from
Yeah,
happening.
I believe they do. Ben, you do have designated areas for target shooting. I mean, you encourage it during the non-fire season, don't you?
Yeah, so we're definitely supportive of use of public lands for recreational target shooting. It's one of our most popular recreational activities. We don't have designated shooting ranges, but we have areas that are very popular for shooting ranges, and we are looking, as the supervisor mentioned, identifying areas that could be kind of pre-treated to prevent wildfires during the fire season. We have looked into doing that. Where there are areas with very little vegetation, if we can put fire lines around those areas and leave them open during the summer, we've definitely explored that, but we haven't been able to get there yet to where we feel confident that we have a specific area that could be left open during the summer. But that's definitely something that we're considering and looking into doing in future years.
That totally makes sense. I mean, even for the sake of protecting the public, right? I mean, I know for me, you're trained not to be, it's got to be a backstop, a big heavy dirt, mostly a hill, really. Because even if it's not about the brush, could be a person, 300 yards away that your eyesight is not keeping up with. So even for other reasons, right, maybe coming up with safety protocols when it comes to being in that area, and designated areas probably makes a lot of sense.
Okay, any other questions from the board members? See none, any public?
I was just gonna, if I could make a comment real quick. I just want to say, for me, it's thank you to Supervisor Tiffany, thank you to Peter Fusetta and BLM for bringing this forward. For me, it's a no-brainer. I was really alarmed at the number of, when I saw that presentation, the number of fires that are caused by this target shooting in this area. We have, especially now, we know we keep hearing these fire seasons could keep getting worse, and we're looking at potentially the worst historical fire season on record. Not guaranteed, but there's a potential there this particular fire season, and we're going to be talking about fireworks here in a little bit as well for the same reason. And we really, it's our responsibility to do what we can to prevent these fires, to prevent these disasters. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Zoom.
We have Captain Taylor and Charlie Bedoya raising their hands.
Captain Taylor.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and congratulations on your announcement. And also, thank you to Supervisor Tiffany for reaching out to us and having a nice dialogue about this. And I also empathize with what Supervisor Hernandez is talking about. So I think for us, we rely heavily on BLM and National Park Service and state parks and highway patrol and all of our partners, even other counties. We often rely on Fresno County down in South County a lot to help us out with certain calls. So the way we're looking at this is not a punitive thing. It's hard to go give someone education if you don't have the teeth behind it to take any type of enforcement. So the way our office, at least I'm looking at it as I come into this, take over this office, is that I want the deputies to be able to support our BLM partners and support the constituents that live in South County, but without the teeth behind the punitive action, which is not our intent and not really where we would start off with any of these things. We want to be able to go down and educate people and make sure that we don't have fires started. I too was absolutely astonished by the amount of fires that happened from target shooting. I had no idea that that had happened. But I did spend a lot of my last summer, up at the Pleasanton Fairgrounds and saw just how devastating these fires are, and listened to the residents and the ranchers that were isolated from their property and they lost livestock and they lost structures. And if it's just about educating people and having them not do target shooting during a certain period of time, we're supportive of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief Bedolla?
Hi, this is Charlie. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Supervisors. Can you guys hear me okay on this right now?
Yes, sir, Chief.
Okay, just on something on trying to figure out the season. I mean, we could do it off of, it's kind of hard to determine the fire season because it is so, how do I say, flexible on the season, the fire season. We could probably do it together with the backyard burn permits, because that usually ends at April 1, just food for thought on it. And it depends, and we go off of what CAL FIRE recommends. So we don't issue burn permits until CAL FIRE says it's a go, and they've started as soon as October, but then they've held them off until as late as like the end of December or January. It depends on the rainy season. So that's what we determine our backyard burn permits off of. So that might be a good way to say, hey, during the backyard burn season, no target shooting. I mean, it ends April 30th, but it could start as soon as October, or it could go as late as end of December, January. So we've seen it both those times. The fire season's getting longer and longer, but that might be a good way of doing it instead of, it's kind of hard. You set it for November, and then we still have 2 months of dry grass until we get a good rain. So just a little something to think about. That's all that was.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comment on Zoom?
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Nick Lasher. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So my name is Nick Lasher. I'm a federal law enforcement ranger with the Bureau of Land Management. Sorry for my audio connection issues earlier. I just wanted to pipe in real quick. I really appreciate Ben and Mike's coverage of the situation. I would just like to point out, if there were fire restrictions put in place by the San Benito County Board of Supervisors, it would give 3 tangible benefits right off the bat. One would be that it would give the San Benito County Sheriff deputies, game wardens, and any other state peace officers the ability to enforce fire restrictions on federal public lands, the BLM lands, which they currently don't have. 2, it would give the federal officers, rangers, the ability to issue state citations instead of federal citations. And then the third thing would be that would keep it local. If fire restrictions were in place at a local level, the penalties and fees would be made by San Benito County, and they would be kept in San Benito County. They'd be charged by the San Benito County District's Attorney Office, and they would be sent to San Benito County's court system. And currently, only federal citations are citable for these fire restriction issues. They're sent to the federal prosecutor and to the federal courts in Monterey County. And the fees go to a place in Texas, so they're not kept local. So that would be the 3 major pluses, I think, as far as San Benito County supervisors considering this ordinance. Also, there's a couple other counties which have ordinances in place like this one. Both Santa Barbara County as well as San Luis Obispo County have ordinances that mimic our fire restriction ordinances, but they take it to the state level so that it can be kept in the county itself. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other Zoom comments?
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. This is Valerie Egland out on School Road outside of San Juan. And over the years, it is the different properties that have been sold. The first thing that happens is a horse is brought in. And then the second thing is that a target practice area is established. So I agree wholeheartedly on attaching the target practice season to be added to the burn permits so that people are warned about the use of their firearms touching off a grass fire, especially in residential areas that's rural residential. Otherwise, also out on the BLM lands, we have hikers and such that are fearful of getting out there because of people driving out to do their range shooting target practice. And there should be something that makes them feel assured that this area is for shooting and that area is not for shooting and that they will not be shot. So thank you very much. I appreciate the attention to this subject. Bye-bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
No more comments on Zoom.
Okay, bring it back to the chambers. Any public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. What is the wish of the board?
I think the, what's before us is simply to give, assuming the majority of the board agrees with this, give direction to county staff, county council to draft an ordinance. I think it remains to be seen exactly how that ordinance will be worded, but it will be to address the, the fire hazards. And I think one other thing is, I would suggest, because there's a recommendation in terms of time frame, that we try to get this back as soon as possible, because we are in the fire season now. So if we're going to try to address it for this season, we should try to do it as soon as possible.
Can we get it on next board meeting? Okay. Well,
I support that.
Yeah, an
Yes.
urgency ordinance.
It's got to be 4/5 on an urgency ordinance, so I support it.
I support it.
Yes.
It'll be a unanimous, so yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank.
So do we need?
Do we
I
need a
just-
motion,
Do we need a
or-
motion, or?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
5-0. Was there what?
Does that mean it's gonna be for special meeting?
It'll be just an urgency ordinance coming up on the 8th. Yeah, that, so urgency ordinance only allows you to do it once, right? You don't have to have a second reading, so that's why.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Ben, and everyone. Thank you.
Next one, we have Mr. Young from the Resource Management Agency.
Mr. Chair, members of the board. We have returned this item to the board at the request of an earlier, as a result of an earlier board request, that there be some consideration given to looking at the economic development element of the general plan, and specifically the 16 nodes that were established in 2015 as part of the 2035 general plan for the county. And so we'd like to provide some background information that might be helpful to you as you decide whether or not you want to undertake reconsideration of the 16 nodes designation. And I've asked Robin Bolster-Grant, who's with me now, to run through a brief PowerPoint that will outline some of the background that may be useful to you as you decide whether or not you wish to engage this issue and to what extent. Let me just say this. There are 16 nodes, and it's possible that there would be significant economic and financial implications were we to deal with those or try to make a change at this point. And so staff is not really recommending that the general plan be amended at this time. However, that we do work with the EDC to do some prioritization for the nodes that make the most sense for the county in the near term. Having said that, I will ask Robin to make a presentation, and then we'll be happy to answer questions that you might have.
Thank you, Benny. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Let me pop open my PowerPoint. First time I ever presented a PowerPoint to the board in Santa Cruz, I inadvertently put an auto advance feature there, and it was sort of like the Lucy episode with the chocolates and the conveyor belt, so I'm wanting to make sure I get this right. So as Benny said, I'm here to provide a very broad overview of the commercial nodes designated in our general plan. That overview includes a brief refresher about the general plan adoption process, the purpose of the nodes, and their role in maximizing the economic health of the county. The nodes were designated in the 2035 general plan update as opportunity sites based on their location, proximity to transportation hubs, existing land uses, and other attributes. In February of 2020, a petition was circulated which sought primarily to delete the nodes. In response to that petition and possible ballot initiative, an analysis was performed, the Election Code 9111 report, to evaluate the possible impact that the initiative would have if passed. The petition failed to qualify, so the 9111 report was not published or presented to your board formally. It is included as an attachment to this agenda item. The analysis in the report is instructive, though, I think, so we will be referring liberally to that report. Again, just to briefly go over the general plan process, this update took 8 years. Extensive outreach to all sectors of our community, including surveys that went out to more than 14,000 households, public meetings before the Planning Commission with recommendations to the board, and this effort was made to ensure that the final document would, in fact, reflect the vision of the community. The update included a new element devoted to economic development, which relied upon input from the Business Council, Economic Development Corporation, the Board of Realtors, and other business partners. So here is the map of all 16 nodes, broken down into the general plan designations: commercial regional, commercial thoroughfare, and commercial neighborhood nodes. The commercial thoroughfare was designed to appeal to motorists near our highway interchanges, and would be primarily automotive, gas stations and such. The commercial neighborhood designation was envisioned to provide goods and services to nearby neighborhoods. And then the commercial regional, these would be destination spots serving the entire region, like the name says, with hotels, motels, shopping centers, etc. So this slide comes directly out of this 9111 report, and this shows the development of all 16 nodes at what they call full build-out, which is the potential over time. And it's based on the FAR, which is the floor area ratio, which is the percentage of a parcel that can be built with structures. So using the floor area ratio, or FAR, the consultant that created this report came up with a calculation of the maximum amount of square footage for each of the types of nodes or general plan designations, and then broken down by development type. So you can see the total development square footage, almost 9 million square feet over time, with all of these nodes being built out to the extent that they can, and then most of that being retail in this case. So out of the 16 nodes, really only 9 were judged to be potentially developed by 2035. So, the report breaks down full build out versus build out at 2035. And the nodes that weren't included had some issues with infrastructure requirements, existing uses that the consultant felt would delay that time frame. So this is brave. No, I'm trying to use my mouse as a pointer. So you can see the regional nodes along the 101 corridor, the commercial thoroughfare nodes at other intersections throughout the county here. And then one neighborhood node at Fallon and Fairview. So here's another version of the table that I just showed, and this is the square footage, total developed square footage by 2035. So this is a subset of the full build out. But it's still pretty impressive, 2.2 million square feet. Just under half of that could be potentially developed with retail. And we know that the benefits of retail sales tax certainly accrue to the county. So this is kind of the bottom line slide. This calculates based on the square footages that we just saw, this would be the estimated projected net revenue. Again, the full build out with the red shows 38 million and change in annual net revenue to the county with the nodes at full build out by 2035, 8.7 million, still a decent amount. And then because this report contemplated the initiative taking away the nodes, they also showed what that initiative would do and what that impact would be. So for full build out, instead of 38 million plus in revenue, that would reduce to about $750,000 in their calculation. This is, again, a broad overview to show the economic potential represented by these nodes identified in the general plan. A deeper dive into the viability of these nodes, I think, would be the logical next step. Some of the considerations, of course, would be to make sure that the sites that we seek as a county to develop or put energy into would be helpful, not harmful to our city partners. We have to consider the time and cost of rezoning, assess the existing uses, infrastructure needs, and of course the willingness of property owners to engage in development. To fully implement the vision articulated in the general plan, rezoning is required for 14 of the 16 nodes. Each development project would require a conditional use permit as well as environmental review under CEQA, either a full EIR in some cases or perhaps a mitigated negative declaration. Simply being designated as a node in the general plan does not provide any entitlement to these sites. The designation is really just a starting point. So staff is recommending that your board accept the staff report. Planning seeks direction from the board to partner with EDC, the Economic Development Corporation, to evaluate the nodes and rank them on market feasibility, development potential, type of entitlements required, and of course, property owner interest. I've spoken with Mark Fontes at the EDC, and he is on board. They have the resources and the experience to supplement what we do in planning. We're also seeking direction to create an inventory of all commercial and industrially zoned property in the county. And finally, we seek any other direction the board wishes to provide in an effort to maximize the potential of these nodes. I do have one correction I need to make, and that is to the presentation that I put online. There was a slide in there that talks about the number of times you can amend the general plan. You can amend the general plan 4 times. That does not include the 5-year cycle, or I'm sorry, the housing element. With that, I'm available for questions, and thank you.
I'll start off with Supervisor Tiffany. Any questions?
Well, just comment. I think it's a good presentation, a lot of information. Wasn't aware of the 9/11 or 9/1? Yeah.
9/111.
9/111. A lot of good information in there. Just some, a couple comments. Obviously, revenue is a huge issue for the county, and You know, when the three of us newbies came on board, that was the mantra that Ray just kept hitting us. I said, come on, Ray, don't you have something else you can talk about? But revenue is a big issue for us. We need more business development, and the sales tax it will generate. So I think I think there's a really good starting point to try to, and the idea of trying to prioritize these nodes, I think makes a lot of sense. I know there's some controversy around some of them, but nevertheless, I think it makes a lot of sense to prioritize and see, you know, where we have the greatest benefit potential. And I also like the idea of looking at other areas where there could be some development within the unincorporated areas of the county. Supervisor Kosmicki and myself are on economic development ad hoc, as well as working with EDC. And frankly, that's, you know, part of the question. We talk about, you know, some kind of a business development idea that's going to bring in revenue. And one of the questions is where the hell are they going to go? You know, where are they going to, because, you know, there's just not that many places. So I think that's a real priority for us to address. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Gonzalez?
No, I have no questions. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Supervisor Hernandez? Okay, good. Supervisor Kosmicki?
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, so I brought this up in February. You know, there's been a lot of division in the community before you got here over the nodes. And my goal here, as I've stated earlier, is really to try to work with all the different sides. You know, we have a chunk of the population that was not in favor of, you know, the 4 nodes on 101. Chunk of the population that wants as many nodes as possible. And I want this to be a public process. I just want us as a county board to make sure that we're going forward. And I know the general plan was very public, but you know, there were people, frankly, that just they weren't aware of the extent of, you know, the node portion of the general plan. And you know, so on one hand, there's a balance here. We do need business. We do need revenue. There's absolutely no doubt about that. It's not sustainable for this county to keep going forward and, you know, saying no to everything. It's just not. But at the same time, it's, you know, there's a large portion of our population that wants us to really focus on maintaining the rural character, the beauty of this area that really defines San Mateo County. So I think we can have both. I really do. I think if we look at things the right way, you know, first of all, everybody that's heard me talk about this knows that if I had my way, if in an ideal world, commercial industrial development in the county would be as closer to the city's, the services, closer to infrastructure, closer to maybe some of the infrastructure that we're looking at putting in, because when you build way out in these areas on the outskirts, as a professional planner, you know, obviously that creates a lot more complications as far as costs and things like that. So a lot of people here are very sensitive about the potential for sprawl, and that sprawl mentality. And when you look at the map and you see 16 nodes and you're talking about 9 million square feet of development or I think you said the smaller number, 2.2 million by 2035. You know, people tend to see those numbers, and even myself, 9 million square feet is a lot. I don't think realistically, like my whole point with the 16 nodes that I've been saying from the beginning, there's no realistic way, and you pointed it out in your presentation that's not even a goal. There's no realistic way we're going to build 16 commercial zones between now and 2035. Even 9, I would say, is pretty unrealistic, because I've only been here for a couple decades, but how many commercial zones have been developed in unincorporated county over the past 15 or 20 years? I mean, there may be some smaller ones, but have there really been anything of this nature, you know, that's really been developed? And so the reality is we're not building 16 nodes. We're not even probably building 9 nodes. It's just not realistic. So I'm not against node development. I'm not against commercial zones. I just want to make sure that we're listening to people who are concerned about, sprawling growth, whether you agree or disagree that the nodes are an example of sprawl. My goal here is to make sure that we're involving the people in the process and truly listening to them. And when we get into potentially prioritizing the nodes, that could be a big opportunity to involve the public, and to have the voice of the people, particularly that are concerned about rampant growth. So, some of the examples of having a node in Piscines or Tres Pinos or McCloskey Road, Wright Road, 4 on Shore Road, those are areas that I don't really see necessarily being developed anytime soon. Maybe Shore Road, with the way transportation is going, I could see that. But, I just want to make sure that we're aware that there's an organized, group of people that showed they can go to the ballot and challenge these things. And I want to get to a point where we as leaders and these two sides of this issue can work together so that we can find a middle ground that, works for everybody, and that we're not constantly fighting on the ballots. And so that was really my whole point of bringing this forward, is to have a conversation. What can we do going forward to ensure that, yes, we need business growth, we need revenue growth. I 100% agree with that. But let's make sure that we're doing it in a way that is sensitive to the public and sensitive to people who are concerned about just putting commercial developments, all over the place. So that's my biggest thing. I really just wanted to have a conversation. I appreciated the notation in the presentation about taking a deeper dive into viability. The rezoning thing, there's only 2, unfortunately. I wish there maybe would have been more than 2 that were already zoned, and we went through a process where the public and our leadership saw that those are areas that should be commercial, industrial. I like the idea of ranking market feasibility, prioritizing, and the inventory of industrial, commercial. I think will be a big benefit for us going forward. And maybe there's an opportunity to streamline for priority nodes. Maybe there's an opportunity for, we talked about streamlined development and things like that. Maybe there's an opportunity to provide an incentive. If we pick 5 nodes or 4 nodes and say, these are the priority, these are closer to services, these are where the infrastructure is not going to cost us a bunch of money. On the other end of that, we're willing to provide those developers with incentives in the way of deferred or reduced impact fees and a really aggressive streamlined planning. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Although I totally respect what you just shared, Supervisor Kosmicki, I disagree. Yeah, it's under a lot of assumptions, right? I believe in business as a practice, not as a theory. So we have to show or highlight how we're actually game planning for this opportunity. And if anything, I would imagine, even just from the business interests, they're vetting and fleshing the possibility of where to locate, right? They're not just looking at really the business-friendly climate of the agency that they're working with. They're depending a lot on their research on what is viable, right? When you think about the node locations, a lot of them are actually off of main thoroughfares for obvious reasons, because it becomes basically, it's like a river that feeds that area, right? So it, to a certain extent, it creates the opportunity for profit margins to be healthy, right? Which is what they need to do, right? They can't just set up on a game plan on a short-term 6 month on a whim, let's see how it goes. Like, they've game planned this for years, where they want to make sure wherever they set up, it's going to be successful for a long time, because it's a lot of money not just to build something, but then all the process that it takes to get there, the EIR, everything, and then ultimately making sure that you have, that you have the sustainable revenue stream to feed that business. So, ideally, I would agree. It would be nice for them to be close to infrastructure centers, already established locations, right? But it's just not the reality, right? They have their own research that might speak otherwise. And I know, I know part of the hot topic is the fear that drives a lot of this conversation is, which I agree. I mean, to a certain extent, it's something that we have to flesh out on the planning side is, we can't just say, well, go ahead and come in, and then not understand well their planning, what their project is, even the language, to make sure it doesn't allow housing. Because I agree, I don't want houses that are away from the city center. I think that's a bad idea because by default, you're going to expand the ability for houses to grow in that area, and then all of a sudden you take away the opportunity for you actually encourage more of creating another to a certain extent a separation between the center of commerce where it needs that revenue, and then this new housing development that might if it's closer to 25, it might end up, or I'm sorry, to 101, it might end up in Santa Clara. The revenue from those folks. So yeah, it's got to be very carefully crafted, but nonetheless, there's a big difference between one-time fees, impact fees from housing, and sustainable ongoing revenue from commercial development. And I think maybe we should learn to be a little bit better listeners to the business climate so that we can understand their needs and how to accommodate it. Granted, it meets our expectations, right? That's the working relationship. But in general, for us to be successful, we gotta open up, we gotta make sure that San Miguel County sends a very strong, powerful message. We are open for business, and we need your business to ultimately provide for the resources and the quality of life that our residents deserve. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
I'll be real quick on this one. We talk about nodes. We talk about trying to bring businesses into San Benito County. Well, it starts with us 5 here. It's called customer service. Unfortunately, I've had many problems with businesses wanting to come here because of the drama. The drama at the city council level, the drama with some of us, the way we treat our potential investors. So when I'm thinking of nodes, I'm thinking of, we have to look in the mirror and say, what can we do to attract these people? And if we limit nodes and say, well, this is the only place you guys can come, to me, I think that's the wrong thing. And if we go on tirades, like, and I'll just mention, it's, there's the city council not wanting certain things. It's, certain members here didn't want a certain project. We can't do that. We have to show these individuals that are coming in that want to build here, we have to do everything we can. And that starts off with us as the leaders. That starts off with the planning department, trying to entice people, trying to, and we always say we're going to do this. We're going to fast track you. We're going to try to, and legally, and I use the word legally always, legally fast track them so we can start going forward. And that's what I want to see. That's my vision. The vision here is to see growth and to expedite it, not to hold them back, because the government entities always seem to really spin their wheels. Mm-hmm. And I know there's you have to do it at certain times, but coming from the other sector, and I always mention this, if I did that, I wouldn't have a job. So I somehow want to give everybody that passion and that those ideas to entice people to bring in revenue, because I think one thing we all agree on this board is it's that development that keeps on giving. When you're talking about housing, we know it's a one-time influx of cash. But with sales tax revenue, that's ongoing. And that's what we have to really take advantage of it. And we have to look at it and say, well, this is what we want to be. We want to be self-sustained. We want to hire more people, but it all comes with revenue. So I will leave on that note. Is there any other comments or questions from?
Just to add to that, definitely in terms of we have to develop revenue, it's just a no-brainer. We can't function without anything in the coffers to be able to provide the county services. not only the mandated ones, but any kind of other ones that we would like to add to it. And yeah, when I was first elected, and I was supervisor-elect for almost 9 months, one of the first presentations that I wanted to have was to say, hey, I'm Supervisor Gonzalez, and I'm open for business in terms of if you have a business out there that has a positive net effect on our community, come see me, email me, call me. And then the pandemic hit, and so that kind of had to go out the way, and we had to focus on the pandemic. But I'm all in support of these nodes and anything that's going to bring a positive net effect to the community. I would love to hear some of the ideas out there. And I know that some people from, and I'm not even gonna say where they're from, but have moved into our community. I understand they moved into our community for the quaint rural nature of San Benito County. But man, I was born and raised here. I remember we had apricot trees, plum trees, walnut trees all over the place. You know, my family, we're a family of 12, and we would literally go, you know, pick the apricots, the prunes, cut the apricots, you know, and so forth. And it's like, I miss that, but San Benito County cannot stay stagnant and just be that. And I understand that people moving into the area, they love that nature that San Benito County is, but if we stay that, we're gonna die on the vine. We need to look at all of the options that are out there. We need to, as Supervisor Medina said, we need to be embracive of companies and businesses that want to come in, but I demand that whoever is coming in, they must come in and bring a positive net benefit to the community. And if it's more self-serving, don't waste your time, don't get a hold of me. But if you have something that is a positive net effect to our community, that's gonna bring in revenue, that's gonna make our community better, my email is supervisorgonzalez@cosb.us. You know, get a hold of me. But I like the idea I like the idea that Amazon came to San Benito County. I resent the fact the way it came to us. And I do not want to emulate that type of behavior here at the county level. And so one of the parting things I'd like to say to you, Supervisor Medina, is we will hold your words to heart, and we will make sure that we do not conduct ourselves the way other jurisdictions in this community have done in the past. And so that's my promise to you.
Thank you. Any other comments from board members?
Mr. Chair, just a couple final comments I would like to make. I do want to point out, and this was touched on both in presentation and by Supervisor Kosmicki, you know, we do need to remember that when a general plan is developed, I mean, this is a very long, arduous process, and a lot of input went into it from the public, and so it is, I think, more than a bit frustrating when a group of people later come out and say, well, you know, we didn't have an opportunity to weigh in on this, or we want to change everything, or we want to, the worst possible, and I know Supervisor Kosmicki and I have spoken about this, you know, planning by ballot box is a terrible way to do anything. And so I totally agree with him in that we need to find a way forward so that we don't have to be dealing with initiatives and the like that are trying to make, you know, land use decisions, because frankly, it's a terrible way to go. So I do agree that we have to take that into mind. On the other hand, I feel strongly that, you know, we talk about sprawl. Primarily sprawl, you know, my mind is residential sprawl, and I totally agree with that. But, you know, some of these nodes that are on, you know, for example, 101, and I know that those are some of the ones that are controversial, those are the ones that make the most sense from a, you know, revenue standpoint. We are, once again, I've said this before, I think we're maybe the only county, or one of the very few counties in the whole state that does not have commercial on a major freeway, highway type of thing. And, you know, that makes total sense. And, you know, for those of us that are in Hollister, even those commuting to Silicon Valley, how how a commercial development on 101 affects traffic and affects us in a negative way. I don't know. I don't get it. I really think it's more they just don't want it in their backyard. It's the classic case of not in my backyard. And I don't think we can, as a community, I don't think we can just walk away from those nodes because a relatively small group of people over there don't think it's the right thing. I think there has to be education done in our community to explain how important revenue is and how important some of these nodes are. But at any rate, I would agree with Supervisor Kosmicki. We do have to look at the nodes. We have to make sure that we can move forward in a positive way so we can get some things done. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, anyone?
Mr. Chair, I had one, just as it's funny because it just came to me.
10 seconds.
So,
8, 7.
what Supervisor Tiffany had mentioned is 100% true. The shot in the arm is houses. I would say that by the reality is if we don't work on the hard thing, which is business, houses will by default become an easier fix, which will create the sprawl. So the very thing that we don't want will be created by this non-friendly business climate. That's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We'll go to the public comment. Any public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise hand icon on your screen. You have been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Mary Shaw Coron. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm from Aromas, and I wanted to mention that the 9111 report was done sort of before the pandemic really hit us very hard. And I wanted to say that I think it's out of touch with the new reality, because my understanding is that retail has really gone down and will go down more. Brick and mortar businesses are going to be replaced by more online. So I think it's something that is a new reality. So I think that the report is out of date. I have heard that there are quite a few, this is from people who are even involved in planning in other cities, that a lot of businesses are closing, brick and mortar, retail stores, due to the fact that people have shifted online so much because of the pandemic. They started shopping on Amazon, other places, and they're probably going to continue more into the future, that is. The other thing is that hotels also, I noticed there were some hotels listed in the nodes. Hotels are declining, my understanding is 3% a year. This is even pre-pandemic due to people using Airbnb. So I just want to say that if there is an economic analysis that you're basing your decisions on, it really should be updated, because we are in a new economic situation post-pandemic. The other thing I wanted to also mention is fire. There was a good discussion about the risk of fire, and with climate change, we're more vulnerable. And there was legislation to eliminate certain areas in the state, some legislation to prevent building because of the high fire risk area. And there are a number of nodes, especially the 101 nodes, that are within the high fire risk area. I think that should be also taken into account, because that's very costly to build in high fire risk areas. And of course, it's also been discussed, the sprawl development, the high cost of supporting and having the infrastructure to support that. So I think I'll leave it there just to let you know that the 9111 report is out of date. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment from Zoom?
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
First of all, I want to make a comment. This is Andy Shaw Coron, also from Aromas, about this issue of public participation in the planning process. It was clear when we were involved in the referenda regarding the nodes on Highway 101 and the discussion of nodes throughout the county that the vast majority of residents in San Benito County had no awareness whatsoever of any discussion or consideration of nodal development along the roadways and and major intersections in the county. So to say that that was somehow a robust engagement of the public is really false. And actually, we did have a very robust engagement in the referenda, and 60% of the people in the case of the nodes on Highway 101, not just the people in Aromas, said they did not want to develop there. So I want to go back to the discussion of what some counties have done, which is they've essentially created a process where the people are involved in considering whether a nodal involvement should happen or not, and they actually have the final say. And the counties that have done this have essentially curtailed out of control sprawl outside of their city areas. So the idea of your analysis that somehow it would erase all of these nodes, I think, is false, because if they were really well thought out, good plans that met public needs, the public would vote for them. And if they were not, then the public would reject them. So I feel that this discussion is fairly contemptuous of actual engagement of the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. I think, okay. This is Valerie Eglin, San Juan Bautista, and I believe the nodes define opportunities, as the supervisors have said. If we shut the door on business, there's going to be a big problem. We have to allow for the opportunities and define to the businesses what we want, what kind of accommodation we need in the county, how it needs to be designed. And those things are built into our planning system in the county. The time for vetting a business opportunity is at the planning level when a project is applied for. So the general plan was well vetted, was extremely good. And I think our county supervisors understand the situation very well and have spoken very well about the problems that they see coming forward, but also the very huge opportunities that there are in this North County in order to save the open spaces we have around and into our South County. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
No more comments on Zoom.
Bring it to the chambers. Is there? Yes, ma'am. Elia Salinas.
Economic development. We lack staff for fire. We lack staff for the sheriff's department. We lack compensation, a higher compensation for county staff. We are an educational ground. I think I'm not saying it correctly, but people leave us all the time because they start here, get the education, get the experience, and they go on somewhere else for better pay. Economic development is very important to San Benito County. We are one of the largest, yet one of the poorest in Santa Clara County. I mean, in the state of California.
Hey.
So with economic development, if someone's going to come, they're not going to come and bring their company here if there is no housing. People move to San Benito County not because it's beautiful, and it is, don't get me wrong, and there's a lot of things to do here. It's because this is where they can afford to buy. And then you have those people who sell their homes in Santa Clara County for over $1 million, and they bring that tax with them for property, and they get that bracket. They buy here a house for $700,000, and they sold their house for $102 million, but they bought it in the 60s or the 70s. They get to bring that tax here, and I know that the CAO gets calls frequently, people to confirm that they can do that with I think it's a 218. we need economic development. We have a reputation that we don't want businesses here, and we do want business here. We need business here. And San Benito County is the only county in the state of California that has a major thoroughfare, and there's no commercial business. The last business is on Monterey Street in Gilroy until you get to Prunedale, till you get to Prunedale. They skip all Santa Clara County. You could have a hotel, you could have a gas station, you can have a restaurant. And yes, you can have retail, and you can have a visitor center that tells you what things can happen here in San Benito County, what you can do. There's a lot of things that can be done. Yes, retail has gone down, and hotels, people are traveling more now than ever. Hotels are so clean now, it's more confident to travel in hotel rooms. Overnight lodging for motorhomes and for fifth wheels, whatever, there's Bell right there. So you're missing a lot. And it's not just talking, I'm just not talking about 101, but there's other nodes that we can do this. Let's clarify to companies out there that San Benito is friendly towards business and we want to bring them here. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. No other public comment? We'll come back to the board here. This is just a report. Is there anything that we need to? With the direction?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Review and discuss commercial nodes. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I would appreciate the board's concurrence with the recommendations that we made. If you do not wish to vote on those, we will plan to move forward as outlined in the staff report without board objection.
I'm good with that. I think it makes a lot of sense.
There were 3 recommendations there. It says 1, to accept the subject report, direct EDC and planning to review the 9/1/11 report. Let's see, and then we're also supposed to direct planning to develop an inventory of all properties currently zoned for commercial and industrial use.
We will move ahead with all of that, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I think we have a majority consensus.
Do we need a motion? No? Okay, so just, yes, go ahead.
Well, with Bob, B, myself.
And Mr. Chair, my whole thing is just, let's really emphasize involving, even if we disagree, let's really emphasize truly involving the people who have been critical of some of this.
I have no problem, but, once again, we have done that. I mean, we're talking about the general plan, we're talking about everything else. We've done that, we'll continue to do that, and that's kind of what we're saying.
We can maybe involve the PIO to put messages out and say, come to the supervisor meeting. Here's exactly how you do it, to chime in.
Mr. Chair, if I may, sorry, Supervisor Hernandez, I sort of interrupted you.
No problem.
That's duly noted, and we'll think about ways that we can
perfect.
Step that up.
Transparency. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we're going to actually skip we're going to skip 29 and 30. And we're going to bring that to the next meeting?
Yeah, to the next board meeting. That's correct.
Yes. And then now we'll go to 31, receive a report from staff on the status of implementation of conditions for approval of a slope reconfiguration permit modification application to Cal Recycle for the John Smith landfill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Mr. Espinosa, and also County Council. Appreciate all the work they've done on this item. Benny Young, Director of the Resource Management Agency. On the 27th of April, you gave direction for us to pursue a third amendment to the landfill agreement with Waste Solutions, and we've made substantial progress on that. You also directed that a CEQA analysis be prepared, and that's been done and is going to come to you for your concurrence on June 6th. And there were some specific terms that we're still working through. One had to do with a parent company guarantee. We need more time to finish our discussion of that with Waste Solutions. So I'm asking the board to go ahead and view the progress that's been made already, to direct me to sign the permit application to Cal Recycle for the slope modification permit so that that can proceed through the process and we're not holding that up. And I'm hoping that we will be back to you on June 6th with the full package, including the third amendment to the agreement. I feel
So-
very optimistic about that, Mr. Chair.
Just so we're crystal clear, I just want to make sure that by doing this, this does not expand the landfill from our current to the 300 and something acres. Nothing to do with that,
No,
correct?
sir, it's not
Okay.
part of the expansion. It's just a internal modification of the slopes, kind of within the current permit limitations that allows the developments, the availability of some additional airspace to gain some time while the expansion EIR goes through the
Okay,
process.
I just wanted to be clear because,
And Mr. Farmer, sorry, Mr. Chair, Mr. Farmer is here and he may wish to have something to say, and perhaps we should afford him that opportunity.
okay. Mr. Nelson, would you?
Did I say Farmer?
Yeah, that was.
I'm so sorry I threw, that was a throwback to Salinas and the chair of
That's all right.
the
He's
Chamber
probably-
of Commerce was.
He's been called worse. He's been called worse, Mr. Young. He's been called much worse. So
Well, just-
Farmer's probably a compliment for him.
Just call me Benny Old.
We'll start off with Mr. Tiffany. Any questions on this? As we were on the ad hoc committee, I'll let you take the lead.
I don't have any questions. Obviously, key is that this is subject to cancellation if we aren't able to, reach an agreement on the Third Amendment items. But as Benny said, I think we're close, and I think it makes sense that we go forward and give him the authority to move forward on this. Thank you.
Once again, the most important part is what you said. We can rescind this. It's not, this is just to get the application going. This doesn't bind us to anything long-term until we have figured everything else out. Yes, Barbara? Okay. Supervisor Gonzalez?
It's interesting when you watch the news and you learn things that are misleading on the news, and you're like, wait a minute, we're not doing that. Board of Supervisors expanding, the landfill fivefold. And it's like, nothing could be further from the truth. I use this analogy actually when I was teaching my students, my GED students, geometry. And so I use the analogy that, think of a pyramid. The footprint of the pyramid is not going to change. The elevation of the pyramid is not going to change. The only thing that we're doing is we're augmenting the slope. So volume may increase, but footing and height is not going to. But yet, when I look at social media, you hear a lot of people complaining about this mountain of trash, and I know it's not trash, but that's what it's being referred to on social media. This mountain that they're going to be able to see from their backyards. And it concerns me because now that information is out there, misleading information is out there. And if you watched the news last night, we had some people, just citing facts that aren't quite facts. I guess to coin the phrase from Trump's era is, alternative set of facts. But we need to make sure we keep the facts out there that right now, this is merely the slope. This is not the extension. The extension will come to us at a later date, and there will be plenty of opportunity for input. But this is just the slope right now. And yes, it will increase volume, but it will not change the footing, nor will it change the height of the refuse that is out there. So I support this.
Thank you. Supervisor Hernandez?
Yeah, I agree with most of that sentiment. But yeah, in general, it's just the reality. The volume is, even if we were expanding it, at the end of the day, it's an asset that the county has because other communities can't, right? So what's the alternative? We have to transfer. And at that point, there's a lot more cost involved. So it's a priority. For me, the obvious focus is that our residents are getting the priority benefit, which has to deal with other elements to the contract portion. So as far as the slope, yeah, I agree with the slope being reconfigured.
Supervisor Kazmicki?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My only comments are the public's going to have ample opportunity to chime in during the environmental review process, and that really is kind of the most crucial part of the, the public input with the expansion. And so I just want to make that very clear. Thanks.
Yeah, excuse me, Mr. Chair, one other
course.
item. The public needs to realize what we're doing here is a key element of the agreement is to preserve the 15 years of capacity for our county trash. And what we're doing with this adjusting the slope is buying ourselves and Waste Solutions buying some time to allow us to get through the CEQA process, the EIR, when then a decision can be made. And as Supervisor Kuzmicki said, there'll be plenty of time for the public to weigh in, and then ultimately a decision will be made. But I think this is a positive thing in that it's going to preserve that 15-year life, while we go through this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Go to public comment. Anything on Zoom?
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments on Zoom.
We'll move to the chambers. Any comment in the chambers? See none, we'll come back to the board. What's the wish of the board?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we authorize Director Young to sign the slope reconfiguration permit modification application to be submitted to Cal Recycle, subject to cancellation if the CEQA addendum and third amendment to the operating agreement are not approved by the Board of Supervisors at the next meeting, June 8th, 2021.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
5-0, motion passes. We'll go to our final item. This is dealing with, I know Supervisor Kuzmicki and myself are very critical of this, so I'll let Supervisor Kuzmicki take the lead on this.
Thank you, Chairman Medina. Let me just briefly scroll down here. So first off, I appreciate Chairman Medina for bringing up this issue. This has been a major problem for many years in our community, the illegal fireworks in particular, just the sheer number of fireworks from weeks before July 4th to weeks after July 4th. And it's really unfortunate for the vast majority of our residents who don't enjoy, to put it lightly, the environment that is created in the city, in the county. And there are people that feel like they have to leave the area during that time frame or that weekend or that week. And that really, to me, really underscores how really sad the situation is in our community. And so we have had major fire incidents caused by fireworks. We know it's a serious risk. We know that it's, there's potential loss of life involved. And we know that it's not to use a cliche, but I'm going to anyway. I don't put war lightly, or I appreciate veterans, but it's a war zone sort of an environment that people often refer to it as, with the sheer, like I said, the sheer number of fireworks. And then particularly this year, and in the last few years, and I think maybe it's the new normal, hopefully not. It's a particularly dangerous year, as I said earlier during the BLM item, with fire conditions. And so I'm fully supportive of putting in stiff fines for people who possess or shoot off these fireworks. I'm not in favor of any sort of light first-time offense. I think it should be stiff, as far as I'm concerned. And I know the county council mentioned some examples of what might be appropriate. We're getting a request for some examples of numbers, so I'll throw out some examples first of other areas. Santa Cruz County, $1,000. Monterey County, $2,500. Maybe the information I read was outdated. I apologize if so. San Jose, $1,000, $2,000, and then $3,000 on the third violation. And Sacramento area, $1,000 to $2,500. The only way that we're going to put a dent in this situation, because it's so difficult for our law enforcement and fire officials to enforce it. They're oftentimes chasing their tails because it's so difficult to catch them in the act. It's really the fines. I think the fines are the most impactful. You send a message. We put out a lot of PR. Hopefully potentially our PIO could help with that. I'm gonna throw out a couple different options. $1,000 on the first offense, $2,000 on the second, $3,000 on the third and beyond. Or I'd be fine with $1,000 on the first, $2,500 on the second, and $5,000 on the third, to really send a message that we're not messing around with this anymore. We are not going to sit back and allow this defiant group of residents to take over our town and create this situation every single year. And so that's where I'm at. Other than that, I would also suggest maybe also having a tip line. I know some people are sensitive about the whole snitching thing. As Chairman Medina just gave me a look. But it did work during COVID. It worked with our enforcement ordinance. I was surprised actually at how many calls they got, how many responses they got from people. And I have a feeling that a lot of people in our community would embrace that, that anonymous sort of tip line opportunity. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Mr. Chair? That's fine.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand, because we already have a firework ordinance in the unincorporated county, right? So,
There's really no teeth. Yeah, we're putting some teeth.
there's no fines.
In addition, our ordinance is really addressed, I believe, to selling, not for the use of the illegal fireworks.
So now it's the use element,
Yes.
right? So we're assuming, I guess, that the increased fines is going to decrease. It would only be, I guess, when they get caught. So, right? And I definitely have an issue with kind of a snitch line, only because that's how, that to me is a sign of a breakdown of a community. The fact that you have to snitch on each other, to me, shows that they're not talking, right? It's very easy for someone to get mad at my dog barking, and it'd be way easier if they come and knock on my door and say, hey, can you please not be doing that? Or hey, how do we address this together? Versus, hey, I'm gonna go after you, right? And to a certain extent, I just think it's divisive. I don't think it encourages people to talk. It actually discourages them. But I understand the sentiment. The hard part with use, I'm not the guy that paints things with a broad brush. It's not that simple. I think folks in general, right, they try to do what they can to be safe. Fireworks right now, and that's one thing that I had a question about. So this includes safe and sane fireworks, right? So you can't use those at all.
No.
In the county.
No, it would be addressed for the illegal fireworks. With the board's consent, when we bring it back for the final ordinance, it would be addressed for the illegal fireworks.
Well, because under the county's current ordinance, 11.05.
Because, yes, but if you look at this, I'm sorry to interrupt, look at the city's ordinance, I think I've quoted it here.
Yeah, it says other than safe, so that's an exemption.
Yes.
Yeah, so I just didn't read it as an exemption, so I did read that, but I didn't read an exemption, so, because it didn't say that. But, so I'm okay with, but I don't think $1,000 is gonna be the ticket. If there's a different way to do this, but I just don't see it's gonna,
What's a different way?
It's gonna anger a lot of folks.
Well, what's a different way? I mean,
'Cause at the end of the, so it assumes basically that you're not gonna have our understaffed sheriff's department already, they're not gonna be able to mitigate. So it's gonna make us feel good that we have a policy, but it doesn't mean that they're gonna go out and deal with the issues, right? They're gonna prioritize according to urgency. So that, if you're dealing with a domestic violence situation, you're probably not gonna prioritize a firework phone call. So it's just, for me, I feel like it's not fleshed out clearly enough. So it's just, I don't know if I can support this. I don't want my community pitted against each other.
And this is the initial review as well. We'll bring back a further ordinance if the board wishes to proceed forward. So also, any comments as far as developing it, we could flesh it out as well.
Yeah.
and my apologies if Before I go any further, does Chief Bedolla have anything to add?
Yeah, thank you for that. There is a few things on there, and there is some ways that we can strengthen it up. I've been enforcing illegal fireworks for 28 years here in this community. And you got to understand that, first of all, what I would do is I would ban the use of any fireworks in the state responsibility area. That would be a good start, because that would help with CAL FIRE and the high fire severity zone. So that's basically anything past Tres Pinos in the foothills of the east part of the county, and then the San Juan Canyon area and all that area. I would at least ban the use of fireworks in the state responsibility area. In addition, there's an ordinance that's already through state statute that's adopted already. In Chapter 1, Section 12500, the Health and Safety Code, that states that this part shall be known and may be cited as the state's fireworks law. It defines what dangerous fireworks are. It states the classifications. It states the licenses, the issuance, renewal of licenses, certification of certificate of insurance, state fees. It addresses ag, wildlife, model rockets, and the permit requirements. It also states in Chapter 7 the violations. So 12680 states it's unlawful to discharge fireworks near persons where likelihood of injury can occur does not apply to special effects fireworks. So we could also get them on that part. The penalties state that a person that violates any provision of this is guilty of a misdemeanor, and upon conviction shall be punished by a fine not less than $500 or more than $1,000, or by imprisonment in the county jail not exceeding 1 year, and or both fines and imprisonment. And it also has, it's a ladder, so it depends on the amount of uses that you have too. So basically, more than 5,000 pounds shall be punished by Section 1170 of the Penal Code. Not more than a year in jail, with not less than $10,000 and not more than $50,000 of fines and or both. In addition, it also states you could have continuous violations. 12701 states that separate daily offenses, which means that you can continue to be punished for each day you're in violation. The only thing is, we just need to have everybody go out there and when they confiscate, we don't do a warning. We just give a citation for it. And we start hitting them hard. So people, we don't need a tip line because they call 911, and 911 sends law enforcement out there immediately. And fireworks are restricted between June 28th to July 5th only. That's legal and illegal ones. So it's illegal all throughout the other part of the year, unless you have a fireworks show and you get the permit, or you have the permit for a show also, like the airport when they do their show. I mean, you can get different permits for that too, but that's the legal way, or for special effects for movies or anything like that. It's just, there is more complaints than there is support, and it's not a good thing anymore. It's not a day of the past where you could be professional and a good neighbor and go talk to your neighbor to say, hey, can you guys stop that? Because it gets hostile, it gets violent, and then it turns right into it could turn right into a physical altercation. And I've gotten pushed, shoved, threatened, out of the way numerous times, just us enforcing it and getting the citations. And we usually do catch the people inside. Last year, we did catch within the city 37 people. That's $37,000 that we did write tickets for, $1,000 each. And we could do that too, instead of just confiscating, because there were some people that would just confiscate prior and just take them, and I take them and I dispose of them, because the sheriff's department does confiscate, PD does confiscate, but I think it's important that we just have a zero tolerance rule, and we just automatically cite. And that's throughout the time. So people, there is a tip line that goes on there, but literally during the 4th of July rally, and I mean during the 4th of July, and prior to that, it's usually a 911 call, and they'll dispatch law enforcement officers right away to those calls. And when we set up our sting, and it's not really a sting, we just, the city bumps up people and the county bumps up people, and they go out and they just committed to that night of patrolling for illegal fireworks. And there's literally hundreds and hundreds of calls that are coming in that are pending. And we probably have about 6 to 10 patrols out there. So you have 6 to 10 patrols out there for hundreds and hundreds of calls that are trying to take care of it. So I'm not saying that we're not doing anything. I'm not saying we're ignoring it. It's just something hard that we're trying to deal with, but we do have it intact. And I don't know if this helps out, but we have been actively enforcing it annually and just continue with the zero tolerance. And people, there is a tip line that's set up through different apps, and there's different people are just calling 911 for that. So I hope this helps. I hope it doesn't confuse it. Although everybody is, there's tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of people that are using the illegal, but there's tons and tons and tons of people that are complaining that rightfully so. Big booms, I mean, it gets my heart going, it gets my pets going, I get upset about it also. But there's more complaints than there is people for it. So we're trying to do the good for the community that, you know, we're out for the good of the community. I hope this helps.
Yeah, thank you, Chief.
Mr. Chair, should I clarify a question?
Sure.
Just to confirm that you were in favor of this, an ordinance in this favor, because it would make it easier for you to cite for violations in the unincorporated territory. That was my question for Chief Bedolla. Because obviously there is state law on the subject, but that's state law, and I presume that he's not, when he talks about citing, I just want to confirm that he is citing majority of his cases under the city code right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe they do it under administrative, but we could do it under the state and the health and safety code also. But we could, I do support that we do adopt something also. We could say, hey, we adopt this as our own. I believe so. We do get all the money ourselves. And right now it's administrative. I believe it's administrative because it goes to administrative hearing is where we get it. But and then we have code enforcement officers that are citing also with law enforcement too. So I would just say keep it out of, because you can't say keep it. I mean, you can. It's hard to say keep it in within the city limits, but then you have your K&B homes, you have all your new homes, your Ridgemark homes, your Quail Hollow, your Oak Creek, which are just right on the outside, which are safe in the city limits. But then you start getting the state responsibility areas where you're in the watershed, you have the hills, that there's a lot greater chance for people to even to be using safe and sanes. It's not safe out there. And I would just say to ban it altogether out in the state responsibility area, and just that way, if there's anything out there, we could hold them accountable. And CAL FIRE, they will hold you accountable, and they will charge you for negligent use. So they'll charge for every piece of equipment, the fire investigators, if you get planes out there, helicopters out there, investigators, they'll charge for everything on negligent use. So it just helps to strengthen that also.
Supervisor Gonzalez.
I just want to concur with Supervisor Kuzmicki that I want to go with a more stronger fines, you know, the second option that you mentioned. And is there any way that we can combine what Chief Bedolla said versus with what Supervisor Kuzmicki had suggested in terms of the fines? The fines have to be stiff enough in order for them to be a deterrent. You know, a couple $100 is not going to do it. I follow social media, and over the years, you know, we have people on there complaining about it disturbing the dogs or the elderly or so forth, et cetera. And then you have some clowns out there saying, well, get over it. This is Hollister. This is San Benito County. Welcome to Hollister. But it's not something that we have to accept. And I live right here on 4th Street, and it sounds like I am in a bomb zone where the concussion force, you can feel it in the house. It vibrates the house. And there's been a few times where it's literally knocked me off the chair. I haven't fallen, but it's gone. And so it just is. I was reversing my vehicle into the driveway, and I thought I hit something because something went off at the same time as I was reversing back, and I felt the force in the car, and I'm in the car with the windows closed. So something has to be done. It has to be significant. It has to be costly. It has to hurt. It has to have a deterrent. And when Supervisor Kuzmicki, when you said weeks and weeks, no, months in advance, I have been feeling those sensations since early April. So it is quite to the state where it is very abusive. They are flouting the law in our face, and we need to put some teeth into an ordinance that's going to act as a deterrent and stop it. So I would like to look at it as more an emergency one, because if we don't go urgent and emergency, then by the time we get around to this, it'll be well after the 4th of July and it'll be a moot point. So that's my 2 cents.
Definitely. Supervisor Tiffany?
Yes, I agree with Supervisor Gonzalez and Kosmicki, and I agree it should be a large fine and should be an urgency measure. The very fact, I understand what you're saying, Supervisor Hernandez. The very fact that we are spread thin and you can't always, get out there. If the fine is large enough, it becomes a risk reward. They know that the odds of them getting caught are not very good, but if they do get caught, they have to pay a huge fine. Then suddenly they might think, well, maybe I better not do this. If the fine's not that great, then the balance swings the other way, and they're going to go ahead and use it. So I think it has to be a large fine to be effective. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back one more round. Anything to add, Colin?
Oh, just one. I just want to clarify with, I don't know if Charlie's still on. I'm wondering if the fire department is.
Chief, are you still on, Chief?
I'm still on.
Great. I'm wondering if the fire department would be supportive of the stiff fines, $1,000 to $5,000.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. We'd be in support of that. Honestly, we'd be in support, and the chief has brought it up numerous times, to just ban fireworks altogether. Ultimately, like I said, we're trying to work our way out of a job through fire prevention, and but illegal. Let's just take care of illegal fireworks, and safe and sanes, if they're done properly, are, in my words, are okay.
Supervisor Hernandez?
The more I think about it, I understand the sentiment. I honestly feel like it's going to be a net zero difference, because when you're talking booms and explosions, those are already illegal everywhere all the time. And that's what I hear the most. When people are on Facebook complaining, they're complaining about those. They're when you get a sparkler or whatever, maybe if you hear the whistle one, but for the most part, those things aren't, they're technically legal within the city limits, obviously. So I don't see how this is going to make a difference. I really don't see it. I know it's going to make, technically the only thing that I think is going to be easier is for it'll put fear in people. So maybe it'll make the fire department's life easier. But as far as actually, so it'll have a nominal effect, but I just don't see it having a really big breadth of effect, because, the folks that are doing illegals already know that it's illegal, or they should know. Otherwise, by default, it's a net zero difference.
But because there's no consequence to their illegal behavior, they're going to continue it.
The illegals have consequences right now.
But if they're not getting caught, if there's not a dollar figure, I like the criminal aspect that the chief mentioned too. Let's add that to it if we can. I don't know if we can as an administrative, but it's just ridiculous. People who will flaunt that. I mean, I live in an area where there's a lot of old houses, and each time I hear a bang, I'll go out there and look to see if I see any lights, because I'm looking to see what's going to fall on the rooftop. Is there going to be a fire? And now as supervisor, every neighbor in my neighborhood knows, oh, there's Supervisor Gonzalez. So there's going to be a knock at my door. Hey, what can you do? And so I want to be proactive. And I just want us as a board to be responsible, because there are people in the community that are law-abiding, and we need to reward those and complement that behavior as opposed to not doing anything to the illegal behavior.
Well, and I understand, but to be clear, so basically someone violates, right, technically, even for the person that's doing it illegally, they get busted, and under what you're sharing, Supervisor Gonzalez, they get picked up, they go to jail, right? They're going to come out and be just as upset, because you have homeless folks defecating on property and doing things they shouldn't be doing.
Once again, let's stick to the fireworks.
Yeah,
I'm
just saying that.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but we're talking about fireworks.
I get that.
I understand.
But if all things are equal, if it's the reality of trying to deal with consequences, there's things that are happening out there that have no consequence, and to the someone who's breaking the law with the fireworks has technically higher consequences than other things that don't. And I think that just kind of, we talk about equity, but in reality, I think it's more, it's a
But
very loose
defecation at your
definition.
door is not going to, put your house in jeopardy of burning down. you know? And so that's how we really have to look at it, you know?
Well, what are we thinking right here? I mean, I know what you're saying, because I agree with you on that other part where the inequitability of the homeless, so forth and so on, but if we just stick to the fireworks stuff here, you know, I want to hear from the public to see what they say, then we'll come back and finish our meeting here.
Can I say something to Charlie again real quick with the fire department?
I guess so.
We gotta realize it's the life safety issue that we're more concerned about. Items and buildings are replaceable, but I have some pictures that I can show you. I got a great example. A little 7-year-old went the day after. She went to go light the firework. It ended up blowing up in her face. Fortunately, she turned her head far away enough where she just got shrapnel burns. But if she would have picked that up, or if it would have been closer to her, it very easily could have killed her or maimed her for life. So that's in our local community. We've had people that have had mortars shoot off and break their femurs from across the street. That's how strong these are. So imagine that hitting a innocent child that's in a crowd that they think it's safe, but they go wrong. They shoot wrong. They misfire. They blow up. We've went to many of those calls where it's the life safety issue, because we can replace a house, but you can't replace. We've been very fortunate that nobody's gotten killed, but we've had plenty of close calls on that part. So the stiff fund, you're doing it for the life safety issue, not the fire issue of the buildings. Just wanted to let you guys know that part.
We'll go to public comment.
Comment on Zoom, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hello there. This is Rob Bernowski again. And thank you again for giving me the opportunity to speak. You know, I'm listening to this, and all I have to say is lots of things in life, especially that kids do, are dangerous. Riding a bicycle is dangerous. Why don't you implement fines for that? Driving a car is dangerous. Why don't you implement a fine for that? And all I have is my own experiences growing up. I grew up lighting firecrackers and everything else, and it teaches you how dangerous things are. And I mean that literally. We have to let people experience these things so that they do know what the danger of them are. And then I know that sounds weird, but I want you guys to examine what the Board of Supervisors has done over the past 10 years. How many things that are fun have our elected leaders, just not you, basically taken away from us? And I understand bad neighbors and I understand illegal fireworks, but on the whole, let's just not say, well, no, those are bad. You can't do those. Again, I'm 57 years old. Growing up, fireworks were just a huge part of our life. And I also caution people, you know, if there's embellishment, ignore that embellishment. I mean, I live up here in Ridgemark and I hear fireworks going off, you know, sometimes, but I don't have any big cannons going off next to me that would cause me to fall off my chair. I mean, if that's happening, Supervisor Gonzalez, I mean, that's not a firework, that's a bomb, and that's an entirely different issue. But just in this meeting alone, just think about the things you guys have said no to that people that live in rural communities actually enjoy, like shooting guns, like lighting firecrackers. So again, and in the past year, there's a huge amount of the population that doesn't like wearing masks. So why do we take glee in this snitch line that really didn't have any impact at all, except that we got to see that we have snitches in our community? You know, people move to rural communities because they want more freedoms. Remember, this is still America, the land of the free. And what that meant was free from tyranny. It wasn't free from slavery, it was free from tyranny because we didn't want government controlling this much of our lives. So again, I understand the need for something, but please don't go overboard. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater here. And if you think that fines are going to change anybody's behavior, it was already said how the sheriff's deputies are spending so much time chasing things because they can't find out who the people are that are doing these things. So who are you going to find then? So please, it just seems like, you guys are.
Okay, thank you. I do want to comment on one thing. This comes from a guy that called me many times about the aroma of cannabis. Let's stop that. Let's not do that. Let's get rid of it. And now we're talking about fireworks that are already illegal, and he's saying it's fine. I mean, there's something wrong there. I'm sorry. I want people to understand that, yeah, it is the God-given right for us to do stuff, but there are consequences. There's laws out there. If you drink and drive and get caught, what happens? You go to jail. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Rob, but I had to bring that up because you were very opinionated when it came to the cannabis, and you said, well, not everybody should have to smell that. Well, that's the same thing with fireworks. Not everybody should hear it. So
I'm concerned about the precedent, Mr. Chair, that we're setting with responding to the public.
well, I can respond to the public. This is public comment dealing with a certain issue. It's not the public comment at the beginning of the meeting.
And we're permitted to do that.
We're permitted to do that.
We can clarify, but again, getting into a back and forth with the
I'm not getting back and forth. You're the one that's bringing it up. I'm just saying right now, if someone is going to say something like that that's so ridiculous, yeah, I'm going to say something. So,
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes.
Also, too, there
your
is
opinion.
a significant difference between safe and sane and illegal fireworks. And for the caller that just spoke, we are talking about illegal fireworks, those that are going off and they feel like explosions. So yes, you're right, they are bombs going off, okay? If I could pinpoint what house is setting them off, believe me, I'd be calling 911 when I can. But I go outside and I look and see, and frequently my neighbors are coming outside looking up and down the street to see if we see anything. So I kind of find the comment a little bit ridiculous in nature. There's a difference between safe and sane, and nobody's stopping anyone from lighting a sparkler or setting off the safe and sane on a nice, safe area where you won't set a fire. We are not talking about those. We are talking about the aerial ones that are going off with such explosion that it vibrates the house and it can knock you off your chair. So if you're being facetious or not, I don't know and I don't care, but I know what I'm feeling and I'm sensing. And I have called Captain Taylor to let him know about it because it is just such a reoccurring offense. So when you're sitting up here and you want to make the commentary, hey, knock yourself out. But while you're out there in the audience and at home in the comfort of your own home, please make sure your comments are factually based.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
No more on Zoom.
We have Ms. Salinas.
In 1973, the state of California decided what was and was not illegal fireworks and came up with the safe and sane. Fire Marshal Bedoya stated the California Health and Safety Code 12,500 through 12,725. That section of the Health and Safety Code aligns what is, where it can be, where it cannot be, what can be, and how much it'll cost, and how much you can have and cannot have. And it starts off at 25 pounds. I wish it were less. I'm in the last few weeks, and since May, this has started, probably late April, sitting, having comfortable, just in your own home, whether I'm reading or watching television, you get a loud blast. It startles you. It actually gives you a physical reaction to be startled like that. Supervisor Hernandez, you stated that I should go to my neighbor and tell my neighbor, hey, stop doing that. I don't know who's doing it, but I'll tell you what, the neighbor who's doing it is completely being disrespectful to the entire neighborhood. And you actually think that that person that's being disrespectful is going to stop? They don't care. They know exactly what they're doing. I don't know what the thrill is of using those, I think they call them 80s or something. I really don't know. There's a name for them. Passing an ordinance for laws that already exist, you may be doing it to make your constituents feel good, but I understand from hearing Chief Bedoya is that the city of Hollister had a fine, and that fine administratively goes to the city. If we have the sheriff's department and we have the fire department out there issuing citations for Health and Safety Code 2500, or whatever section it is, now that funds are going to the state. So I like the idea of an ordinance so that the funds could go directly to the county. One other thing is to please include what Chief Bedoya said about what sections that are enforced by the state. I don't remember exactly how he worded it. That there's already a boundary where it's the fire is already going to be taken care of by CAL FIRE. So I like that idea. I know that fireworks is a large fundraiser for nonprofits. That's an entirely different subject to talk about. But maybe it is time. Times have changed. Since 1973, these laws have existed, so this is nothing new. Thank you.
Thank you. Bring it back to the board here. What's the wish of the board? I'll let Colin lead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, I had clarification. Mr. Chair, this is your, are you going to be able to take part on June 8th? And the only reason I'm not trying to put you on the spot, I am putting you on the spot, but we're talking about an urgency ordinance that needs 4/5 vote versus a regular ordinance that needs 3/5 vote. I think it's pretty clear that Supervisor Hernandez is probably going to vote against this. I don't want to speak for him, but if that, in the event that happens, then we're looking at a regular ordinance with 3/5, or we're looking at being able to do an urgency ordinance with 4/5.
A regular ordinance is going to require us to wait, what, 60 days?
30 plus
30?
the 2 weeks so it's about 45 total.
It's over. 4th of July is
Yeah.
over. I'm going to have to figure something out. Just go ahead and go forward and we'll figure it out.
So I'm going to move to approve.
You can also appear by phone too, but I have to check the location.
By Zoom.
Yeah, could you participate by Zoom?
I probably could.
You'd have to declare your location.
Not in Zoom
Not
right now.
according, yeah.
It's still.
Not with the ordinance from the governor
with
since
the ordinance from the
COVID was
governor now.
passed.
That's why he's getting recalled, but all right. Whatever
That's
works.
not what he's getting
Well,
recalled,
did
but-
you post when you were at home?
Huh?
Did you post when you were at home?
You knew I was
No,
at home.
I'm asking you, did you post when I was at
I'm
home?
not the chair, but
No, I'm asking you a question. Did you post when you were at home?
did you ask me?
Did you post?
But prior to
That's what I
the
thought.
COVID
Doesn't
rules,
matter. Thank you. That's what I thought.
prior to
That's
the
what I thought,
COVID
Peter.
rules, you would have to post public notice where you're having your meeting. Your meeting would have to be open to the public, and the public can openly go in and attend that meeting if you were attending remotely.
Right.
So that was suspended because of COVID. So nobody picked on you for attending remotely for the last 12, 15 months. And when you came back, I welcomed you because I wanted to sit and meet with you. But I don't think it's fair to chastise.
I'm not chastising, I'm just
Chairman,
calling
I
it-
heard your comment, but I just don't think it's fair that you have enjoyed the luxury of attending from home for quite some time, and he chooses to do it one time. So I just don't think it's fair. It's disingenuous.
I'd like to make a motion.
Well, to be clear, disingenuous is the assessment that basically you could say that you have priority to be inside of a chambers and exclude the whole public. That's disingenuous.
The public is welcome to attend. Nobody's excluding them.
No, when we were locked down, we basically said no one can attend
And
in person.
I understand you are not attending for your personal,
I am equal
political
to the public.
reasons. I understand that.
I'm not better, greater
But
than
we're
the
not, but we're
public.
not talking about
Let's
that.
stop it now. Let's
We're
stop
not
it
talking
now.
about that.
I'm just saying it's, once again, the rules play both ways, Peter. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Mr. Chair?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion that we develop a fireworks ordinance to be adopted as an urgency ordinance on June 8th, 2021, establishing fines of $1,000 on the first violation, $2,500 on the second violation, and $5,000 on the third violation and beyond for possession or use of illegal fireworks in the unincorporated areas of San Benito County. That's all. Thank you.
I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
4-1, motion passes. Motion for adjournment?
We have a public hearing.
Oh, I forgot about that. Sorry, I was so excited.
Item 33.
Go ahead, Ray, take it.
All right. I'll go ahead and actually defer this to our county counsel's office, and we have our RMA director, Benny Young, here, and also legal counsel, Joel Edelman. So,
And I believe that also Enrique is available, and I wasn't sure whether he was actually presenting this item, but let me open it, and then if he's available and would like to make any comments. So this is holding the public hearing to consider the purchase of the real property located at 860 North Chappelle Road. As stated forth in the agenda item, Health and Human Services has funds that they have set aside for this project. It has 2 houses on the site, and it would be used for the transitional housing, and I'd like to see whether somebody from Health and Human Services is available.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. This is Enrique Arriola, Deputy Director for Health and Human Services Agency. Yes, this is for the purchase of property 860 Chappelle Road here in Hollister. It's at a price at $1,075,000. It does have 2 homes. One is a 3-bedroom. The second home is a 2-bedroom. The intended use for these homes are to provide transitional housing for individuals and or families who are in need of housing. And if this does go through, we would intend to do some rehab initially, followed by doing eligibility of prospective clients and housing these clients for a period up to 18 months. Just wanted to see if anyone has any questions on this, the purchase of this property.
Mr. Chair, I have
Yes.
a couple questions. Enrique, my questions in reading the resolution, if I read it correctly, it says that the city of Hollister says that they've stated that they're against using this land for any affordable housing, additional affordable housing in the future. Is that correct?
My understanding is that this property is zoned commercial, so we cannot build now unless the zoning changes in the future. And if it does in the future, we could possibly at that point expand and build housing for our community.
Because, you know, my concern is, you know, we're purchasing this property for, you know, transitional, low income, I understand. But the way I read it, unless something changes in the future, what is on the property right now it is what it is, and there's no future development for other affordable housing, more transitional housing, which, you know, I was under the impression that was kind of part of the plan, is that we would be looking to use this land, you know, going forward. And for me at least, it changes the whole dynamics if all we're doing is we're buying this land and we're getting the 2 houses. Now, maybe that in itself, you know, makes it worth it. But I do think as a board, we need to, you know, if that's the case, we need to recognize what we're getting here.
Mr. Chair, may I address this issue?
Yes, sir.
Yes, the county of county-owned property is not subject to the general plan or zoning restrictions that apply within the city. Essentially, the county can exercise its authority to use the property for its public purposes without restriction by city zoning. It's similar to the exemption that applies to building and planning for school districts within either the county or the city. Essentially, the county is exempt from city zoning restrictions on county-owned property.
Okay. I'm curious why in the resolution, I mean, there's several points where it makes that the city of Hollister, is not it would not be in favor, or it's not
Well,
consistent. I'm just curious why.
Let me address that. There is a provision of the planning and zoning law that before property is acquired by a public agency, that they have to request a report on the consistency of the, with the city zoning. But the fact that the city reports and says this is not consistent with the city zoning does not bind the county or restrict it in its use of the property in any way. It's an anomaly, I understand, but so the recitals in the resolution, which I haven't reviewed, so I'm not personally familiar with that, but the recitals should be understood simply to address the fact that we complied with that requirement to request the city to report on the conformance of the property with the city's general plan and zoning.
Okay, so just to be clear, if we are to, in the future, develop some additional affordable housing beyond those two houses, then that would be something that we could do within, just from the county's point of view. We wouldn't be restricted by the city.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
There are certain Deputy Murphy raised a point about a subdivision ordinance, but if the county is not subdividing the property into individual parcels, that wouldn't apply. And we haven't had a chance to confer over that particular issue.
Yeah, I just want to be sure that we have, because I know that some of us had questions about purchasing this property and what it's going to be used for long-term, and I just think, I want to be sure we have the flexibility to really make good use of this land, going forward. I know that, there's, residents that live nearby or work nearby are concerned that it might be like a homeless area, and we've been assured that's not the case. This is going to be for transitionary or affordable housing.
Well, as far as I understand, there is no specific funding available for development of additional affordable housing on this site, and there's no specific plan to do so at this time. When that occurs, among the things that will need to be done will be to comply with the California Environmental Quality Act. The acquisition of the property for use for transitional housing, there may be exemptions that would apply depending on the nature of the use. So again, that's something to be determined if and when funds and a plan are available for actual development of the balance of the property. But the existing residences available for use for transitional housing are not restricted.
Okay, thank you.
I just reread the notice of exemption, and it states that in there. It articulates it rather well. Thank you.
Mr. Chair? Thank you. Yeah, I'm just looking at, Google Maps, looking at the satellite view of the area. It's a very residential looking area to me. There are businesses nearby. It's not as if we're plopping down affordable housing next to the McDonald's along Airline Highway here. This is a fairly residential area, some commercial. So, to me, it makes sense. Location-wise, it's near social services. I know there's some residents in that area that are sensitive to that. I understand that, and that's kind of the nature of the beast when you're dealing with affordable housing. You're going to have some NIMBYism. So, thank you very much.
Supervisor Hernandez?
No comment, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we'll go to public comment. Anything on Zoom?
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments on Zoom.
Bring it back to the board. What's the wish of the board?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we approve the real property purchase and sale agreement and form a grant deed. Is that
Yeah, why don't, you could also do it per staff recommendation, so it has
Oh,
everything.
okay, per staff recommendations.
I would second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No. 4-1. I was no.
Okay.
No? Okay. Can I motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you for your service, Chairman.
Those are those. 3 contracts for you.